Morning folks from America, from Suzuki HillClimb. Great to be here with you again in 14 tracking. In the 17 years of the Simola HillClimb, well, the whole course is getting faster, the older people is getting slower as we come up the pit lane. Everyone keep getting about minutes to get operating. But great to be here with you. Now you'll be a bit anxious for the
We're going to go into the top runners in each class, so we're going to weed out the slowers, and we're going to have all the heavies. www.Simola.com, and you can get Cyrus the Seaman and Section Martin to go to all the necessary information and the live footage of brilliant camera coverage. All the way up the hill. All the action. Today there will be 8 o'clock on the second year live at 8. And we'll bring you that inside information. Brendan Kenny looking pretty fresh and strong this morning.
Strong, certainly in the evening in the last night, similar sights and sounds and just once again blown away how this event has stepped up to the next level.
It definitely has, and from reports that we saw yesterday, so for those of you that are here in the one just been making history, we'll make history anyway. But we'll just quietly make history in terms of attendance numbers for the 14th run.
Greetings and salutations, Simola HillClimb fans, and welcome to the second day of the King of the Hill shootout. Today, a different atmosphere. The weather is playing beautifully. There is an electric energy. It is, everybody has ramped up a gear because today is race day. Today is the day of final warm-up. Only 3 qualifying sessions left, and then the King of the Hill shootouts, the class finals, and we shall crown 3 champions today, 3 Kings of the Hill. Some news overnight. I'll bring you the latest developments from the pit lane. Let's give you a quick summary of what's happening right now. It's warm-up, and the organizers put out a very special note this morning saying it's warm-up, guys. Don't go and try and go as fast as you can and throw it off the road. Yesterday morning, with the cold temperatures of the road, of that this morning. So everybody's going up, warming the car. A quick summary of yesterday's action, qualifying. In the road-going saloon cars, which are these over here. The top 3, JP van der Walt in his Porsche, He did a 42.7 second Clint Weston. Now listen to this time. 43.8 in the Mercedes GT63. He was sideways all over the place. There's a great race over there. And third is Cristiano Verolini in the BMW. These road cars, standard road cars, got to run proper standard tires, be absolutely standard. That's why they clearly are called standard cars. So there's a lovely fight over there. Faraz Ebram in his little Audi, and then Garth McIntosh, the magnificent 720 McLaren. Bravery beyond belief to take that McLaren up the hill. We get to the single-seaters, and I suppose the biggest news on the single-seaters was last week during testing, Andre Bezuidenhout bent the engine of the Nicholson McLaren in the back of the Gould, so he had to withdraw, which leaves Robbie Walk and Ian Schofield at the sharp end of the single-seaters. The interesting thing is yesterday in qualifying, it was only the final run that Robbie went faster than the monsters that I want to talk about now. The monsters that are hill climb built special, fantastic machines of unbelievable proportions, figures of over 1,600 horsepower. Some of them only claiming a measly 900 horsepower. The news is that Davy Joubert was fastest in the 3 qualifying sessions yesterday. On a 38.8 was his best time. He only did 2 sessions. Second was Richard Rutz, who did all 3 sessions. But he smacked one of the noodles, and when you hit a noodle, your time gets disallowed. So he was under huge pressure yesterday. He was under huge pressure to get a proper time in, and on one of the runs, he smacked all of the noodles and did some minor damage to the aerodynamic bits and pieces of carbon. Third was Charles Joubert in the Toyota engined Lotus. A beautiful car, totally committed. And then fourth was Franco Scribanti, who went through a different program yesterday in terms of some of the development that they were doing. They got the car to ride the bumps going from Monster Turn into Bridge. That was the first thing they did. Then they backed off the aero to try and get a little bit more speed up the hill. Comparison of speeds. Fastest yesterday was Richard Rutz in the BB Motorsport GTR. 241 kilometers an hour. It is proper quick. And interestingly, we've got our speed gun and their telemetry matched to within 1.5 kilometers an hour. So quite happy about that. And by comparison, Franco hadn't wound up any of the boost, and he was on somewhere in the region of 228, 230 k's an hour. Peter Zeele is fifth in qualifying, and there's 3 qualifying sessions this morning. If I look at the top 5 times, 0.35 of a second separates them. It's going to be very, very close. And we expect today's time to start dropping in qualifying quite significantly. The sun is nice and strong. It's probably 2 or 3 to 4 degrees warmer than it was yesterday. But more importantly, the sun is hitting the tar and warming the tar up. And with the super soft hill climb tires that they run, they need to run sort of somewhere in the round about 30, 40 degrees centigrade. And the warmer tar helps them get sticky. And they really, really, really stick. The other thing of interest is the class, newly introduced class, B10, for road registered cars. And they're just going out for their warm-up now. So the idea is you bring a road-registered car, has to be licensed and matching VIN number from the license to the chassis. It has to look mostly like a standard road car and run on road-legal tires. Craig Zank is about to start now, and just talking to him yesterday, he claims that there's somewhere around 900 horsepower in that GTR. and you can see from the launch it's absolutely fantastic. There's a great fight in the front-wheel drive class, a 2-liter class, between Jonathan Bechotzi and Daniel Rowe in the Volkswagen GTRs. But we're over here, if we just go back a little bit, while we're going here, I'm getting goosebumps because the atmosphere is absolutely electric. When you see the drivers come in this morning, they've got that look in their eyes, about 1,000-yard stare, and the tension is amped up a little bit. Everybody's wired, I suppose including me. I'm really excited about today. You see even the mechanics are super tense as well. Class Devin Robinson in the GTR.
This is purely a warm-up session. This car is right to one count toward the competition at all. So no matter what time you put down here, it's not going to give you any chance of scoring higher up in the competition.
And the news really from the Van Zummeren pits was that they got the car completely fixed, Martin's car, the yellow one, completely fixed after it broke the pin key in the front of the crankshaft. They started it up this morning and realized the front of the crankshaft was damaged and bent from the incident. So sadly, Martin van Zummeren has withdrawn, and for that I'm sad, because it was the great entertaining car, that one. But Wade is still in, and we know that Wade also likes to drive slideways. So I wasn't happy about that, but I suppose that's motor racing. And Lee Thompson's 1,000 horsepower Honda engined Golf had some major or catastrophic transmission failure yesterday, and they had to withdraw. So those are two exciting cars that I'm really looking forward to. The overall fight for the modified saloon between Joubert, Van Zummeren, Scribanti, Rutz, and Zili. 6 cars. It's going to be tense. It's really going to be tense and super exciting. So let me remind myself about the format for today. Warm up now, doesn't count for anything. Everybody please take it easily. Then we go straight into 3 qualifying sessions, and it's there that drivers will start going from yesterday into the race day of today in trying to get the cars tuned in, get the launch right, get the final engine mapping sorted, and on the turbo cars they're going to start winding up the boost. And I expect that the last qualifying runs will be in absolute full spec. We then have a short lunch break and we go into the class finals. So the top 3 of each of the classes from qualifying go into the class finals. And then the top 10 shootouts in modified saloons, standard saloons, and single-seaters and sports cars. The top 10 from qualifying go into the shootout, and all times are set to 0. And you've got 1 run for either fame or disappointment. It's probably the most, and I think I'm going to pin my colours to the mast and predict a 37.25 second as the winning time, assuming the weather stays clear. 37.2, that's my time. It is unbelievably quick. So we also have top speeds, and I think once they've wound it up, knowing yesterday that Reggie did a 241, 242, I think they'll get to about 247 kilometers an hour. And yes, 247. I'm going to nail it on a 37.25. That's my prediction. We're starting to get into the sharp end of the field. Other good news is South Galtieri in the V8 BMW. Turbocharged. They said you couldn't turbocharge it properly. He's done it. He sorted out his tire temperature issue. and he's up the hill. Franco Di Matteo had a problem with the differential. The diff wasn't diffing. He's got an limited slip diff in it. There was no more LSD left, and he's fixed that overnight. So we love the entertainer in the V8 Jag. Rui Campos got stopped twice in qualifying yesterday after some of the noodles were taken out, and the tyre temperature just fell off incredibly. So he's hoping to make it into the top 10 of the final. The excitement, the goosebumps, the smell of the petrol, the size of the exhaust pipes. I mean, look at this. It is total. And the smell of ethanol in the morning. I love me some ethanol. Some of the cars don't have, the electric cars clearly don't have the ethanol. Here is our surprise package of the day, was Davi Joubert in the Lotari Ferrari engined Lotus Exige. This will be a gentle warm-up for them. They don't want to cause any damage that disrupts the preparation, the program that they're working on. It's a systems check, make sure that everything is working, the driver, get all the fluids warm, the tires warm, and the brakes. Then come back and put it into proper qualifying mode with lots of boost. And the drivers getting their eye in. One of the most difficult things talking to all the drivers is they do a run, and about an hour later they do another run, unlike track racing where they can go round and round and slowly build up a lap. So after sitting down, being out of the car for an hour, they have to get up there and go for it, and on it immediately. Ferrari sound, magnificent. Be on it immediately and run for 38 seconds. Lotus, Toyota MR2. Peter Zeele, we know, has a build-up to the weekend, a build-up to the final top 10. So his qualifying time, I'm not worried about. He did a personal best yesterday, but he'll go faster this morning. The tires, they'll put new stickies on for qualifying 3 to the 6th qualifying session, which is our third of the day. They'll put the new sticky tires on. It is a beautiful day.
Well, I got to tell you, I think he's too excited that he's broken all of the comms lines down here in Neisner. Very good morning from me, Sasha Martinigo, Giro di Siena, sitting next to me, and a couple of 1,000 kilometers away, the magnificent and wonderful Rodrigo de Oliveira is joining us, of course, live from Portugal, from the channel HillClimb Monsters. We got lots to talk about, but I suppose one of the desperately sad news, double whammy for us, and especially for you, Rodrigo, is Lee Thompson with the 1,000 horsepower Golf and Martin van Zumeren. Very, very disappointing. We really thought that those cars were going to be ready for today, but unfortunately not going to take part.
Yeah, that is true. The curse continues. All cars I talked about that I was pumped to see yesterday, they had some sort of problem, but well, so is motor racing, and now what we have left, it's still one of the strongest fields in the entire world of HillClimb racing, so we're expecting, let's say, a top 10 shootout where the least powerful machine will have over 700 horsepower surely. So what more could we ask for?
Yeah, 100%. Chiro, great to see you. You walk down the pits, I walk down the pits. There's just this atmosphere of incredible excitement, a lot of focus. There's that sort of nervous laughter amongst all of the drivers and competitors, but now it gets very, very serious.
It's fantastic in the pit lane this morning. It really is. And I was chatting to one of the hardworking cameramen last night, and they came through the pits because the road actually opens up at night, but the pits stay in place, obviously, and you're allowed to work on your car. And the thing is, there's no lights. So there's no, so you've got these spotlights on stands, and then everyone's just wrenching, and I don't know how to fix a car, just using all sorts of tools and getting the cars right. And of course, the Van Zimmerens trying really hard last night, but it's very difficult to overcome a bent crankshaft. I mean, that's a full engine rebuild, unfortunately. So yeah, so very, very sad to see him, because some of the most exciting runs I've ever seen up the hill climb have been the Van Zimmerens. So.
No, that's for sure. But we still have Wade, and I'm sure he'll make up for Martin as well, and even just put in more excitement. At the moment, Davy Hubert fastest at 39.2. Don't forget, last night we did have some drizzle here in Neisner. The track is clear and clean, but that little drizzle may be taking a little bit of the rubber off the circuit. It is a warm-up. Everyone just wants to feel roughly everyone about a second slower than what they were yesterday in their final runs, but qualifying coming up. But also on the other side, some good news. Heinrich Duprier in the Cobra had all sorts of problems yesterday and could only go up the hill at 100 k's an hour. I just spoke to him earlier. I mean, this is where motorsport fraternity is just wonderful. Saturday night, he gets hold of a spare shop owner in George, which is about 90 kilometers from now. He drives through to George. This guy finishes from having his braai and fun with his mates, goes and opens up the store at 10 o'clock last night so he can get a new part. They come back here, they put the car together. That, Rodrigo, is all what motor racing and hill climb is about, is that element of camaraderie and trying to get everybody to work together.
Yes, definitely, and something that I am glad to see. It's spread worldwide. That's something we can see here in Europe, something I have seen in Pikes Peak, something I have seen in Australia and New Zealand, and South Africa is just as close together as everyone else. And in the end, everyone wants to win, but also want everyone to finish the race and have a fair chance to fight.
Action on the track.
My money today, gents, is on one of the Lotuses. I don't know, just watching them go up yesterday, they seem so composed. They're all turbocharged cars. As Rodrigo mentioned, they probably have a little bit more in them. They can be dialed up to 11 or 12. And some fantastic drivers, obviously, behind the wheel. And I don't know, I just got a feeling that I think we all know we're going to see a 37 today, that's for sure, from one of the tin top cars. We already saw a 37 yesterday from one of the single-seaters in qualifying. But yeah, a Lotus in the 37s, that's what I'm putting my money on, gents.
Yeah, I think you've got to watch out for Devin Robertson today. There's Peter Zelia on the top of the screen. Davy Hubert still the fastest. I mean, Clint Weston, we spoke about him at length yesterday in that GT63S. Just to let you know, he did go up the hill in a 44, but he's already hit one of the policemen, so that's going to be disqualified. While we're on it, Rodrigo, what is your prediction for today? Top speed, best time, and maybe even overall winner? Oh, wait, hold on, before you answer that. Our commentary booth is just shaken.
I'm not sure there's a microphone on Earth that can really capture that noise.
220 through the speed trap, so pretty good. He's not backing away, and that's the only way Wade, I think, knows.
The track's still pretty cold, but like we were saying yesterday, I think today ideal conditions, cold air, bit of sun, so a warmer track. Well, definitely a warmer track than yesterday. So the drivers will be, I'm almost certain, enjoying.
Oh my word, that's a huge...
Oh dear.
Oh, that is a huge crash.
Oh dear.
Goodness gracious. There we go.
Nearly held it.
Massive moment for Wade van Zumeren. And let's hope everything is okay.
And he's taken out our camera, I think.
Yeah, sure.
Two cameras we might have lost on the stream. All right, so we'll the amazing production team
massive.
We'll send someone up to try and rectify that.
Yeah, there we go. Good marshalling on the track there. Got to be a red flag. Oh my word, Rodrigo, that's desperate, because I don't think we're going to see either of the Van Zumeren cars out again.
The Cars continues. Well, what can I say?
Rodrigo, maybe you should go to the beach.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm enjoying myself too much. There's some kind of universal equilibrium here to find. I don't know. But we'll see. With the aftermath of this crash, it was certainly a strange one. The combination of cold tires, that little mass transfer during the last corner, the rear wheel drive of that car. In the end, it happened. Let's see if we get a replay just to analyze it a bit further.
Yeah. Well, the main thing is I'm sure we'll find out as soon as possible. But most importantly, let's just make sure that Wade is okay. And then we'll pick it up from there. But I'm sure we'll get a couple of replays as to what has happened. But yeah, there was a nasty off. Cold tires. Well, you know, the tires are getting slightly warmer. But towards the top, still the track after the rain last night, you know, maybe not as grippy as what we think. There's Wade. That's fantastic news. He'll be massively disappointed. But the most important thing, he is okay. And that's all that matters. The rest can all be fixed.
I really feel for him, hey. And we were saying yesterday that in the early morning runs, you get these tricky shadows across the track, and you get this variable track temperature. And then also let's watch the replay.
It goes onto the curb. Yeah, he's already lost the back.
He almost held
the drift.
Nah.
Yeah.
And then it snapped on him.
Yeah.
He is a very accomplished drifter as well, so very used to going sideways, and I think that's why he got so close to holding it there.
Desperately unlucky. And yeah, sad for him, sad for all of us, sad for the spectators, sad for the Simola HillClimb, but the most important thing is he's okay. So I'm sure we'll catch up with him a little bit later. I think we are going to have a bit of a track delay. They're going to have to clean up the track, also get the car back down to the pits.
Oh, yes, you can see the transponder. He actually did take out the transponder reader. I don't know what the technical term is there, if I'm honest, but here he goes. He's about to take it out, and there it is. That looks like we might need a new one.
Yeah, I don't think that one's going to work.
No. All right, everyone off to the coffee shop. I have a feeling that we're going to see a fairly significant delay here. That's Mr. Ashwin Harry. He's from the top of Motorsport South Africa. He is the safety officer, and he'll just be making sure that everything is okay for the next competitors. Wonderful guy. Runs Volkswagen South Africa as well, just in his spare time. So flatbed arriving for...
I mean, I've got to say, the efficiency of our marshals over the course of this weekend has been wonderful. Really, really well. Organized and great communication. So flatbed there, they're going to have to put that onto the truck. They're going to have to really look at the circuit, make sure that they clear any debris off the track. And, of course, then racing will continue.
Rodrigo, the Van Zimmeren cars, I do get the sense that you know the cars quite well. Even though it looks like a Skyline, it's a space frame car, and it is only rear-wheel drive, as you mentioned.
Yes, anyone can see that there was some. The chassis, it's way lower than what a normal R34 is. In essence, below that shell, it shares very little with a normal Nissan R34, although it is powered by the Nissan RB engine. In that case, I think it's an RB26 single turbo. Approximately, from what I was told, 850 horsepower, although I suspect it's a bit more by now. 1,050 kilos, if I'm not mistaken. So quite brisk.
It's lovely to see. Well, what's amazing about Simola, obviously, is these purpose-built cars that come out. They are really special. They're one-offs. and that's why it's always desperately sad to see one going home on a flatbed. Unfortunately, these are special cars.
Yeah, and shame, and you can see he just looks very despondent. Yeah, I'm sure we'll catch up for him. He's just such a wonderful man as well. So, yeah, I'm sure he'll be disappointed for not actually just sort of captivating the crowd. It is the loudest car ever that you could ever hear. So let's just watch his run. Here we go. Everything's okay through the first set of S's.
Well, just one curious detail. Got a message right now from one of my guys with equipment on site, and he was saying that he has a GoPro fitted on Van Zumeren's car. So I guess we'll have an onboard perspective from the crash
inside.
after the event.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah, just went in a little bit hot, caught the back on a little bit of the grass, and unfortunately, with that kind of power, just spun him into the overspin. He tried to catch it, you could see, but I think there was just scrubbing off way too much towards the bank. So very, very sad for Wade Van Zumeren. He unfortunately, strangely enough, he crossed the finish line with a 42. With a 43.6.
So he posted the time.
He did post the time.
The transponder on the other side of the track must have got him, because he did take out the one on our screen right, unfortunately. He's such an enthusiast. I mean, the Van Zumerens are always in good cheer and good spirits, and he's such an enthusiastic guy, and I wonder if maybe that was just a little bit too much right foot for the morning conditions. And I mean, they are absolutely exceptional drivers, but I know from the racing in 2021, in the morning, the S's are very slippery. They are very slippery.
And we had the rain.
Yeah. I don't think I had what I'd classify as a moment, but I had what I'd classify as maybe a scare on one of my early runs. I felt like, you run out of one of those situations where you run out of grip before you run out of talent, especially if you're a Van Zumeren, that's for sure. But it is tricky up there, and the track is colder at the top than it is at the bottom. So maybe you get that confidence through the first sectors, and then you try to carry that confidence over the line, and unfortunately just caught out. But a heroic effort there. I mean, that was a full-on, if this was a drifting competition, he would have got points for that drift. Almost over the finish line. So that's unfortunately another one of the crowd favorites out at the moment. But Sasha Rodrigo, that actually gives me an opportunity. What I've done is I've gone through the archives of the Simola HillClimb, and as we go out through the day, I'll bring out some of the results. So the archives on the Simola website, if you want to go check them out for yourself, speedfestival.co.za. They go back to 2014. So exactly 10 years ago. And the winner, and so let me go back a step, because there used to just be one final shootout until it was split into single-seaters, modified saloons, and road cars. So now there's 3 King of the Hill, where a couple of years ago, 10 years ago at least, there was only 1 King of the Hill. So a little bit of a different field there, but Franco Scribante did win that year in his Chevron B19, which he now races on the Friday, and he won with a time of 41.159. Just behind him, Desi Goodsight in that crowd-pleasing Nissan that he had, 41.7, and then Darren Goodman's also in a Nissan GTR with a 41.9. So that was the top 3 2014. So if you look at the fact that now we're sitting almost comfortably in the 39s, generally the field is about 2 seconds faster than it was 10 years ago.
Sure. Remarkable.
Wilhelm Bart also was there, and he ended up being a winner. We'll go through the results, and he beat Desi Goodsight 1 year by a fraction of a second. That was a fantastic year as well. I was here for that, and Rodrigo, I think you mentioned that Desi Goodsight's car was quite instrumental to your channel.
It was. It was very instrumental. I would say even mainly for the YouTube channel. When I started it back in 2016, it was the very first video that really went viral at the time on HillClimb Monsters. It amassed something like 500,000 views in a month, which for us a channel that was created pretty much a month earlier, it was quite staggering for me, and it started also the journey for me to explore South African hill climbing and really delve into all the details and discover what other machines are there. I strengthened my relationship with the Simola HillClimb's organization through that, and after that, year after year, I always kept a close eye on everything that was happening. You were mentioning the year that Wilhelm Bart won against Desi. That was 2017, if I'm not mistaken. It was one of the very first years where I covered a lot of the cars that raced that year. Those videos once again were very popular. You have to put into perspective that me showing what the European crowd already knows and are used to see. Well, it can be popular if the footage is good, but people already know what it is. But when I started showing these South African hill climb monsters, people had no idea they existed whatsoever. And after that, they even were quite unique. Plenty of cars that we do not see racing elsewhere. So yeah, Desi, it's in the genesis of all the channels and all the brand that I run.
That is such a great story, hey? And Desi Goodsight's such a great guy. I mean, he's just living my dream. You know, he lives down in Port Shepstone, south of Durban, and just built a racetrack in his backyard.
It's just one of those. What do you do? No, well, when I feel like it, I just go take a couple of cars and go around my own personal racetrack. Yeah.
And do you know that racetrack is also an airstrip? I've landed on it.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, I mean, there we go.
Yeah, Desi Goodsight's, you land on it, then they park the plane, and then you take some cars around, then they bring the plane out again, and you leave, and you go back to Durban.
So, I mean, Rodrigo, that part of the country gets very, very busy over the holiday season. So, as opposed to using your car and get in a traffic jam, you just take off in your plane, land on the roof of some supermarket, do your shopping, and fly back home, and then, well, after the incident that involved Wayne van Zumeren. And I saw also our technical guys, Fritz, up there, so hopefully they're going to be able to get new timing beams up and running, and of course transponders. So yeah, action, no action at present. We're still in a warm-up this morning, just to let you know how those qualifying sessions. Of course, we have the various classes. The top 3 from each class will, of course, go into the class final later on this afternoon. However, the top 10 from all of these qualifying sessions, regardless of class, will go through to the King of the Hill later on this afternoon as our finale. So there is a lot to play for. Just to let you know, out of our top 10 yesterday, and I mean that is yesterday, the top 10th time was a 42.5. Thereafterwards, from 11th all the way down to 17th position, you are only looking at 1 second. And Chiro, anything can happen. So everyone is going to really be trying to get into that top 10. With Wayne van Zumeren out, all of a sudden, there is 1 extra spot. that is now available, because he was comfortably in the top 10 yesterday.
Yeah, Class B4. I mean, maybe we should just quickly go through Class B4, because the class final, which happens after lunch, is the class finals rather, are going to be particularly interesting. So in Class B4, it runs from cars number 29 all the way to cars number 20. And you've got your Honda Brain in a Porsche, which is actually powered by an Audi RS3 engine. Devin Robertson in one of the Lotus with the Nissan engine. Sav Gualtieri in a BMW with the S65 engine. Then we have Butta Krause with the Noble. Franco De Matteo is in B4 with his Jaguar, Works Jaguar. Charles Hubert in another Lotus, Honda powered. Davi Hubert in another Lotus, Ferrari powered. Jan van der Merwe in a BMW. Peter Zili in his incredible MR2. And then the number 10 competitor would have been Wade. And that wraps up Class B4. And I'm very much looking forward to that class final.
I mean, out of that, Rodrigo, I mean, we could have about 5 or 6 B4 cars in the top 10, and yet only 3 of them will go into their own class final.
Yes, definitely. There would be just one small correction on the list that Chiro was giving. He talked about the Johan de Bruyn Porsche that ended up not coming to Simola.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it was another car that I was really expecting to see. I think one of the engine combos that Simola is missing in the Hilclimb world is the 5-cylinder Audi Bravo, and this year there were 2 potentially, and both had issues in different manners. But yeah, that class it's always stacked. In the beginning, as I was talking about we were talking about the early years of Simola. It all centered around the all-wheel drive high horsepower cars, but through the years we have seen the rear-wheel drive machinery also rise up, and now we are seeing them, particularly with the Lotus and the Peter Zili's MR2. They are showing that it is possible to take the crown in Simola, even only pushing with the rear wheels, although still with huge amounts of power.
I did miss one, actually, Renzo Torrente in the BMW M4 GT4. So quite a big class there. And as Sasha mentioned, only 3 will go to the class final. But wow, I think in the modified saloon shootout, it's mostly going to be B4 cars.
Yeah.
By the looks of things.
Incredible.
I mean, all 4 Lotus should make it through. I think that's almost a given if they just keep it on the black stuff.
And Zili.
And Zili, of course. Yeah. I love Peter Zili's MR2. I mean, the size of the wing on the back of that car. And as we were saying yesterday, I mean, he likes to joke that it's a modified Camry engine. It's actually, I think, a Lexus engine, but which he says was sold in Camrys. V6 turbo that he's running there. But really where Peter Zili's car excels is on aero. He's put so much work into the aero, and if you have a close look at that car, there's lots of winglets everywhere. You know what it reminds me of, Sasha? Remember that era of Formula One where they could just stick anything on the car?
Yes,
they just became a bit
whatever
ridiculous, actually. Yeah, but Peter Zili is a sort of mad scientist of the Simola HillClimb and obsessed with aero. And Rodrigo, you've got some wonderful relationship with Peter, and you helped him take the car overseas.
I have both a connection to Peter through that part and also through the aero part. There's also a story there. But yes, I have been in contact with Peter for a long while now, pretty much since he brought the car for the first time to Simola, when the car was pretty much 500 horsepower, not that much more, and now it's over 1,000. Yeah. So evolution, you can see evolution there. But 3 years ago, we organized his first trip here to Europe for him to race against the European crowd. He went to Germany, to Osnabrück. He raced now there 3 years straight, and with great results too, and with plenty of popularity among the European fans. I have to say, he became a local favorite, and right now in Germany there's a small contingent of German fans of that MR2.
Oh, that's such a great story. It's so great to hear. And you said he did pretty well in Osnabrück.
It is. It is. First year, counting only the road car based units, excluding the formulas and the sport prototypes, he was the third fastest. At the time, he was in front of him. It was a Hayabusa V8 powered Lotus and a 911 GT3R, and this last year he was second. Only the Porsche was faster than him. And I'm guessing that if he comes back, he will take the crown.
All right, back to the action. Thank you for magic stories coming from Rodrigo. Yesterday, speaking to Aldo Scribante, that is in the car, and his engineer, Michael Stephen, trying to find themselves a little bit more power up this part of the track. No timing beam there, 208, yes, still down on what they had, but they think they have got an idea. After that big incident with Wade van Zumeren, maybe everyone going to take it a little bit easy on this warm-up run, get a feel of the track, and then, of course, they'll start opening it up when we get into qualifying. With this car off the line, I'd love to see this car against an electric car off the line.
Yeah, there's not much quicker. Maybe something like a Tesla. I don't think the Porsche Taycan would be quicker.
A Tesla. Oh.
Technically.
Oh, okay.
I mean, one of the fastest stock cars on the grid is the Porsche Turbo S of JP van der Walt. Right out the box, that car will do a 2.6. I've actually time tested it myself.
Incredible.
It's like being shot out of a cannon. So that's one of the fastest cars right from the factory, and right off the line, 0 to 100 will rival most of the purpose-built race cars. But 2.2 to get an internal combustion engine car to 2.2, Aldo Scribante's car is very special.
Wonderful. Evans going up the hill. I think taking a little bit easy, as you can see, short shifting, not going full beans. So I've been asking online, what do you think is going to be the fastest time recorded today and top speed? We did it yesterday as well. Man, I hope somebody hits a 36. And George says 2:49 and under 36 seconds. Oh, that's going to be tight. Franco Scribante coming up there, meticulous in the way he prepares, always does things the way that he wants to do it. 2:38.
Sheesh.
Oh,
all right.
That's a little bit quicker than they were yesterday.
So he opened it up on the main straight. I wonder if he might tap off a little bit here on the S's.
Yeah, I think he did also into that first S as well. But, you know, it can be deceptive.
The thing is, his car looks so flat, so you almost don't get a sensation of how fast it's really going. There we go, 39. Okay.
Just to warm up.
Yeah, just to warm up.
Just to warm up, 39.6. But very impressive top speed time from Franco Scribante.
Gary Martin's a long history. He's a BMW master technician. He's on the bottom of your screen right now. That is a triple turbo BMW diesel M2. A highly developed car. And as we were saying yesterday, Rodrigo thinks this could be one of the only diesel competing cars in the world.
It is. Well, one thing yesterday I forgot that there was another notable diesel racer that went up Pikes Peak. It was a Cummins diesel engine swapped Nissan GTR R35 a couple years ago on Pikes Peak. But even then, I think this one is faster than the GTR. This car is very, very well developed, and with that triple turbo setup, it's a proper machine, unique as only South Africa can offer when it comes to BMWs.
Yeah, we spent some time with Gary actually for our channel, and he took us through in the interview how he developed the car. So if you do want to know more about the car, it is on our channel. And such a nice guy, just a real gentleman. I have a lot of time for him.
So Heinrich Dupree and his Cobra said they went to George at 10 o'clock last night, and I hesitate to say it's not going much faster than it did yesterday, unfortunately. Maybe they're running it in, but no, not what we expect from a Cobra, that's for sure.
Yeah, that car just seems to be really putting up a fight with its own mechanics. That's always difficult. But I really feel, the drivers obviously are sort of the rock stars of the weekend, but the unsung heroes are the guys in the pits there.
With the laptops.
Yeah, with a lot of laptops, a lot of spanners, a lot of wrenches, keeping these cars in tip-top shape. I mean, we really are pushing the very extreme limits of what's possible with internal combustion engines here at Simola. Outrageous horsepower figures. This has become a proper horsepower war down here in Knysna, South Africa. And some extreme machines on our track.
Yeah, wonderful to see the Birkins coming up. Yesterday, the pink Birkin, which I'm sure we'll see shortly, had a big off. Here it is, and just went back down the hill, gave it a little wipe, and went straight back up the hill again. So very well built, very robust Birkin Lotus.
Robust driver as well.
Yeah, true.
Just get back on the horse.
So Ian Schofield on the bubble at the moment with a 42.5. That's from qualifying yesterday. And Chiro, the way that some of these tin tops, yes, super modified cars are going at the moment, he's going to have to really put it down in order to make that top 10.
It's incredible to see tin top cars rivaling the single seaters. I wonder if there's a lot of engineering that's gone into the suspension, and actually bumped into Davy Hubert at breakfast this morning at the hotel, and I was chatting to him. So he's in the Ferrari Lotus, and I said to him, to my eye, when you're going over the bumps on the main straight, it's looking pretty violent. And he says, no, this year it's better than ever, because we've tuned the suspension specifically for the Simola Hill. And I just don't know if you have enough enough to play with on the single-seater suspension. They're built for circuits. They're just not built for this.
Yeah. Also talking to Darby as well this morning, they seem to have a little radiator problem, so hopefully they've sorted that out. Robbie Walk, of course, yesterday putting in a 37.2 on his final run. I think he'll just get a feeling for this warm-up session, and then of course getting right onto the limiter.
Yeah, only 188 through the Suzuki speed trap.
I think he's just getting a feel of what the track is like, get some heat into the tires, crosses over the line. Yeah, 41.1 for Robbie Walk. So there we go. That is warm-up 1. And I suppose the desperately sad news is the a big incident with for Wade van Zumeren, which I don't believe that car will be running again. A little bit of rain overnight, track a little bit cooler, but it is getting warmer and warmer here in Knysna. So I think when we get into our next session, it'll be a qualifying run. I think things are going to definitely heat up as the day progresses. 39.2, the fastest time going up the Simola Hill this morning. Rodrigo, any big surprises besides the disappointment of Wade van Zumeren?
Not really. This is a practice run. Even if someone is slower, we can account for just for everyone setting everything in, just checking if all systems are working correctly. The proper surprises, hopefully the good ones, because we had a bad one on a place where no pressure was given to anyone. But the surprises and the proper speed, it's coming on during qualifying, the final qualifiers and the finals runs. I
wonder how some of the faster guys are going to approach qualifying, because you've got 3 opportunities, and I wonder if you go for it in sort of quali 2 and you really give it everything in quali 2. What do you think their strategies might be, Rodrigo?
I think at least on the very first one, everyone will go depending on how that first qualifying goes, we will see how those who will need to push maybe will do both. But as soon as someone thinks that they have a competitive time that can secure them a place during the finals, they will try to avoid any more damage or any more mileage on their cars.
Yeah, I think especially the big hitters are going to actually look at the times that happened in that warm-up, and then watch those first sort of 10 cars that go out and see if there's a dramatic improvement. And then from there sit and say, okay, well, track's definitely getting warmer, rubber's a little bit better. Otherwise, some of them might sit out this first session because it's still a little bit cool and maybe go for 2 and 3. So it's going to be very strategic the next session.
Be lovely to hear from the drivers. Sorry, go Rodrigo.
I was just going to say we have to account that many of these machines, to reach these crazy amounts of horsepower, they are pretty much on their limits of engineering, and if they are going to boost to those levels, to those outer limits, they really have to take into account reliability issues. So it becomes a game where everyone needs to be as fast as possible, but just stress all elements as little as possible in the meanwhile.
And as you were saying yesterday, Rodrigo, I mean, Simola is sort of a drag race with some corners. I love that phrase that you used. But the reality is that when you are launching on slicks, on warm slicks, if you've managed to get to the start line and not be held up, the amount of stress that goes back through the drivetrain, through all the components, the side shafts, the diffs, the transmission, transfer cases. I mean, that is where we saw, unfortunately, on the launch when he finally got it right, that's when we saw Silvio's car have a terminal failure.
Yes, and I think the same happened to Anton Kronia. And I was trying to find him today, and we still haven't seen that Subaru back. But yes, the most notable case was Silvio, which really goes to prove your point, because that is a car that was initially designed with time attack in mind. For those who are just joining today, the car we are talking about, it's a 1,000 horsepower 5-cylinder Audi RS3. That was popular in Swedish time attack racing. It was brought to South Africa. There was plenty of expectations behind it, but well, that was a car that was made that was never built with standing starts in mind. And while they were battling with it to find a balance where they could do some hard launches, in the end, the transmission was not going to take all that beating.
Take us through how time attack works, Rodrigo. What's the key difference? Is it a rolling start?
Yes, it is. The simpler way to explain that to the general public. It's, imagine qualifying in Formula One, but to road-based cars. Where no space frames chassis are allowed. You have to maintain the chassis, the original chassis shell. There are some other rules that have been changing through the years, but in layman terms, this is the simpler explanation. So they do a warm-up lap, and then on that final straight, they just go as fast as possible, just for that second lap to count.
Flying start, yeah.
Get everything back. Yeah, flying start, yeah.
And something we spoke about yesterday, I mean, one of the world's most renowned hill climbs, Pikes Peak. Rodrigo pointing out that the timing beacon is at about the 80-meter mark, so you don't have to do a full bore launch off the start at Pikes Peak, which means you don't necessarily have to build the car to handle a full bore launch and corners, of which there are many on Pikes Peak.
Yes, but Pikes Peak offers a whole host of other engineering challenges with just how big and just how high the cars have to go. But yes, it's another point where they don't need to stress the cars. Although if someone is really going for a record, they are encouraged to make as good of a start as possible, because for those not familiar with Pikes Peak, the launch, it's not exactly on a straight line. It's a left-hander, a slight left-hander, and then the timing beacon, it's right in the middle with a huge banner there, and that's when the time starts. But we have seen some guys still launching pretty hard there, but yes, it's not like here in Simola where the launching, it's, let's say, a good 30 to 40% of a amazing run.
Yeah, very much so. It is, I mean, it's only just a couple of meters before that starts. So we had the big incident with Wade van Zumeren. Unfortunately, Collins in the pits, he managed to repair his own camera and microphone. Colin, welcome back. Well, we can see him. There he is.
Brendan, you've got about a second to find. Qualifying now. Do you attack now, or do you wait for one of the other two qualifying sessions to come up with?
So I have one or two things that I'm going to pay attention to. I think my entry into turn one is not as quick as the other guys, and my exit out of the S. So I don't want to leave it too late. I'm going to try and attack from as early as possible. Tom is an old hand here, so he really knows his business, as does Wes. So I've got it all to do. The practice this morning, Tom actually fell to last, and I got a 55. Yeah. So the target is, if I can get into the 54s, I'm happy.
At least you've got a fighting chance of, when it comes to the class final, of having another go.
Absolutely. So that's the goal, is get a banker in and get into the class final.
Now, are these cars turbocharged, and you've got a flappy pedal gearbox there?
It is. So it is an auto, but it does have pedals. A 1.4 turbo, 103 kilowatts and about 900 odd kilos.
Now, are you using the pedals, or are you letting the car do all the thinking for you?
I hadn't been up until warm-up this morning, and now I've started using the pedal. We reckon a short shift into second off the line is the quickest time to 100. So we think that's going to give us the best shot.
Now, between you three Suzuki drivers, do you talk to each other, or is there proper rivalry?
No, there's proper camaraderie between us. Like we're all here as guests of Suzuki. So Wes is like the Zen master, so he's sharing secrets and stuff. Tom has got his good old race face on. But we do chat and carry on. It's so close. There's a half a second in it between the three of us. So
are you having fun?
Absolutely.
This hill is quite challenging, isn't it?
It is challenging, and being the first run, there was quite a bit of trepidation. Coming in and build rapport with the hill. I think the bug's bitten.
There's tension, and there's absolute, you can see the eyes. Love it. They're small compared to the really quick, the fastest of the cars. They're not the slowest. They do about a 55 seconds up the hill. Slowest of the cars from qualifying was a 1 minute 66 seconds. So 66 seconds. Let's let the Suzis do the talking for us.
Welcome back to the studio. Thanks, Colin. Right, the Suzuki Swift Sport Media Challenge. This year, Wesley Grabe, Brendan Staniforth, who is doing his first ever run up the hill, and then Thomas Falconer, who is a seasoned campaigner across South African motorsport and at Simola as well. And as Brendan was saying, less than a second between all of them. Now, the Suzuki Swift Sports Suzuki is one of our valued sponsors here at Simola, and we appreciate their support very much. So they've entered 3 cars, and what I quite like about this media challenge is that the cars are identical and they're also stock. So you can literally walk into a Suzuki dealership and buy one of these cars. And then I suppose theoretically you could also come race it here at Simola. So this is less about the machine, it's more about the person between the seat and the steering wheel. And it's man on man this year. And it really, really is very close. And I do have some personal experience in the Suzuki Swift Sport, and I must say it is one of the most fun cars to drive that I've ever experienced. I've been lucky to be doing my job for 20 years, and really, if you want to have fun in a car for under 500,000 Rand, you cannot beat a Suzuki Swift Sport. We're just watching Thomas Falconer now going up the hill. Let's see, both of his competitors have posted 54s. What's Thomas going to get across the line using the whole track? He's gone 53. There we go. Well done, Thomas. 53.781. That's his best time of the weekend, and he's laid down the gauntlet for his motoring journalist competitors.
I got to tell you, Chiro, they're hanging it out there. I mean, this is where it counts. This is qualifying. You've got to go. You've had your little sighter lap. You've seen the action on the circuit. Everyone getting involved into it now. Oh, the Ferrari 458 seems to be having proper problems going up the hill.
Oh dear.
That is not good.
There are no cheap problems in a Ferrari.
That's for sure.
49 for that beautiful white Porsche. One of our favorite cars here in the commentary booth, the V10 M5.
Oh, I love this. My favorite BMW M5. I believe they can be a little problematic.
Oh no, they are real problem children.
Oh really?
Yeah.
It's amazing how I always choose those ones.
So there's such a nice story about Shiraz. You see on the side the SA Beamer. He runs a really big Instagram account called SA Beamer, and he drives this car to Simola with his family. He's got his 5-month-old son with him, who I met this morning. Sweetest little child.
Beautiful.
And races the car up the hill, puts the family back in the car, and heads back down to Cape Town. So it's a really cool story.
There we go. Seems like limp mode for the Ferrari 458, which is very, very unfortunate and messes up the Porsche for its qualifying time. Maybe get an extra run.
Well, this is the first time we could see an overtake on
There
the
is
Simola HillClimb.
And it's a massive overtake. Here it comes
the inside
into the
line.
S's on the S's. He still hasn't overtaken, but they are wheel to wheel coming out into the second S. Here we go. The Porsche's taken the lead.
Yeah, no, I think he's going to get it across the line on the final corner. Oh, brilliant wheel-to-wheel action here at Simola.
Yeah, you were magic stuff. Magic stuff over there. Rodrigo, not often you see overtaking on a hill climb.
It happens more than you think, honestly. mainly because you guys don't have that experience because Simola is so short.
So short,
but if
yes.
you come here to Europe, mainly in Italy because they have these ultra long hill climbs, very narrow and everything. It's very normal to see some of the slower cars if they have a minimal problem. If there's a faster car behind, you'll have just to squeeze by and go on. And there's always some very nice bits of footage because of that.
But Rodrigo, does that not present a safety challenge? I mean, if you come round a blind corner and there's a big speed delta between you and the car in front, I mean, does that not set up a situation for a potential incident?
It can, but it although I said it happens, it doesn't happen that normally and that often. But when it happens, they discover the problem. Everyone is sort of prepared for it to happen, and then on the next run they change the order for that to stop happening again.
I see. Okay, another V10 up the hill.
Yeah, the V10's going out there. We'll find out what has happened with 190 k's an hour for the Audi. We'll find out exactly what happened with the Ferrari 458. Lots of people talking about the Suzuki. Simon says he took one around the Nürburgring. So much fun. Fantastic little machine. So yeah, I mean, I was fortunate enough to have Suzuki Swift Sport both in auto and in manual, and both of them just effortless, so much fun to drive. Really, really good. A whole bunch of super snakes coming around the track, just come back from filling up, and up the hill they go.
You know what is fun about these sort of smaller, little, fast, plucky kind of cars is that you can get it's easier to get closer to the limits of the car where you're having, you're really dialed in and you're enjoying the vehicle. Oh, little bit squirrely there over the line. Whereas in something like a 720S, to get near the limit of that car, you've got to be doing, breaking land speed records, basically. So
very true.
And when you're on the limits of something like that, as we saw yesterday, things can go awry. So I think that's what the Swift Sport represents, for me at least, just a real fun factor.
Just one small curiosity and maybe a challenge for those watching at home. And since we're talking about Suzuki, I'm asking anyone there. Can anyone guess what is the car on the logo of my channel?
The car on the logo of your channel. Okay, I'm going there right now.
There we
Am
go.
I allowed to enter this competition?
Yeah, of course.
So there we go. Go to HillClimb Monsters and go and have a look and tell us what you think is the logo of the car on
Remember
HillClimb
that
Monsters.
I gave a pretty big tip. I gave a pretty tip because we were talking about Suzuki.
There we go. The 720S McLaren coming up the hill, 210 Ks an hour. Car's just immaculate, beautiful. Times coming down. Yeah.
It's starting to really count now. We're in qualifying
four, yes.
1, 2, and 3 happened yesterday.
Yeah.
There's Garth McIntosh in the stunning 720S. See how shaded that part of the track still is?
Still is, yeah.
From
very
the
much
trees.
so.
And that is where Wade lost it.
Unfortunately. Peter Jacobs comes up and saying, well, the marshalling, no flags. Peter, I must disagree with you. I think the marshalling has been impeccable. The Ferrari was definitely slow. The Porsche was on a run, and you could see that the Porsche backed off way before it actually saw the Ferrari. So believe me, even though you might not see it on the screen, there are marshals everywhere, and they are in direct comms with race control as well. So I think they've done an outstanding job so far this weekend already.
I think that's exactly right. The reason why it looks like there's no flags is because just the way the cameras are set up over the course, you don't see any of the flag stations, as it were, the marshal stations. So we promise they are there, they are active, they're all in communication, and putting in their best efforts this weekend.
All right, Rodrigo. I've got a couple of answers. One of them, somebody says a Suzuki Escudo. Another one says, is it a Monsters SX4? And another one says a Suzuki Kizashi.
Ding, ding, ding on the XX4.
SX4.
SX4. Okay, well done, Marco.
It's the SX4 Pikes Peak Special that Monster Tajima broke the Pikes Peak record in 2012.
Yes, in the unlimited class.
Yes, the car at the time had 950 or 900 kilos. V6 engine, single engine. Normally people associate the Monster Tajima with twin engine Suzukis, but that one was a 3.1 liter V6. But yes, just one small representation of what Suzuki can do in motorsports when they put their heads to it.
Yeah, wonderful. Top of your screen, Enzo Kuhn going up. He's 10th King of the Hill, 47.0. Bottom of your screen, you got Pete Porchita in the Alfa Romeo Giulia QV. And, oh no, he still hasn't put it in race mode. I was talking to Graham Nathan, who prepares the car for him, and I said, come on, Graham, and get Pete just to put it into race mode. And he says, listen, it's a beast in race mode. I said, well, we're here, we're not here for we're here for fun. But Pitt looked at me and said, no, I'm not going to put that into race mode.
I don't know if you might know the answer to this, Sasha, but when that car came out, there was an incident during a test. I think it was a magazine at the time, and the racing driver who was sending the car around the track, he was left foot braking, and the Alfa really didn't like that. So it was almost set up to not have both throttle and brake application at the time.
At the same time.
Yeah.
I know of the incident. Was it Kailami?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do know of the incident. I'm not entirely sure of the left foot braking, but listen, that car there is a beast.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those where the only thing that you have as a driver aid is ABS. There's nothing. You can't turn off traction and keep EDB and DSTV and all of those things. This is either on or off. So very, very difficult. JP van der Walt, there we go, top of your screen in the Porsche. He's definitely wanting to defend his crown. He knows he's up against it. But wow, has this man driven impeccably so far this weekend, both in Classic Car Friday and in the yesterday qualifiers. Let's see what he manages to do on qualifying 4. JP van der Walt, definitely one to watch also for the top 10 shootout. Top time at the moment of 45.5. That's Farhad Ibrahim. Enzo Kuhne 47.0. Bang! JP van der Walt 43.1. Wow.
Yeah, that's quick. I think he did run a 42 though yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. So he will probably strategy would be to just get faster over the qualifying sessions.
42.7 yesterday.
Yeah,
Spot
42.
on there, Mr. Luciano. There we go. How do you remember these things?
I have no idea.
What a brain you have. What a brain.
Stop. No, don't stop. No, I really keep an eye on JP van der Walt. Is another guy we've actually filmed for the channel as well and got his whole backstory. And I don't, if I'm correct in saying, I don't think he actually has a particular history in racing.
No.
Yeah. He kind of got into this very late in life.
Very much so. Only a few years ago, decided, let me go and do a little. He thought he got the bug. He works in the motor business, especially in the high-end luxury car market, and started off. I think managed to pick himself an old Golf. Went and did some regional racing, and the next minute sat and went, okay, I'm going to try and take this seriously, and has done a phenomenal job. It's just a brilliant job. And is highly respected nowadays, whether it's circuit racing and of course coming to Simola HillClimb. Here is our hydrogen-powered car. Chiro, you know quite a bit about this, and a collaboration between BMW and Sasol.
Yeah, we were chatting yesterday about it. South Africa has been selected as one of the only countries in the world where BMW Global will be running a test fleet of hydrogen vehicles, trying to basically work out if the concept is viable. I suppose it's early days, really. Funnily enough, a lot of tech sharing with Toyota. Toyota's really made big strides in the hydrogen fuel cell space. And this is one of the early test vehicles. And of course, yes, as you mentioned, Sasha, a partnership with Sasol, who is currently producing the hydrogen in South Africa.
You see, this is what I love. When you said that, I was going to say, yes, and actually following on what Toyota have been predicting for years and the way that everybody should go. So I'm delighted to see that it's happening, although I still like the rumble of something very, very loud. Chad Lukov doing another fantastic job, 46.4 in that debuting Mercedes-Benz C63 AMG. Hasn't been launched in South Africa as yet. Bottom of your screen, Clint Weston. Clint, come on, man, you're giving us heart failure here. Look at that. 44.5. Rodrigo, have you ever seen a normal road-going standard car at about 3 tons do that?
No, but I'm going to buy one.
So we had that exact car sent us for filming.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance to drive it. I got a chance to park it, and I got in, and because it's a plug-in hybrid, so you can run it in both modes, so you can have it just petrol or just electric or electric assist. And I got in the car, pressed the start button, and it was about as loud as my fridge at home.
Oh no!
And yeah, so you can set it to start with obviously a big AMG rumble, but my colleagues had set it to start in electric mode, and it was one of the biggest anticlimax of my life. I was like, here we go, most powerful AMG ever, and then nothing. That Honda's quick.
Yeah, I love the Honda Type R, but I cannot believe. Whoa! Big moment with that R32.
That's the R34.
Oh,
yeah,
R34,
Rosper
sorry.
Imports, yeah. And Rodrigo, I'm guessing you don't see a lot of R34s anymore because they've just become so valuable.
Even more here in Europe. In Europe, I think I have seen the R34s twice in my life.
Good.
And they're massive. Remember, at the very most, you can see them in UK because they're all right-hand drive. But that's one of the great things about South African hill-climb racing. And one of the things that attracted me to Simola right from the start, the amount of GTRs and being R32s, R33s, R34s, and now R35s. You guys have them in droves there and are not do not fear anything in the way of preparing them to the uptake degree.
That's really cool to hear. We do have some special cars down here.
Yeah, we do. Farouk Dango going across Craig Zank out on track at the moment, and here come the Polo Super Cups. This is going to be a fabulous little tussle between Jonathan Mokotsi and Daniel Rowe. Two of them teammates in racing, but definitely want to get one over each other, especially going up this hill.
They're such great guys, and this is another one of those little competitions within our bigger competition where the machines are identical, so it really is about how they're driven and the lines that they're taking up the track and trying to one-up each other. I think yesterday Daniel went faster, then Jonathan went faster, and they were kind of seesawing between each other. But let's see what Daniel posts now. He does look like he's absolutely on it.
Yeah, I saw him earlier this morning. He said, no, we still got a lot to play. But then I saw
44.
Jonathan when I was parking, and he said, no, I'm also going to show a little bit more today. So great rivalry between the two of them. So 44 for Daniel. 44-4. Oh, that Hyundai still. 44-2 for Jonathan.
Yep.
Nothing between
200, 210s between them.
This Hyundai has been blowing smoke the whole weekend.
Yeah, it has. I think it's going straight to the workshop after this competition. And here goes Claire Vale in what is a relatively stock Subaru BRZ. And a real stalwart of the competition. She's a fan favorite. Absolutely lovely to chat to as well. Always got time for everyone. Big turbo though on this 2-liter boxer motor, which is always brave to big turbo, a 2-liter boxer motor. I have some first-hand experience of that.
I love the look of this car. Full carbon, beautiful wheels. John Munro. Oh, just love it. Just looks stunning. .182 through the trap, looking for Claire Vale's time. She's just about to come over the timing beacon, a 52.4 for her.
What did we call this yesterday? Colossus.
Listen, Claire Vale put on 2 seconds faster than yesterday.
Oh, that's good to see. She's going in the right direction. Yeah, very amorphous front end to this car. But
what a wonderful word.
Thank you. But interestingly though, that is not an entirely standard look for that car. That's called the Black Hawk kit, which you can get hold of in SA if you want your Nissan Patrol to look a bit different to all the other ones on the road.
I'll be honest, if I had a Nissan Patrol, I would make it look like that.
There we go.
Plus some more. Plus some more. Ricky Giannicaro coming up in the Audi R8. He usually drives a Lamborghini, but coming up in the R8, had a couple of little finger issues yesterday. Couldn't work out where he needed to put the traction control settings, but I'm sure he'll get hold of it today. Stevie Clark, fastest at the moment, 43.1. JP van der Walt, 43.16. So 0.04 of a second between them. Don't forget, these times all get aggregated after the 6 qualifying runs. Who will make the top 10 shootout? A bunch of low tie.
Yeah, Peter didn't actually go out in the warm-up, so this is the first run of the day for the Gold Lotus. This particular one powered by an SLS 63 AMG engine, which what Rodrigo was saying yesterday doesn't fit in the car. They have to lengthen the chassis to get it all in.
Pretty much all of the low tie that we are watching here today, the high-powered ones, they all have to go through the same process. Start to hack and slash.
Sure.
Yeah, they have to extend the wheelbase to accommodate both the engine and for some of the units also the massive turbos they are fitted with.
A lot of custom carbon fiber work in this car as well. All developed and built in South Africa. That's a proudly South African car. That, in fact, all the Lotuses are actually.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
Got a little bit out of shape. But I think these are big contenders for King of the Hill. I think it's going to be amazing to see. Peter Hubert only with a 43.9.
43, looked a little faster than that. Just bedding in.
We got Renzo Torrenti and then Sav Caltieri with this just monster V8 turbocharged BMW. Rodrigo, another sort of South African innovation. Could you call it an innovation or just chaos?
Mix between both. It's not exactly advisable to turbocharge an S65 engine. The Germans could warn you about that, but there goes the South African. Just okay, then I will do it. And as you were saying yesterday during an interview, it's upwards of 1,000 horsepower, and you can really tell that those horsepower figures are true. And I'm very surprised that this car is running this year this week.
I just noticed that the first Lotus of Peter Hubert that's run today is actually in Class B7. And Colin knows the rule book a lot better than I do, so maybe he can answer why that particular Lotus is not in the highly competitive B4 class.
That's the one with the Mercedes engine.
The Mercedes Lotus, yeah.
That's why. So, the Noble. Sorry, yeah, so we must find that out. Very interesting. Maybe the displacement? Could be the displacement. Okay, let's hope this has a trouble-free run for the Noble. Had a
I think it has to do with the fact that it is naturally aspirated.
Okay. There we go.
May well be. Franco Di Matteo comes across the line, 44.0. Actually 2/10 quicker than what he did yesterday. Darby Hubert, here we go, another one of the low tie. This is with the 488 Ferrari engine, which is turbo.
Exactly.
Twin turbo, I think.
Yes.
Yes, for a 488 engine, yes.
Yeah.
Twin turbocharged.
Good time from Devin Robertson at 41.2.
Darby looks on it.
Yeah. Oh, that was fast.
That's good.
That was quick. 38.2.
There we go.
Whoa! He's on it, Rodrigo. I tell you, he is so focused.
242.
242. That's for
That's another record.
Charles Hubert.
That's another record-beating run. The standing record is 38.646 by Franco Scribante from last year. But to set a record, you do have to set it in a class final or a shootout. And let's see if we've gone faster here.
39. Second. That's a second. All right, let's see what Peter Zeely can do, because he's in this class. He's going to chase. This is going to be phenomenal.
That looks on it as well, using all of the track.
You got Jan van der Merwe in this very, very interesting BMW 240 at the bottom of your screen.
So Zeely also sub 40, but
39.9.
1.7 seconds
It's a lot
of Davy Hubert.
Rodrigo, you know Peter Zeely well. Do you think he's still just dialing it in, maybe using older rubber from yesterday, waiting for the new rubber for maybe the final run and have them slightly scrubbed for when the class finals come?
Very much so. Knowing Peter, he will be delivering his best performance right at the end. It's the kind of driver that ramps up his performance through the weekend all the way up to when it really counts.
It's so exciting. I mean, I'm beginning to, this is the build-up of the Simola HillClimb. You sort of feel okay, and then all of a sudden you start feeling more and more tense, more and more nervous. Aldo Scribante. Let's see if they found any top-end speed. That is what they have been looking.
Oh, sounds great.
213, they're going up. They're slowly getting better.
Right, here comes Franco. So he told Cotton yesterday, you don't win on Saturday, you win on Sunday. So he keeps some of his powder dry for the Sunday, that's for sure. But yesterday, getting into the 39s, if I remember correctly. Rodrigo, the dramatic front wing here on the car, I mean, is that unique across the world? You ever seen anything like that?
There are a couple other examples. There was a very notable one, something like almost 15 years ago in Time Attack. It was a Scion in USA, but it was a solution that was abandoned over time and was recovered by the Scribante team when they bought the GTR. Curiously, that front wing I think belongs to a 911 GT3. It's the rear wing of the 911 GT3. Adapted to that.
Frankenstein car, that.
Whoa, it looks like he's on a 234. That's not bad. He had a good launch as well. This is the thing about Franco. He goes, session by session, run by run, works on different kinds of things. I think he's sort of 70-80% at the moment. Let's see what happens here. Yeah, 39.5 for so 3/10 off the Huberts. Okay, Richard Roots. Not a fantastic launch, but with Richard it doesn't really matter.
Although sometimes the less dramatic launches with less wheel spin though can actually get you out of the box a bit quicker, but I think you're right on that case. Although 241,
wow.
So as long as he doesn't connect with a bollard, this time will stand, and it is looking good.
Very good. Another very consistent time from Darren Goodmans. He's done a brilliant weekend so far. Here comes Richard. Oh, also in the 39s.
Almost a 38 there.
Yeah. Rui Campos in the Shelby. This could also be another contender for the King of the Hill shootout. So top 5 cars split by 1.7 seconds, but top 3 cars, top 2 cars split by 3/10. Davy Hubert and Richard Roots.
Yeah, the competition really is wide open this year. If you're just joining us, welcome to the 2024 Simola HillClimb, the 14th running, and a very interesting field this year, mostly because the top competitor, the record holder, Andre Bezuidenhout, suffered very unfortunate engine failure during testing in his Gould McLaren. And that is a car that has basically been impossible to beat up the hill over the last few years. I think he's a 6 times winner. But what that means, though, is that the fight has gone further down the field. And there are so many cars in it to win it, with a chance to win it this year. Very, very tight at the front. Lots of 39s, lots of 38s. And we're all having bets, Rodrigo, Sasha, Colin, myself, as to what the winning time is going to be. So join in on the live streams. Let us know what you think the winning time will be.
Yeah, we've got a question. What happened to the black Subaru? Yeah, unfortunately, Anton Roux. Is it? Well, no, Roux.
Anton
Yeah. Yes, unfortunately, yeah, just unfortunately, you know, racing just does these things. So unfortunately, he's not there at the moment.
Such a cool car, that Subaru. It's so highly modified.
Magic.
Sounds like an Indy car on the line.
Very much so.
You know when the guy wearing noise-cancelling headphones is putting his hands over his headphones? Sorry, I mean that is insanely loud, that car.
Very, very loud. And also, don't forget, 223 Ks. That's the quickest we've seen Robbie through that speed trap.
Oh dear.
No. Same again.
Same
Robert
place.
Welk. I think it was earlier yesterday.
He is the last runner, though, so that means that's the end of the session, and
Yes.
there is time to recover his car. So that is the end of qualifying 4 for today.
But that is problematic. You know, it counts. Yeah, I mean, he is through.
Yeah.
No, regardless. But they've got to figure out what the problem is with that engine, and why it's doing what it's doing. Now, this is where it's very interesting. If we look at just qualifying 4, let's not take any of the other times from what we've had over the other 3 qualifying sessions. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4 B4 cars in that in the top 10. We've got 1, 2, 3 B5 cars in the top 10. Okay, Robbie Wolk's not there, but it just shows you that, you know, between the Lotus and the GTRs, there is some phenomenal and incredibly tight racing. Hopefully, Robbie Wolk's car gets fixed, Rodrigo. But you know, if there is a problem with that, it even opens up King of the Hill even more.
Yeah, we could be looking at the first edition where a modified saloon will take the outright crown in a long while. I think the last one should have been Desi Gutzeit in 2015, if I am not mistaken. But okay, given that the modified saloons are one of the biggest parts of the appeal of Simola HillClimb, could be fitting having an edition where the overall crown falls to one.
I actually have the 2015 results in front of me. Desi Gutzeit set, he won with a 40.148. There actually wasn't a single car in the 39s in 2015. He was followed by Sav Gualtieri in a BMW with a 41.659, followed in third place by Darren Goodmans, and followed in fourth place by Franco Scribanti. So Franco came fourth that year with a 42, but that was in his Chevron B19. I think that was before the Sheriff existed, his current weapon. So that was the 2015 results. A great year for Desmond Gutzeit. I mean, Desi was chasing the win, making massive modifications to his car, custom launch control program in that car. Oh, I loved hearing that thing off the line.
Magic.
What a noise.
Yeah. Okay, so the good news.
That's the year that I have the video from, the original video of Desi.
Fantastic. And all available on your channel as well. So good news, Robbie Wilkes got the car turned around. It's it doesn't seem like it's a gearbox issue. I'm trying to think of what the issue was that they had on the last run. Yes, it was the battery voltage regulator that wasn't regulating voltage. So maybe they need a new battery voltage regulator.
Yeah, I think Colin also provided some incredible technical insight yesterday where he suspected that the fuel pump wasn't pumping.
Yes.
But it didn't turn out to be that. It did turn out to be a misbehaving battery voltage regulator.
Yeah, and the diff wasn't diffing.
Yes.
So very, very important. Our technical know-how, quite supreme on this channel. So, Rodrigo, 2 more sessions to go. Unfortunately, the more we run, the more we have these little gremlins sometimes that creep in. Some of the drivers might want to sit and say, you know what, the car's good, let's leave it, I'm ready for finals. Or do you think they all go for another run?
It'll depend on how ambitious they feel like, but for example, Dowie Juver with that 38.2 could very well sit out the next 2 runs because his time surely grants him a place in the finals. Probably those falling under the 40-second mark are there, but on the other end, they may feel that more than an overall win, something like getting a new record, it's their true calling, and they could be going for that. But we'll have to see. On our side, as a spectator and a fan, I always want to see all the great cars running every time they can. But realistically, we know that some of these cars have to take a little of a step back and make sure that reliability is taken into account so they can be when the finals come.
Yeah, totally that way. We as spectators, you want to see as much running as possible, but there are times when the team decides no, we are ready for finals. So it'll be interesting to see how many go out in this next run. But exactly what Rodrigo says. Some of it you're going now for personal glory because you're really not going to make it into your top 3 in your class final. You're not going to make the top 10 shootout. However, you might be 2/10 off your own fastest time. So maybe you give it a go.
Yeah, hill climb racing is, I think, one of the more interesting motorsports in that you are racing against your competitors, but you're also racing against yourself. The best way to get the best time it's the pursuit of the perfect run, really, and to be as consistent as possible, to hit your braking points as consistently as possible. So you are really up against yourself in many ways, and that's how you move up the timesheets. And a lot of these, you see the focus on these drivers, the focus on the start line, and when they are on the hill for those 40 seconds, there's nothing else on your mind at all. You are 100% dialed in to getting that car up the hill in as fast a time as possible. It's a lot of pressure, but it's a lot of fun. It really is. It's a fun form of motorsport.
Chiro, we did not see Dion Hubert go out in the electric BMW.
Yes.
Is it still charging?
So I did make contact with Dion. I said, "How you doing?" I messaged him on WhatsApp. I'm not sure he thought. I'm not sure he realized I was live on air because he sent me a voice note.
Oh.
Which I haven't been able to listen to. So in the first break that we get, I'll listen to his voice note and I'll give everyone an update on the BMW i5.
Is he aware that he still has to beat your record?
Well, I'll go.
Or he's got to attempt to beat your record?
Yeah, I'll take a walk down the pits and have a chat to him later and see how he's doing. Dion, I'm such a fan of Dion. You know how far Dion and I go back? He gave me, I think, my second ever test car when I was 20 years old.
Okay.
To film, yeah.
Brilliant.
So, and this look on his face, because we've been talking over the phone, and the look on his face when this kid arrived with long hair, because I was still in varsity at the time.
Brilliant.
And I was like, "Hello, you had to fetch my car." I think it was a Nissan Micra. and he's been great to me ever since.
He's a top-class guy. Now, he can only, I mean, he's had a couple of runs so far, but as you say, a record can only be broken if it is in a class final, correct?
Or a shootout, yeah.
Or a shootout. So he's got to beat
49.2.
Yeah. I think you should remind him when you go down the pit lane and just say that he's under pressure.
Yeah, interestingly,
wiggle it to him.
We were in similar cars, but to Dion's credit, his car's a fair bit heavier than mine. I think, according to the research I've done, it's carrying about an extra 150 kilos, which is about 1.5 of me, stuck in the boot somewhere. So he is hustling a heavier car up the hill, and also, quite interestingly, it will certainly be the only car here with brake-by-wire. So there's no actual mechanical connection between the brake pedal and the brakes themselves, and I think that'll be throwing him off a little bit. A driver like that can feel everything through their feet and through the seat of their pants, and now all of a sudden you've got this very digital experience on the brake pedal. And we saw him going into the braking zone at turn 3 under the bridge, and I don't know, the car just didn't look happy to me.
Yeah. All right. Well, it's going to be an interesting one to watch. Cars making their way down after the track's been cleared. Most of the cars go through the Simola estate itself and come round from the bottom of the pits. But the remaining sort of 10 or 12 cars remain at the top of the hill. And when the track is cleared, they make their way down back to the pits. So we've still got 2 more qualifying sessions to go. We've got some wonderful entertainment during the lunch break, including Robbie Walk taking the Sassel Jordan Formula One car up the hill, just as a demonstration. Was just magic to see it yesterday and hear it yesterday as well. We got some drifters, we got some motorcycles, loads and loads of entertainment for all of the crowds. The crowd's beginning to stream in, had a huge day yesterday, and I'm sure that within the next hour or so are going to get very, very busy here at Simola. Let's cross over to Colin. Maybe he's got some updates on, well, I think maybe if you can find out what happened with the Ferrari 458 and a whole lot of other news.
Well, we're going to try and get that to you guys, but I've got Clint Weston with me at the moment. Clint, I'm looking at the time in the standard, the road-going saloons and supercars. Second time, 43.8. You didn't go faster in this run?
Just having a look at the telemetry now. So I went a little bit too early, which allowed me to come out a little bit too wide. So that oversteer slowed me down a little bit. So I need to clean up my line.
You've got to keep it nice and neat and keep the momentum going.
Yeah. I mean, this car is all about the weight. So if I can keep that on all 4 wheels nice and clean, then we'll be fast. But that's the challenge.
How much does it weigh?
That is 2.8. So, yeah, she's quite
That's a fat ass, but it's quick, eh?
It's very quick. I mean, with a heavy car like that, but you've got immense power, she's going to have to react somehow, and then the driver's just going to have to compensate for that and try and keep it straight. So
look
it's
at
fun. It's fun.
Look at the time that JP's got. You've got a second to find to beat a porker.
Japes is putting in proper time there. But we have done leaps and bounds here. I mean, we've knocked off 3 seconds off our time, and we just keep getting better. There, for me, was maybe just a little bit of a hash. So I reckon that could have been at least 0.8 in it. Yeah. I'm getting there. It's getting close.
You've got another 2 qualifying sessions.
And not doing stuff like this, but we're making it happen. So,
and if you had to make a decision to come back next year,
well, that's going to be very exciting because I know, because I've been testing the new AMG GT 63, and that is insane, and more likely I'll have it here, and that's the baby I think it'll top everything. Yeah, it's just
But that's next year. This is this year. You've got to go and do the job first.
I've got to try and do exactly what I know in the GT63. But it's 4 doors, so let's put the kids in the back and go do our stuff.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Clint. Have a good day.
Thank you. I appreciate your support.
Clint Weston, racing driver of note. We've got the BMW Hybrid. It's unattended at the moment. We're trying to find JP van der Walt, who's gone quickest. He's there. Let's see if he can chat to us. JP, would you please come and talk to us? So, JP, you went a little bit quicker this morning.
Slower than yesterday, but quicker than the warm-up, definitely. Yeah, warm-up, I've learned my first year here. I picked up a bit of damage. I didn't feel like it again. So, yeah, we'll go progressively a bit quicker. This previous run, the track felt for me a bit more slippery than yesterday. Maybe it was just higher temperatures. But, we'll progress. I'm sure we'll progress throughout the day.
Temperature, does it bug you?
No, not today. Today, it's the same for everybody, you know.
And I suppose on the road tyres, you want the tyre to be nice and warm.
We want the tyre to be nice and warm, like you say. I think a lot of people forget we unfortunately not allowed to have tyre warmers on the road car, so you always go into that first corner and turn two under the bridge and hope the thing is going to bite and turn. So yeah, you want the tyre to be hot, definitely. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for talking to us. Good luck. Have fun.
Thanks so much. Enjoy.
I am. It's absolutely magnificent. I want to find Cristiano Verolini. Wow, great. How cool is that when drivers go along and call other drivers to come and talk to us? So Cristiano, Class A4, he's third on a 44.8, and he set that in Q2. The format today, we've got another 2 qualifying sessions, then we're going to class finals, and after class finals, we're going to a top 10 shootout. So in the road cars, James Temple is in 10th position here. He's got Wilhelm Kuhn right behind him, but Wilhelm is like just over a second slower. So I think our top 10 is looking fine, unless we can find John Williams with a Ferrari and find out what his problem was. Cristiano?
Yes, sir. Third overall.
Are you happy?
I am. I'm very happy. We came out here just to try our best. Obviously, we put in a lot of work and a lot of effort in just making sure we can showcase our amazing product. And we've really done a good job just maximizing everything, and we're happy. Obviously, we're racing against giants in the form of the 2 competitor vehicles, but we're doing our best to just try on top and hopefully get a good run right at the end. So we're very blessed, and we're happy for the event. Everything's going well. So
now you work for BMW in the driver experience side.
Yes, that is correct. So obviously we do all the driver training, we do all of the courses, the launches and the events. So the vehicle we're actually using today is one of the vehicles that you can come and train with.
Has it got indicators?
It does, but use of it is obviously quite subjective.
We've got to wind all BMW drivers.
Of course.
Tell us a little bit more about the car. It's an M4.
Yes, that's correct. So it's an M4 competition. So it's the all-wheel drive, which is really helping us get off the line. It's got 375 kilowatts and a little bit underpowered in comparison to the competitors, but it's BMW kilowatts, so they're a little bit stronger than normal. And we're getting good launches, good speed, so we're doing our best to keep it going.
Awesome. Thank you very much for chatting to us. Have a lot of fun.
Thank you very much, and thank you guys for an awesome event. And we're looking forward to just carrying on the day. So thanks, guys.
Lovely. Hope to see you back next year.
Thank you.
Right, let's see if we can find John Williams in the Ferrari. He was parked down here. I don't see him now. We've got to be very careful of where we walk to and what we do. But this is the other car that I totally love. Garth?
You're a good man.
2 minutes check. Sorry?
3-minute check. Yeah, sure.
Garth goes and gets a 720S, and then you go up the hill.
What's the point of having a car like this if you're going to drive it? That's my philosophy, you know. You want to see what the car can do.
Now, are you holding back for the top 10, or are you giving it horns?
So yes, today I've been holding back. Yesterday I gave it a few, and then I slightly overcooked it on my one run. I went to it sideways. Then I was like, okay, that's the line. So you want to see what the line is. Yesterday I just went over the line a little bit, so now I know. And then, today we'll be building up. I need to build tyre pressure and tyre temperature, so my tyre's a bit cold. But the next 2 runs will build it up, and then comes the finals, you got to go.
I was watching you on your previous run as you came up to the start line and just looking at your eyes, and there's proper focus there.
No, you have to be on your game, because the top there, you've got a bit of pace, you're not going to make a mistake, sure.
Well, it would be a mistake talking too long. Get in, go for it, have fun.
Thank you very much. That's what this is about, just having as much fun as possible. That's
Brilliant event.
Brilliant event, yeah.
Awesome. Thanks. So much. Cheers. 720S. We still haven't got news of the Ferrari, but there's some proper track action starting now. So, should we let the cars do the talking?
So everyone seemed to be upping the ante, that's for sure. It's the second last qualifying. You got to try and get your time in now. You want to make it into that top 3 for your class shootout, and you want to try your best to try and get into the top 10 as well. All of the cars are going to go for 2 more runs. If you're just tuning in for the first time, unfortunately earlier on today we had a big crash for Wade van Zumeren, and he's definitely out of the Simola HillClimb. Just saw the Ferrari is making its way up, so maybe it went into limp mode or something happened, but the Ferrari 458 back out on the track as well. Coming over the cross, Diane with a 49.4 in the Porsche.
So Sasha, Rodrigo, I have an update from Dion Hubert in the field's only electric car. So obviously with electric vehicles and racing, there's not as much known about how the car might perform compared to internal combustion. So the engineers are sort of feeling it out as they go. And what Dion said to me was that the car launches really hard. It's full power up to the bridge, and then it seems to dial the power back, and it's probably the battery protecting itself. So there's a lot of brains and wiring and ECUs happening in an electric car, and they've been set in certain ways to protect the battery. So what their strategy is now is to potentially just go out once in qualifying. So they've filled up the battery as much as they can, full tank, and they're going to use all the beans they can to get that car to the top of the hill. So yeah, it's really fascinating racing an electric car. And Rodrigo, are you seeing electric cars in hill climbs, Teslas, that sort of thing? I know Randy Post ran a Tesla at Pikes Peak.
Yes, at Pikes Peak. Initially, with the early adoption of electrics, there was a big surge of EVs coming to Pikes Peak. There's a direct advantage associated with the air thinness on Pikes Peak, where the electrics don't suffer from power loss and all that. Over time, they discovered that that advantage was not as straightforward as initially was thought. There was some dialing back on the EV adoption in motorsports and HillClimb in Pikes Peak. But in Europe, it's a much rougher road for the EVs. The adoption when it comes to motorsports and even more in HillClimb racing has not been as widespread as expected.
I wonder if it's cheaper to run an electric hill climb car or an internal combustion hill climb car, because you just have less moving parts in an electric car to worry about.
Yeah, but you've just said they I think that's excuse 477 when it comes to electric cars from Dion. Yes, the lesser mechanical parts moving, blah blah blah, but they've got a million different things to try and protect the battery. So come on. Anyway, I like what Rodrigo says. There seems to be some issues in Europe with getting all the EVs going, and long may they continue. Just a personal preference.
Speaking a bit more seriously, this is a way more complex subject than one issue. Chiro's point about less moving parts, it's valid, but at the same time, over time, people are discovering that in some ways, as far as software goes, there may be way more complexity added than initially thought.
Very true.
That's an interesting one, and we'll keep an eye on it because I think we'll see at Simola more and more EV competitors over the next few years.
Yeah, I'm sure so. And you know what? It is still a very, even though the first electric cars came out in the 20s, and I'm talking about the 1920s, the advancement over the last 10 years has been remarkable, and I think everyone learning from formula like Formula E, and from there, of course, that'll eventually go into road cars. So yes, there's still a progress to go. So on a serious note, yes, it is. It's definitely part of our present and definitely part of our future. And the more efficient they can make these cars, the lighter they can make them, the battery technology, I think it can be something incredibly super.
I've been lucky to test a few electric cars now, and they are fantastic commuter cars. They really are. For running around the city, up and down to work, school run, that sort of thing. If there was an EV under 400 grand, I'd probably have one by now, actually. And you know, all the money you save on fueling the car, you can put into your weekend car, you know.
No, 100%. So McLaren with Garth McIntosh fastest at the moment at 46.8. There goes the Alfa Romeo QV with Piet Potgieter. Another one of the Shelbys goes across the line.
Here's one of your faves, Sasha, the Alfa.
Yes, the Alfa in normal drive mode. Watch out for the hazard lights. They're going to come.
Yeah, those are the automatic emergency braking hazard lights, which he didn't manage to trigger on that one. But having fun here to enjoy himself.
He's just such an interesting man, Piet Potgieter. So this is his sort of like daily driver.
This is his daily.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, yeah, sort of daily
I
driver.
love that. Oh,
yeah,
that's fantastic.
then last year I went down. I was actually down in this part of the country, and I'm coming on my way here. I stopped at Craft Renette, and the next minute I bump into Piet Potgieter, and there he is on his off-road Ducati, just traveling the country on his own. So just a wonderful man. Brilliant guy. Oh, that's fast. That is quick. Feroz Ibrahim. Wow. 45.1. Super fast. JP van der Walt. Here is the man to watch. He definitely wants to try and get into this top 10 shootout.
So Class A4 is made up of JP van der Walt in the 911 Turbo S, the 992. These are stock road cars. You have Feroz Ibrahim, who we just saw, and also a 911 Turbo S. There's Cristiano Verolini in a TTRS, and Willem Koen in a Willem Koen is in the TTRS, and lastly Graham King in an RS3. So that is Class A4, which JP van der Walt has dominated over the last few years. And as we were saying just before the break, no real history of racing, just kind of got into it late in life and obviously had a knack for it, and we're about to find out his second qualifying time of the day, 42.7.
42.7. So that is a super time. It's going to be on the bubble. His last time was also 42.7. So that could well be the maximum out of that car, and it's going to be on the bubble to see whether or not he can get into that top 10. I think he's got to try and find something else, but I mean his consistency, that's what basically the car can deliver.
Yeah, no, the mark of a great racing driver, consistency. And JP's got it.
That's the M4 competition coming up, which is also a standard car. Whoa, going beautiful four-wheel drift. Definitely pushing. Great lap. Super lap. That's 44.9 for Cristiano Verolini. I think it's he's also done an exceptional job so far this weekend. Here is the hydrogen BMW.
Bradley Boshoff taking this nearly 300 kilowatt hydrogen fuel cell up the track. You know, it's quite interesting about these hydrogen cars. You put about 6 liters of hydrogen in. That's it. That's the whole tank.
And when do you have? How often do you have to fill it up?
So on that, you'll probably do. If memory serves, I did go to the press conference a while back last year. 500 k's, somewhere there.
Really?
Yeah. And I'm hoping that one day that the hydrogen price won't fluctuate as much as the petrol price in South Africa. That would be nice.
Yeah, wishful thinking. Okay,
Rodrigo,
very interesting car.
the price of petrol in Portugal right now, what's off the top of your head, how many euros are you looking at there?
I have no idea. Mainly because I think no one does. At any given point during a month, it can vary 4 or 5 cents up and down and sideways. It's a major contention point, both politically and on our daily lives, and that's also why I run. Don't curse me, but I run a diesel car right now.
Me too. Chad Lukov just went over the line again in a 46, so he's been very consistent as well. Here comes sideways Weston. I think he might have just clipped a policeman there. Oof, yes. You know that
incredible how he drives
that's
that
a
car.
2.4 ton car. That
incredible.
4-wheel drive, proper 4-wheel drifts. Here's our development driver of the weekend, taking young talent and building them up into strong racing drivers, professional racing drivers. This Honda I'd like to know more about, because Honda Type Rs are fast, but this one is particularly quick. It may be just a fantastic driver behind the wheel, but I'm going to take a walk down pit lane and go chat to him.
Oh, I love
this
it.
Is the one. This is the one bridger behind the wheel.
Sorry, say that again, Rodrigo.
Is this Owen Bridger behind the wheel?
Owen Bridger.
Yeah, he was running a turbo Civic, an FLC, one of the naturally aspirated ones, the angular-looking one. He was racing 1 year in Simola for a number of years. This is the first year that he brought the newer gen Civic Type R. He should be starting to modify this car from this point on, knowing the guy.
Okay. Now he's quick. He can pedal as well. So again. Yep.
Expect this car for next year to come back with full roll cage, plenty of wings, and way more horsepower. I'm sure.
Oh, we look forward to it then. Again, Rodrigo, Sasha, Dion Hubert didn't go out in the i5, the only electric car this year. So they are really saving everything for qualifying 6, the final qualifying session after this one right now.
After this, Farouk Dango in the wonderful R35, a Nissan GTR. Let's see his time at the speed trap. Ooh, very slow. 190, Craig Zank. I just, ever since this Nissan GTR came out, you think of just what a masterpiece it actually is. It's just a remarkable, brilliant piece of engineering. Incredible car.
Yeah, it's old now.
Yeah, but it's just brilliant.
Over 15 years now.
Yeah.
Wow.
They really just got that formula right. Ah, the R34, the granddaddy of the R35. Well, the father, rather.
Yes, the father.
One generation back.
Yeah.
I think we have an R32 as well out here as well.
Whoa, that's pretty wide.
Darren Goodman runs an R32 here.
Tell you, coming out of the bridge, he ran very, very wide at great top speed, but I think he had to scrub off a lot going through the first essence.
But Steve Clark is behind the wheel of this R34. He's not hanging about.
Jeez, that's I mean,
43.
wow. That was commitment.
I mean, he is, if you think about it, he's a second off of JP's time in a car that is 25 years old, maybe?
Incredible.
Daniel Rowe in the Volkswagen Super Polo. 43.983. I think that's the first time one of the Polos has done a 43.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. So what can Mokotsi put in now? Is Daniel Rowe, his friend and teammate, is throwing down the gauntlet, but they're head-to-head this weekend. He's leaving nothing else on the table. Almost little bit sideways through the S's. Mokotsi.
You can't believe it, he's quicker.
Yo! A 10th.
Oh, here comes the oil-burning Hyundai.
I swear on that run, the only difference between Mokotsi and Rowe was the fact that Rowe is about 6'7".
Yeah, it's just sheer weight between the two drivers. That's all it is.
1/10.
But man, it just shows you how competitive the two of them are. Fantastic to watch.
It's been so good to watch them all weekend. That's a great rivalry, that. And just such wonderful young guys. I have a lot of time for them. I really do.
Top class.
Yeah.
So John Williams, his time has been scrapped. He must have hit one of the cones on the way up. Paul Munro, Claire Vale out on track at the moment. It's the second final qualifying session, 52.2 for Claire Vale.
Clint Weston's time is still standing, although I could swear he just hit a pool noodle, but it could have. There's one pool noodle lying down, and it could have been knocked over by a previous. There it is. It's on that camera shot there.
Yeah, it could have been.
Yeah.
I love this John Munro car. It's just beautiful. Whoa. Wow. That's going. Paul Munro, sorry. 45.9 for him.
NASCAR engined BMW Z4.
Oh, no. That unfortunately was Withdrawals.
Oh.
This is the other one.
DLS7.
It's got
right.
the V8.
There's something very loud that just launched. We can feel it through the commentary box.
One of the low
There
tires.
it is. Peter Hubert in a naturally aspirated SLS 63 AMG powered Lotus, built right here in South Africa by the wizard Quinton Boylan. Sold on to the Hubert family and now competing. Quinton, I think, is running around the pits. He's always here just keeping a sharp eye on things and lending a hand to all the Huberts and all their Lotuses.
I think Quinton also built the engine that was going on the Polo of Little.
Okay.
Peter Hubert with a 44.24.
Seems off the pace
very
today.
off the pace. Franco Di Matteo coming out with the... Man, this car's been around a long time. 600 horsepower V8 Jaguar engine, 1990. Oh, beautiful Noble.
That's a stunning car. That's
beautiful car.
That's a bedroom poster wall car. That. Also flashing its hazards, I think. Yeah.
43.4 for Franco Di Matteo.
Right. Here we go. The Huberts are on track now. Darby about to launch.
Sure, good 6/10 quicker for Di Matteo in that one. Darby Hubert. 488 Ferrari engine.
Charles Hubert. Oh no, he's hit a cone, I think.
Yeah.
Devin Robertson did a 40.2, but as you say, hit a cone, so that is definitely not going to count. And I think that's his quickest time so far this weekend. No, he was 39 in the last one, so he's still looking good.
See what Darby can do. I have a feeling he's cranking it up slowly. 38.3, yeah. He's definitely going quicker every qualifying.
Well, it's a couple of hundred slower than before, but consistently exactly the same. 38.291, 38.3. So those cars are properly dialed in. Can they get into the 37s? That's the big question, and they'll keep that maybe for their class finals. Peter Zeely.
The weather's holding out so nicely. Really lovely day here in Neisner, South Africa. 39.
So Peter Zeely's in class 6A. Sorry, Rodrigo.
I think Charlie where it I think his run was in.
Yeah, 39.7 for Charlie there.
The size of the wing on this MR2 always just blows my mind. Peter Zeely.
27. Oh, it's going to be quick.
He's through the speed traps a little slower than the other Lotus, which makes me think he's quicker through the corners thanks to all his downforce work. But Darby laying down a time of 38.3.
Oh, this is fast. Woohoo! With 38.7. 4 tenths. 4 tenths.
Yeah, it's close at the top there.
Evans out there, Van der Merwe out there in the BMW, Evans in the GTR. Top of the timesheets, B4, 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 B4. Class, B4.
The remnants of a pool noodle there on the S's. It won't do any damage to the cars though. Although it is a bit distracting when you come around those corners because the S's are blind and then all of a sudden there's something in your path. It's not ideal for the drivers.
My favorite car off the line is definitely this one. Ridiculous speed. Brilliant.
So the Scribantes have gone with the air filters sticking out vertically out the bonnet again. They've been playing around with the air filter over the weekend. There you can see it in your picture there on the left-hand side of the passenger, well, what would be the passenger side of the car.
211 through the speed trap. They're still about 6 Ks down. They have improved from yesterday, but still a little bit down.
Using all of the track there.
He's really punting it. 41.0 for Aldo Scribante. His previous best time was a 40.6. So half a second.
Before Franco, we should have seen a brand new car on the hill in the hands of Silvio Scribante, who unfortunately had to withdraw his RS3 yesterday due to transmission failure, and he will go home absolutely gutted. Shame, really feel for him.
Yeah, desperate for Silvio. And Rodrigo, you're also pretty instrumental in assisting Silvio in obtaining.
In an indirect way. Oh, something happened with Franco.
Backed off. Has he backed off, or is something? Yeah, no, that's not backing off. There's definitely an issue there. You were super fast off the line and going through 1 and 2, but
yeah, he did look quick.
That's a big failure.
This does seem pretty serious. Next competitor will need to be flagged down.
Definitely need to be flagged down.
And Franco coming to a halt.
Oi. So there was not great marshalling.
I think the R32 had tapped off there. He would have been, I think, a little bit quicker there. There's a marshal station just out of sight, at the bottom of the track. But terrible to see Franco absolutely stationary on the hill. That is not a good sight.
Sure, we'll get, well, of course we'll get an update as to what happened, but it seems though he was really, focusing on this. He was great off the line. He was very, very quick through 1 and 2, and then, he's most probably, Colin is most probably going to find the chief engineer, Cobus, in the pit box. Incredible. With today's technology, Rodrigo, the engineer knows what's happening before the driver does.
Yeah, the beauty of having these ultra complex, ultra useful ECUs with plenty of telemetry data and a myriad of other settings. You can pretty much run a car from the pits in real time and just let the driver do the rest. And the main engineer now on a race team is almost as important as the guy behind the wheel.
Yeah, it does sound to me as though the car's still running.
It's
sound
still
like
idling.
it's running? Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of us, I mean, you got Richard Roots ready for his run. He would have had his car coming out of tire blankets, and those tires are going to get cold. Colin, let's cross over. What's happened to Franco Scribante's car?
Guys, what a scommel to get here. I've just spoken to Cobus in the background there, and he tells me that there's a problem with the gears. The car's still running. Something happened on the gears, and they're talking about a toggle switch here, there, what, reset, look for gears. So hopefully he'll be able to do that. While he's there, I'm just going to quickly, let's go for a walk and see if he can tell us. He's on the radio to Franco at the moment, but that was probably the first launch that they did. Problem for Reggie now, who's sitting here getting cold tires, but that's just the way it is. Wait for him to quickly have there's lots of
Yeah, a little break up there from Colin. I'm sure we'll catch up with him. I'm sure Cobus in serious conversation. And you got to hope, Rodrigo, that it's not a if it's an
proper. Let's see if we can go back here. Just spoke to Marco, and he said that was a go session for them, 0 to 100 in 2.3 seconds. They did a proper launch, and then there's a bump, and they hit the bump very hard. Upset a sensor from what they can work on or see right now, and the car's stuck in neutral. So it appears that nothing's broken from what we know over the radio, and there's Cobus wouldn't talk to us. There's furious discussions going on. So let's go and talk to some of the guys while they sit and they wait. Gary, your diesel was double shot of nitrous what? You were getting wound up, ready to go. Your tires are losing temperature now. How do you feel?
I still feel okay. I think off the line she'll maybe will spin a slight, but then she'll warm up. I'm just a bit worried if I lose that 0.5 seconds or somewhere there, which I'm actually trying to gain. But it is what it is. I mean, it's part of racing, and we must be humble and kind to one another. It's nice.
So, diesel, why?
Different expertise in diesel. Mechanics, I want to teach some of these petrol boys something of a diesel can do.
It does a lot. I mean, you're having fun as well.
Yes, I am. Yeah, we've come a long way. We've beat our time this year again, so it's a good thing when you put a lot of work into something and then you make progress. So every year getting faster and faster. Yeah, that's the way we want to roll.
And your target is getting to the 39s.
No, maybe in 4 or 5 years, but for now we're trying to get to 43. But yeah, for diesel, I think we're doing very well.
43.9.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Okay, have a go.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Gary. Absolutely crazy, and it's hot in there. He's got a leaf blower. It's starting to really get warm outside. Inside the cars, also really, really hot. We got the guys in the single-seaters ready to go. Ian Schofield, Robbie Walk, all lined up. Nowhere to go at the moment. Kind of waiting. Reggie Roots is sitting on the start line. Temperature's dropping. I see the course cars just come back. So guys in the box, get ready, because it's about to start getting real. I wouldn't expect a fast time for Reggie. He's still sitting on a combined qualifying of 38.8 from Q3. Darby Jabez just went a little bit quicker now. He's on 38.2, and then Charles Jabez 38.8. Franco, he's still in. Not to worry about not making class finals or top 10. The top 10, Stevie Clark is in the top 10 at the moment in one of the new class B10 cars. We're not going clear now because I just see the safety car go up the pits. They've tried to get the pit lane a little bit more sort of under control at the moment. And Patrick, do me a favor. There's Robbie sitting in the car. Just zoom in tight on his eyes. And you can see his eyes are properly focused. I don't want to go and talk to him because he's in the zone. He's got the ability to crank everything out of it. That is a driver with a proper stare that's going to go out and have a full-on go. Some of the other quick cars, next car to go is Rui Campos, and he's sitting with the car. I'm just going to, while Patrick's busy filming that, I'm going to look and see if Rui's still got his warmer blankets on. Yeah, he has. And Rui yesterday was having twice he got caught out with going to just exactly like this, a long delay after the car had come out of after the tires had come out of the blanket. Let's talk to, oh, there he is. Bill, please come and talk to us. So Bill Annette's in one of the Bill, how's the car going?
Yeah, going very well. Very happy with it. Like we said yesterday, new car, first time driving it this weekend. So yeah, going well.
Having fun?
Yeah, always.
Okay, awesome. Thank you very much, Bill. Good luck. Keep going. Eh? I see the safety car is back, and Reggie has started the car. I don't expect a full-on launch here, but we'll see what he does. So go back to the boys in the box, and let's let the cars do the talking.
But expect a big run from him now as well. Slightly delayed. A little bit cooler these Michelins, but needless to say, that won't affect Reggie's ability.
Oh my word, and can you believe it? Two of the prime contenders, Rodrigo, wow, Franco Scribante having electronic issues. That sounded nasty.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I better keep my mouth shut.
That sounded nasty. That unfortunately, in my opinion, that sounded very similar to Silvio Scribante. Go off and then metal all over. That, oh my word.
What do you think, Rodrigo?
I don't know.
Rodrigo doesn't want to say anything.
Yeah, but we're seeing the four-wheel drive cars, the combination of slick tires, four-wheel drive transfer cases, and the tarmac and full bore launches. Maybe it's proving a bit too much.
Well, I tell you, I think maybe the development driver could be winning King of the Hill today.
Well, last year, I remember Reggie coming back. He just lost, and he said, "Sometimes you're the pigeon, and sometimes you're the statue." He's always good for a one-liner, Reggie Roots. Always in good spirits, but this will be tough for him if they can't get this car back on the road.
Yeah, I really am hoping that it's not. I'm hoping it's one of those electrical gremlins. But I definitely heard metal when he changed gear, and that is never ever a good sign.
Well, you know, Sasha, we haven't had load shedding in ages, but now we're having all these electrical issues here at Simola HillClimb, you know. I think it's just Eskom getting back at us.
This conspiracy is growing.
I'm not conspiratorially minded, but you know, it's
I am.
very suspicious.
It is incredibly suspicious. I'm sure Colin's going to try and find out as soon as somebody's prepared to talk to him. But it's not going great at the moment. Very, I tell you, my nerves.
Yeah, it's a tense year this year.
Incredibly
tense. It really
tense.
is. It's even sitting here in the commentary box, we got Colin.
Just had a very, very quick word with the guys. That was their first proper launch. We did talk about the tyres cooling down. Bottom line is it's not terminal damage. There's no oil leaking. I did a sniff test. I did the finger test and all the rest of it. There's no oil, not leaking. It is a broken prop shaft. They've got a new one. It's carbon fiber. They'll fix it, and then it'll start working again. They don't have a long run. Let's just confirm that they can actually fix it. You have got a spare, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely have.
It's a minor problem.
Always.
The word is duct tape and tie wraps. And a bit of a non-amorphous material after the colossal power that was thrust into the tar. The cars will carry on talking.
Well, listen, at least it is a problem that has definitely got a solution. And you know what? If you don't have any engineering friends, get one. Because they are incredibly calm. All right, so we think we have got an electronic issue with Franco Scribante's gears. We know we've got a prop shaft failure for a Richard Roots, and both can be fixed. I suppose the benefit for them, Rodrigo, at the moment, they are comfortably within the top 10, unless something unbelievable happens in the final qualifying run. So they've got a bit of time to get themselves prepared for after lunch and all of the finals.
Yeah, if everything goes all right, those who will have more work now are their crews with both engineers and mechanics. But as far as performance goes, they have their place on the top 10 guaranteed. If the Zumans and Scribante were still racing, and Lee Thompson, probably maybe things would be closer. But right now, given how everything shaped out, they have their place secured.
It's quite sad. I know that you were really, really looking forward to this race.
Yeah, very much so.
The hill climb.
Okay. Yeah, we got.
But at least you're here and you can spectate and prepare for next year.
Yeah, I can see it. Look at it from another perspective. And, yeah, it's very sad. I just want to say thanks to my team. They tried their utmost the past 72 hours.
It's incredible how the hard work that the mechanics and the technicians put into it.
Yeah, they didn't sleep for 2 evenings, 2 nights. They were just also getting tired and all that. So, John and Kirsten, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
There we go, Pete Bester, who unfortunately didn't make it, but did arrive with a very colourful shirt.
I wanted to. Sorry, Sash, you want to go ahead then?
No, carry on.
I wanted to chat about that carbon fiber prop shaft, and I'm reaching the limits of my knowledge of drivetrains here. And Rodrigo, I defer to your expertise, but a carbon fiber prop shaft, I think you would rather use to reduce weight in a racing car, but in a car that needs to launch as hard as Richard Rutz's car needs to launch, is a carbon fiber prop the best option?
Well, you are referring to me, but the truth is you are not far from the truth at all. When it comes to unless the car is built from the ground up with full-bore launches in mind, that way, yeah, you can engineer one carbon fiber prop shaft and expect reliable results from it. But taking a road car, adding huge amounts of power, and then adding the carbon fiber prop shaft, might be a solution, recipe for disaster. I can give you a good example on this. In New Zealand, they are still racing the Subaru Impreza WRC unit, de-restricted with almost 900 horsepower right now. The curious thing about that car is that most of the lightweight stuff in the drivetrain they have to take everything out. Even the back diff, they have to take out the trick unit they have on the WRC cars, and they have pretty much they have a lock differential on the back just to withstand all the torque and power. I would imagine that such a solution would benefit some of these cars here, but in the end there's a trade-off. Either you are going for ultimate speed, or you want some security, some safety on your side. The BBI they went for ultimate speed, and they may be paying the price there.
Yep, it's a really interesting technical debate there to have, and maybe I'll catch up with the team after the day today and just chat. I do enjoy this really car nerdy stuff, actually. I love getting stuck into it.
I mean, it's just fascinating. If you think, yes, we are having a few mechanical issues this year, but if you look at when we arrived here this weekend, Chiro, just to see the standard, the upgrades that everybody is bringing. So as much as they've done some testing, you know, this is so much progress that unfortunately, as we progress, we are going to come across some elements that aren't going to work perfectly. So, you know, for what we have unfortunately lost out on in terms of cars, maybe mechanical or accident wise, for the rest you've got to say well done, because the times are much faster than last year. The preparation and progress into each of the cars, the technology is extraordinary.
I think what we might be seeing here, because the competition is so intense, is the engineers are pushing the cars and the drivers are pushing themselves, and the combination is resulting in some reliability issues.
Yeah, straight to right on the limits. Whoa, that I tell you was incredibly wide for that Formula V. Oh, super lap.
Sounds like a pull beam on the line. Whoa! Yeah. Oversteer moment there for the R32.
Yeah, that's backed off huge. Robbie Walk comfortably into the top 10, but I'm sure he wants to try and break into the 30s.
He looks on it this lap.
Yeah.
That was quick through turn 1. Let's see his speed trap. Do we get his speed trap? No, unfortunately not.
He's backed off.
Oh no, not
He's
again.
Backed off again.
Oh.
And the same place.
It always happens. There's something about that corner for him.
Exactly the same place. Something keeps on stalling, braking. Wow. More and more drama. Simola 24 drama. That's what we're going to call it. Season 14. Episode 3.
Yeah.
Rodrigo's staying very, very silent. I think he's having a cup of coffee and perhaps a couple of calming tablets.
Almost. But this is the wrong kind of consistency we're expecting.
No, it's tough. It's tough to watch. You never want to see cars going out for mechanical issues. There's so much preparation goes into these cars, but as we've been saying, they are on the limits. They really are, and reliability does become a factor. I wonder if this is going to change the nature of the competition a little bit this afternoon, because to be first, you have to finish.
Yeah, we saw it last year with Aldo Scribante. It happened to him. We saw it last year, Reggie Roots just making a little mistake right at the end. But if, for example, Rodrigo over the weekend has told us that in the European hill climbs, they don't have nearly as much running as what our drivers and competitors have. And if, for example, this was the final run, the top 10 goes through Darren Goodmans, JP van der Walt, Rui Campos, Ian Schofield, George Evans, Aldo Scribante, Devin Robertson, Charles Hubert, Peter Zili, Davi Hubert. No Scribantes, no Roots,
no
anybody
Volks.
else, no Volks. Yeah, so I suppose in a way, Rodrigo, the South African hill climb drivers here at Simola do have that luxury advantage of having so many sessions.
It would be quite different here in Europe because I think I think you guys got the right recipe for entertainment and even for the drivers. This ramping up of excitement until the top 10 in the final and getting as many runs as this. The problem here in Europe is that we have such huge entry lists, sometimes with 250 cars or even more.
Wow!
That what happens in the bigger hill climbs is that on Sunday there will be only 2 runs for each car in total. And there will be no top 10 run, nothing like that. You just add the both times on each run, and the faster wins. It's pretty much that. And if you pull out on any of those 2 runs, it's a DNF, and that's it for the whole weekend.
Yeah, that's
in some ways. Yeah, but people are used to it, and you won't see anyone complaining here about it. But for me, knowing both realities, I know that the right way for the crowd, it's probably yours. Although a lot of people want to race on some of the European hill climbs, there's a huge interest from the part of the drivers. So it's on a point where they just can't say no to a lot of them, and these 250 entry lists are something that we take for granted.
But Rodrigo, do you think that with so many less runs that you have to perform over a weekend, that reliability becomes less of an issue?
Yes, but we're talking about hill climb racing in the end, and although it is less an issue, there's a little bit of a drawback to it, because they are running so little that in the end they have to risk much more on those 2 runs. There's no fallback. They can, oh yeah, I was fast in this first run, I can coast on the second one. No. You are going flat out on the first. You are going even faster on the second one, and there really is no margin for error at all. And that's also why it produces such exciting footage sometimes. But it's cutthroat business here. You really have to be on your toes all the way, and any minimal error, it's very, very punishable.
Yeah, great insights as to the sort of nuances, the differences between European hill climb, South African hill climb, Simola hill climb. It's the amount of competitors to get through, and
a staggering number.
It's huge.
250 competitors.
No, we've got to watch some of that.
I do have. If we do need to obviously fill a little bit of time here, and I thought let's go through some of the historic results. So 2016, we do need to, unfortunately, I need to interrupt myself, and we do need to unfortunately go to a commercial break. So we'll pick it up after that.
I'm coming!
Next up, Kanisile Mokhale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. You guys are ahead. Congratulations.
I am a champion. shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving.
I am bold.
I am an icon.
I won't fold. Yeah.
This is like an episode of Days of Our Lives with all the drama that happens.
Yeah, no, it started well, and unfortunately we've hit a bit of bad luck now. It seems like it's broken the front diff, which really puts us out for the weekend, as you need to take the engine out to change that. So we're playing with the idea of maybe just going, plus we're carrying all the extra weight of the four-wheel drive, so it's just really taking. You don't really know till you've pulled all that off what's wrong, you know. So yeah, and unfortunately it's what we didn't want it to be.
Sometimes, Reggie, you're the pigeon.
Today we're the statue. Full of pigeon shit. But we're going to wipe it and we're going to make the best of it.
Thanks for chatting to us. Thanks for keeping your spirits up.
Thank you. Trying.
Completely sad. That car behind. Sorry, it's Rui. How's
Morning,
it going?
morning.
Morning to you.
I keep fluffy in the starts.
Oh, you at least didn't get stopped on the start-finish line and have a delay. Huh?
No, but I was stopped, yeah.
And you clopped the cone again.
I didn't touch the cone.
Oh, so you had a good run?
Yeah. But I'm fluffy in the start.
Keep driving into people.
I forgot how to start.
It's crazy. Davi Joubert is there. Can you speak? Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters is with us. Patrick, around this side, please. And can you just say, he's Portuguese. Can you have like a bit of a discussion in Portuguese?
Yeah, I can. Sure.
Go for it.
Is it?
Yeah.
Bom dia. Muito bom dia. Aqui de Neisner. Hoje estamos aqui nas corridas de subir a montanha. Isto não é muito perigoso, porque é um carro sozinho de cada vez, mas é sempre perigoso se um homem ter, como é que se diz, um azar e um gajo cai da montanha, né? Até pode acontecer. Portanto, muito obrigado por ter toda a gente vir e estamos aqui, está tudo cheio, pá. É um prazer ver. Adeus.
Thank you very much. I love that. You ask a guy to do something and they just do it. I saw Davi Joubert just walk past us. We've got a whole lot of minutes. In the meantime, down the pit lane comes the sheriff wheeled in. But there's a bit of a traffic jam here. It's Neisner. There's a people jam in here. But while we're waiting for that, and before I get driven over by Rui Campos, I've got the combined qualifying result after Q5, so we've got one more to go. And these are, let's start with the modified saloon cars. 10th fastest at the moment, Darren Goodman's on a 42.7. Stevie Clark is 11th on a 43.125. That's in that new Class B10, which Steve Clark is running in. George Evans, Wade Van Zummeren, not going to run. Aldo Scribanti, he's still in it in 7th position on a 40.66. So for Aldo, he is absolutely over the moon, and with a bit of luck, we can have a word with him. And Devin Robinson pulled it out, and he's sitting in 6th position on a 39.9. 38.9 is Franco Scribanti. With an electronic problem, we are told, that's put the car into gearbox. Charles Joubert, Richard Roots, Peter Zili, and Davi Joubert. So there's one more qualifying session. That kind of looks like our top 10. Patrick, please come a little bit forward as the cars come down here. Darren is Craig Zank. If you just... Franco's right behind us. And I'm not sure if the car's still in gear. No, it's not. It's just idling. Keep everything cool. So let's have a quick word here with Darren Goodmans. Darren, we haven't spoken to you the whole weekend. You guys are having a pretty good run so far.
Yeah, we had a good run yesterday. We were in the top 10 yesterday, but this morning the guys have been a bit quicker. We found my boost controller was not where it should be this morning, so we did one run with a little bit of lower boost than I hoped for. And then the second run out of Canada, because at the top of the second straight, Franco was rolling down the middle of the road.
That was close.
It was quite close, yeah.
I was shouting at the screen, red, 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 give you some warning.
Yeah.
It could have been.
It could have been. But apparently Franco was trying to get out of his car at one stage when he knew they hadn't cancelled the run. And then the second run out a big slide. So, yeah, we've got one run left.
So you're going to wind the boost up to all of it?
It was all of it now. But
all of it and some more.
All of it and a little bit extra that we're going to pull out somewhere. Yeah.
And focus completely on you doing a faultless clean run.
Yeah. So the launch I've got with the launch has been epic the whole weekend.
Crowd loves it.
Yeah. I've just got it's a driver story now. It's not the car. The car's doing all it can. I've got to pull it out of the hat now.
You can do it.
Thank you. I'll try. I promise.
Go for it. Love it.
Okay,
Thanks for chatting to us. Have a good run. Holding thumbs.
We'll see you in the top 10.
I hope so, for your sake. Let's see if we can get hold of Aldo, who's absolutely fantastic. And Jeff Goddard has come here, please, Jeffrey. Jeff, you playing policeman, traffic cop, traffic director here.
Yeah, at this point of the event, I like to engage with the competitors, just to understand how they're enjoying the event, how better we can do things, and also having a sniff around to make sure they're complying with some of the rules that are quite obvious to police.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's what we're up to at the moment.
And what are they saying? The event is running well?
They are indeed, and weather's been very kind to us. Everybody's getting psyched up. Everything is happening. The atmosphere is building, and this is exactly what we want. That's what we're all about.
It's an incredible event, and it's full of drama. I said to Reggie just now that it's like days of our lives getting into qualifying. Yes, both Reggie and Franco are through, but you got like Sav Galtieri sitting on on 13.
Yeah.
It's tight, so qualifying 6 is going to be quite spectacular.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of the Class B, the really highly modified cars, giving the single-seaters a real run for their money, I think, this year.
Very, interestingly, you started this new B10 class.
Yes.
And we've seen, Steve Clark is leading it at the moment. That thing's not slow.
Yeah, so just the background behind that. Year on year, we've got competitors, they look at the standard car class and they register. And then when I start quizzing them about what they actually want to bring, they've got modifications. And it's just a pity just to turn those really keen petrolhead guys away. So we've got a formula where you can come along with your standard car, must be road registered. You must have your valid tax disc on the road.
Road tyres.
Or up to a semi-slick tyre. But most of them are choosing a really good street track tyre. But you may not change the parameters of the standard body. Then it's all what you want inside, without too much policing.
It's working. It's lovely. Davy, thank you very much, Jeff. Sorry I've got more important people to talk to.
You're the man. Go do it.
Thank you. Davy.
Yes.
Drama, hey?
Very much so, hey. I hope the guys can sort it out.
It's we never wish. It's really seeing a car break and things go wrong.
Correct.
Because you want to race against the best and beat them.
No, they need a fair chance.
Yeah, so 38-2 from Q4.
Yeah, I'm happy with that. I didn't expect that to be as much as what it is, or as low as what it is, but I'll take it.
You can get into a 37, 0.3 of a second.
I'll try.
Car strong, your launches are absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the car feels good. I'm happy with the car, the setup, everything is great. So the car gives me a lot of confidence as well, so I'm happy with the car. And
awesome. Good luck. Thanks for always chatting to us. Have fun.
Thanks, Gary.
Just be fast. I did really want to. Patrick, shall we try it? Shall we see if we can get hold of Peter Zeely, who is sitting in second position at the moment after qualifying? Before we go walking too far, I've got to see if he's still there. And he is... Right, I'll go and fetch him. Let's see if we can have a quick talk over here. Peter, if you've got a short little bit of time, please come and have a chat. Peter, I'm looking at the combined qualifying so far. 38.7.
What, you want me to jump up and down or do somersaults? Or
You've got to be so happy.
No, I'm very happy. And the car is so lekker to drive. So, yeah, for me, it's a super weekend.
You're sitting in second position at the moment. You and Freddie are having a look at the data. Are you making changes, or are you looking at places where you can start extracting a little bit more?
Yeah, we'll be looking at it, but I think what we rather need is some mechanic to work on Davi's car and to make something negative. No, he's really fast.
I mean,
and you know what, I want to say it. We just said we don't mind losing against Davi.
Yeah.
But someone here said, no, I do. But he's driving brilliantly.
He's done a brilliant job in preparing the car, reliable, got the launches right from the very first launch. That was sorted, and he's been on it the whole weekend.
You know, I've known Davi since 1999.
Yeah.
And he's a fierce competitor. So this is the Davi I know.
I mean, I was sitting looking at the gap, 38.2, 38.7, 38.8, 38.8, 38.9, 39. I mean, hell, it's okay. Reggie's got a bit of a problem. He looks like he's going to do it in two-wheel drive.
Yeah. And Franco as well.
Excuse me, not sure. There's a frog in my throat. It's all the bloody rubber from that thing. It's thrown everything wide open.
Yes, I mean, it sounds like Franco's his terminal.
Yeah.
I don't know, Reggie says he's his terminal. So now it's up to the three of us here.
Well, good luck. Have fun.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I must say, Charles also a dark horse because I believe he can turn his boost up another 3 bars. So his car's really fast. So
now we see that on the top speed. He's not running max boost at all. So it's going to be... We don't know. That's the part of motor racing we love.
Well, you've said it many times. It's all about that last run. So we can do what we want now.
Yeah.
What do you do on that last run? That's
At
the
least
one.
you know you've got the speed.
Yes,
That's important.
yes, I'm chuffed. And with this particular run, I think the track is good today, better than yesterday. I made a few mistakes, so maybe a 36 is possible.
I hope so for your sake. But you are joking.
I am absolutely joking, yeah. No, 0.2 perhaps, that's it.
Okay, we've got... Thank you. While I'll leave Peter to go.
Whoops. Whoops. Well, I tell you, you couldn't ask for more drama. One of the exhibition drift cars, as well shredded a tire as one would expect when it comes to drifting, but it seems like it had a little bit of a clout into something. Unconfirmed, but listening to what Peter Zeely had to say, Rechard might go up in two-wheel drive, and he said, Franco, terminal.
Yeah, you never want to hear that word,
Wow.
do you, at Simola? Tough one, hey? Really tough for the teams. These engineers are extremely passionate. They work throughout the year to prepare these cars. This is basically the weekend for them that they look forward to all year. These cars are pretty much purpose-built for this event. And to have some terminal failures out there, it's just a tough pill to swallow. It really is.
Unbelievable. Rodrigo, listening to what Peter Zeely had to say, as I've mentioned, it is unconfirmed, but pretty dramatic news right now.
Yeah, during this break, my cell phone was blowing up with different news. It's been crazy. First of all, yes, I think the problems with Franco are terminal. I also was warned that Rhodes was going to run into WD. Let's see if that's possible. But another curious message I received during this break was from Andrew Brilliant, the designer of both Peter and Dewey's car. So the same guy designed the cars that are in first and second at this event.
The Adrian Newey of Simola.
Fantastic.
Pretty much.
Yeah. It's completely wide open there. We can see the remnants of a drift car, which, well, that's what they do. They drift, and sometimes it doesn't go so well. But hopefully they'll clear that off the track. We're going into our final qualifying session. With that kind of news, everyone is going to push as hard as possible, because theoretically you've got 2 places that are up for grabs.
Yeah, this competition this year has really been about who isn't here or who isn't running, I suppose. Well, I suppose it's testimony to those drivers on what an impact they've had on the event, that when you remove them from the equation, the whole event changes. And that really is testimony to how much work and how consistent, names such as Andre Bezuidenhout, Franco Scribante, Richard Rutz, they've really brought us, they've treated us to some amazing racing over the years. But remove them and you really set the cats amongst the pigeons here, and it becomes a very amorphous competition.
What a wonderful word that is, amorphous. I'm hearing it so often during the course of this weekend. Also, on top of it, Rodrigo, and all of these cars, these low tie, have done such an exceptional job, and all of a sudden pushing the gauntlet down for everybody else to maybe push it a little bit harder than they expected.
Well, this is one of the greatest sports cars bases ever built, the Lotus Elise. It's no surprise that they can withstand this amount of power, and with proper development, they are true weapons. We're seeing pretty much the ultimate versions of it here in Simola. People should really take that into consideration. But we're seeing something very, very interesting during this weekend. Maybe there will be a real change in mentality for the coming years because of all these issues we've had with launches and all that. Maybe we'll start seeing the guys in South Africa looking at bona fide HillClimb cars here in Europe, or rallycross cars, much in the same vein of Peter Solberg's car last year. Units that were built to launch very hard and very consistently and without major issues.
Yeah, it's a very good point.
Very, yeah.
I mean, watching Peter Solberg launch last year was one of the highlights of any motorsport that I've ever watched.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, it really was good to watch his car. Such a different driving style as well.
Yeah.
Peter Solberg, basically going into the corner sideways, not out of it.
Yeah, I must say, when I did meet him 20 odd years ago, I gave him that advice, and I'm glad he took it. No, remarkable to watch. Okay, we've got an update from the Franco Scribante Racing. They are assessing the vehicle. They are not giving out any information at the moment. So they're saying it's not terminal at this stage, not confirmed. Could be a sensor. We are into qualifying 6, the final qualifying run before lunch, and then of course we go into our class finals. There's a wonderful media battle going on in the Suzuki Swift Sports. Thomas Faulkner fastest at the moment over Wesley, over Brendan Stainforth, and Giles missing in a slightly older Suzuki Swift.
Nice to see 4 of them on the hill. And as mentioned before, completely factory stock cars. You can buy one off the showroom floor if you want. And I don't think you'll have more fun in anything under 500k. They really are super little cars. So Thomas Faulkner looking like he's got this one, at least in qualifying. So it's every competitor's last opportunity now to set a qualifying time. The pressure is really on.
We've got a yellow flag, and I'm actually very, very surprised because I think it was Wesley who was first out, or Brendan who was first out, and they hadn't removed the sort of remnants of the bumper from the drift car off the track. So I think that is why we are having a slight pause at present. As soon as we have more information regarding Richard Rutz, Franco Scribante, of course, we'll keep you updated. Final runs for everybody. You got to give it a go. Those top 10s, those are lurking on the outside. These are combined. Okay, combined results. No, they're not combined results. Sorry. They are just results from qualifying 3. But people just on the bubble. Franco De Matteo, Steve Clark, Sav Thierry, Peter Hubert. I mean, even Mokhotsi and Rowe have a chance here. So, I mean, you just got to pedal it now, Chiro. Like what you did in that electric car to, hold the record. Dion Hubert panicking at the moment.
Thanks, Sasha. I think Dion's going to come out this run because he skipped 4, he skipped 5. So we should see that fully electric BMW i5 M60 out on the track. It's this year's only fully electric car. BMW also brought a hydrogen car with them. So 2 really interesting drivetrains from the German marque this year. And another German marque, a Porsche. This is one of the standard road cars. You've got to have a license disc, you've got to have road tires, and you can come and send the car up the hill.
Yeah, it is Class A5, Diane Pariachi. This is the Cayman GTS 3.4 litre flat 6. Coming up, the Ferrari 458 had problems in qualifying 4, but back up and running in qualifying 6. And just great to see these kind of cars. The Porsche Cayman, the Ferrari 458, a whole lot of other cars you can just buy off the shelf and drive up the road.
You know how bold it is to send a 458 up the hill. I mean, it's so great to see one in competition. But the values of these have skyrocketed. A low mileage one, you're looking at 4 million rand these days.
Sure.
I mean, it's a valuable car. It's a kind of car, though, that you don't want to just stare at it. You want to get out and drive it. One of the best driving machines of all time.
Yeah, just a very, very special car. And, of course, last normally aspirated vehicle. My favorite BMW, the V10 spec M5. And, unfortunately, Chiro has been telling me that, unfortunately, they do have quite a few issues.
Yeah, they tend to run bearings, and you have to just do the bearings at some stage. And then they had a very experimental gearbox, the SMG, and the SMG pump will probably fail at some stage, so that's quite exciting. Then it had M's first E-diff, and that tended to fail as well. So, yeah, basically the entire drivetrain had issues. But probably one of the best four-door cars ever made, if not the best, in my humble opinion.
Beautiful.
And Shiraz, this is his daily.
Magic. Rodrigo joining us, HillClimb Monsters, of course, been with us the whole weekend. Rodrigo, if somebody said to you, you can have a standard road-going car, and I know that you've been watching that GT63S, let's take that out of the equation. Standard road-going car to go up a hill climb, which one would you choose?
We're going for overall performance or overall fun?
Overall fun.
Overall fun. It would have to be a cat. It would have to be a cat, probably. It's a bit of a cheat answer, but yes, a cat from an R500 probably would be the most fun you could have on 4 wheels up a hill.
All right. A Caterham, what would you choose?
It's an excellent question. Well, actually, I wanted to ask you guys some advice, if you don't mind. I'm seriously thinking of doing Classic Car Friday
this
year. Okay, there we go. Good chat.
There we go. Accepted.
So I have
the MX-5.
I have 1990 MX-5, the first gen with the pop-up lights.
Love it.
It's supercharged. It's on adjustable coilovers. It's got sway bars. It's got a custom exhaust, custom radiator. It is actually really built for track. I bought it as it is. I don't take any credit for modifying it. I have a roll cage for it as well, so I think I'd get through scrutineering. So what do you guys think? Should I go for it?
100%. I'll be the cloth man, meaning I keep it clean. All right, I'm in.
You're asking the wrong guy here, because as soon as you talk about roll cage, I'm starting to think about wings, wide body, an engine swap. No.
All right. My choice of car to go up the hill climb, if somebody said go for it, Fiat Abarth Biposto.
Yeah.
Bang.
That's a great choice.
Oh, I like that.
That's the fun factor through the roof.
Through the roof. Here we go. It is the magnificent McLaren 720S making its way up. I've also got a chance maybe to sneak in and improve some time as well.
Yeah, Garth McIntosh, just a real petrol head, a real enthusiast. It's his personal car. I'm not sure if he dailies it, but I have seen it around Cape Town pretty often. It's a standout color. It's actually the launch color, if I'm not mistaken, or the first edition color. It's a lovely matte gray. And yeah, he does not hang about. He enjoys driving his car. 46.
46 for the McLaren, car number 66 going out now, and that's Eugene Herbert, of course, from Master Drive. In another one of the Mustangs. Loads of Mustangs and Shelby Super Snakes out here. Tremendous amount of horsepower.
It's a collective noun for Mustangs. A herd of Mustangs? Does that make sense? Fleet of Mustangs.
A fleet of Mustangs, a herd.
Always popular though here at the Hill Climb.
Very popular. And very popular at robot-to-robot racing. Sorry, that's a traffic light to traffic light, just in case you don't understand, Rodrigo. We call them robots here sometimes. Woo, that sounded like some screechy tires. 50.5.
Yeah, Ford gave us a long-term ride in the last Mustang, the California GT Special.
Okay.
And we used to fight over it at the office. It's a 10-year-old car. It's still got so much character. And then when they came to fetch it, I was pretty sad. Didn't want it to go.
This is something very, very special about them. A 50.152. That is Martin Wild. She has Piet Potgieter going up the hill, and the car below is I think it's Enzo Kuhn. Yeah, Enzo Kuhn going up there.
46, quick.
Oh, that's a decent time from Enzo Kuhn.
Older Turbo S as well.
Yeah.
No, sorry, here's the Turbo S, the older one.
Yeah, Faraz Ibrahim.
I'm actually looking forward to the road car shootout.
Yes.
I think it's going to be good. I mean, you've always got to put your money on JP, I suppose, but the rest of the guys will be fighting for it.
And when it comes to a final, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
It's that last run of the day that counts. All builds up to that. Looks like the Supra's done a burnout, a little bit of smoke still coming off the tires.
Yeah, Farad, this is his 10th edition of the Simola HillClimb as well. Great to see him.
What a champion. He really pedals this thing.
Oh, and he loves it.
I don't think a Supra should be as fast up the hill as it is in his hands. He really gets it up the hill quickly.
Yeah. Great effort.
Here we go. Current reigning champion, JP van der Walt. 992 Turbo S. One of the fastest stock accelerating cars on the planet. 0 to 100 in 2.6 seconds. All-wheel drive. North of 500 kilowatts. That's a real beast, that car.
Yeah, incredible car. And also super luxurious to actually drive in.
Oh, yeah, you can daily the
Daily,
thing.
I mean, a really, really super car. Ooh, a little bit wide. Let's see, Faraz at the moment, 45.2. 43s have been consistent for JP van der Walt. Let's see what happens coming into the final section.
I think he's really on it. Yeah.
Through the right-hander, into the left-hander, over the line. 43.1 for JP van der Walt.
Not his best time, actually.
No, I think he's been in the 42s.
Yep, he has, yeah.
He's been in the 42s.
I think he had a little...
42.7.
Yeah, he had a little moment exiting turn 3, which is probably where he lost those couple of tenths. Lovely to hear a 2.5 litre 5-cylinder going up the hill. The last 5-cylinder in production anywhere in the world. 48
seconds. Cristiano Verolini, I think, has had a brilliant weekend so far. Has been very, very consistent in that M4 competition.
TTRS. Actually, Rodrigo, this is a 2.5 5-cylinder as well.
Yes, it is. That's the engine. It's the engine code. Exactly the same engine unit as in the RS3. And it was also it's also the last time the SET would ever use this engine.
Here goes Dion Hubert.
There he is.
Here he is. The battery's full.
Full tank in the i5 M60 BMW. Let's see what he can do, hustling this 2.4 ton car up the hill.
And I don't even think he did the warm-up. So it's the first time it's going out this morning. Sure, 187 Ks, that's not bad. Scrubbing off the tires, you can hear it squealing. Got to turn in. Yo, that was tight. And now right behind it, the hydrogen powered BMW. Fascinating story about that as well. So just magic to see what BMW and BMW Motorsport are doing. Great stuff. Let's see what Dion Hubert can do. Comes across the line. 48.4.
That's a good run.
Yours is 48.2, isn't it?
Yeah, mine changes all the time depending on what Dion does.
Yeah, 48.2.
Another interesting drivetrain, the latest C63, making its debut in South Africa here at Simola. 2-litre hybrid powertrain, 4-wheel drive, in the hands of Chad Lukhoff, who's really done a great job this weekend. He's in the 46s in what is a very heavy car. Tons of power though, 550 kilowatts, 1,000 newtons.
57 for the hydrogen-powered car. Now we have the two Mercedes. Clint Weston just sideways. I mean, it's just incredible how he manages to hold on to that car. .46.3.
I think there's something about Clint Weston that drops the center of gravity in that car. You know, there's something weighty there. Two weighty things that really bring down the center of gravity.
Well, this one's got to count. He did hit the post policeman last time. 44.0. Wow. It's car number 52. It is our development driver, Shuaib Danse, in the Ford Fiesta, a 2007 model, 2-litre 4-cylinder.
Master Drive, doing a lot of work in South Africa, developing young racing talent, and part of one of the programs they run is to take a car up the Simola HillClimb, and that's what's happening right now on the top of your screen. So young development driver with no real background in racing, with perhaps not the means to get into racing either, and now racing amongst the best in the world here at Simola.
Well done. Fabulous to see. Here is this wonderful Honda Type R with a lovely turbo in it.
So this is that new Class B10 that Jeff Goddard was talking about. Yeah, so you can modify the car, but not the body,
or the wheels. Or the wheels.
Or the tires, yeah. Or you can go semi-slicks, but he said they're all opting for good road track tires. I do love a Type R, one of the best handling cars in the world.
Oh, so much fun to drive.
Exceptional. It'll be one of the few front-wheel drive cars here as well today. This and the Suzukis, I think, probably the only front-wheel drive cars.
Probably, yeah. Giovanni Fantin in the Audi RS3, also 5-cylinder car. Got a magic sound.
Very unique.
This is the unique sound that I think it's missing from Simola in the big monsters. I would really love one of the Audi Quattro S1 units here running in Europe to go there just for people to compare directly with the Zoomer and Cars on launch, because I think it's the only thing comparable.
Wow, a very good point. I'd love to see some of those RS6 or RS7 coming up here with a monster exhaust as well. Craig Zank on your screen. I love the color scheme of that. That's the top of your screen. That is the yellow car. Farouk Dango at the bottom of your screen going up there. Always a crowd favorite and actually just everybody's favorite. So magic. Let's see what goes. This is going to be a very, very tight category amongst them. Farouk goes with a 54.1. That's pretty slow.
Yeah, it's off the pace.
Way off the pace at the moment.
Hopefully nothing too wrong there. Tank in the other R35, he's on the pace. And the R34 chasing him up the hill. The R34 owned by the owner of Rosper Imports, who's given it to Steve Clark to take up the hill.
And here's one of the jewels of the weekend, Class B2, Daniel Roge and Jonathan Makhotzi, both in exactly the Polo Super Cups.
Oh, what a joy to watch that R34 be driven like that. 42,
special.
He's into the 42s.
Oh! Did he hit a policeman? I don't know.
I think he just missed it, but that was about as close to the raggedy edge as you can get. Daniel Rowe leaving nothing out.
Oh no! No, he's taken all of them out. They're all gone.
Oh dear.
All right, while the track action, let's just cross over to Colin. He's got Record Roots with him. Let's get an update as to whether or not he's actually going to run.
Reggie, you're not the happiest guy in the world. What's news?
No, I'm happy. I'm at Simola, so I'm still happy, but I'm a bit disappointed. So, yeah, we've checked all the damage. It's definitely broken the front diff, but it also looks like it's done some damage inside the gearbox. So we were thinking of going two-wheel drive and running a two-wheel drive, but it's potentially going to cause a lot more damage, which is really defeating the object, Sometimes you can't think emotionally, you got to think with your brain, and the team had a discussion together, and there's a lot more to lose than to gain by doing that.
It's always heartbreaking. I appreciate you taking time from your meeting and coming and staring the people in the eyes and telling them exactly what's what.
No, it is what it is, Colin. I mean, it's not the first disappointment in motorsport, and it's going to be the last, and I think that's why we do it. Like Uncle Roger always said, if it was easy, the Girl Guides would be doing it.
Yeah, Reggie, thank you. Big respect. Thanks for the entertainment so far. See you next year.
Definitely, we'll be here.
Cheers.
Yeah, desperately sad news for Record Roots and his team. And for I think spectators as well, not to see him hanging it out there. Action continues, but this is fascinating. Daniel Rowe, 44.005. Jonathan Makhotzi, 44.034.
Jeez.
It's unbelievable how close the two of them. And stuck in the middle is Clint Weston with the 2.5-ton Mercedes with a 44.026. Magic stuff that's going on. Rodrigo, desperately sad news for Record Roots and also desperately sad, I suppose, for the spectators. But this is the nature of motorsport. Anything can happen, especially when you are pushing the envelope.
Yeah, definitely. And going back to what I was saying a bit earlier, this might be one of those points where mentality around the whole event might change in some aspects. And for the colossal horsepower cars, they might rethink their strategy around those launches. And we're probably seeing reinforced drivetrains for next year. Some people are even thinking that getting a rallycross car and tuning it up for the event and stuff like that, because it is disheartening working a whole year and then around the car and then coming to Simola and having all this work undone by some transmission issues.
Yeah, very good point. If you think of the amount of investment, the amount of money that goes into the development and building of these cars, Chiro, you go, with that amount of money, you could buy an old WRX car, bring it over here, basically rebuild it, keep it in the same kind of spec. It's built for that kind of craziness. Fine-tune its gearing, and that could be the answer.
I think Simola, over the years now, in its 14th running, has fostered incredible competition, and we are now seeing teams looking at every single aspect of the car to get one up on the competition, to go up the hill faster. And I think we might be at the very limits now, especially like Rodrigo says, of these big horsepower cars. And there's only so much stress a drivetrain can take. And especially because the nature of the event involves a full bore start, all that stress from the semi-slicks, from the slicks through the drivetrain, the warm slicks coming out of tire warmers, and that's what we've just seen, that those full bore starts just destroy transmissions this weekend and diffs and all bits of the drivetrain. So it is very disheartening. It's a tough one for all the teams, and I think we might have another issue here on the track. The car on the bottom of your screen going particularly slowly. No, back on the pace. Oh, it's Clevel. But a tough one, a really tough one.
No, it is a tough one, but we still have plenty competitors. This is the nature of motorsport. It's not going to detract our excitement, because I think, if anything, it's just going to get those who are left in here more and more amped as to saying, hey, here is probably one of the biggest chances I've got of number one, a podium or even a win. So I think it's just fabulous.
Well, we're very excited about the Lotuses, that's for sure. I mean,
yes,
as Rodrigo's confirmed, some of the most, if not the wildest Lotus builds in the world right here in South Africa, and the Ubers will all be going after each other up the hill. So that's going to be a fantastic competition to watch as well.
Yeah, magic stuff. Peter Hubert going up. Ricky Giannacaro. There we go, the Colossus. Underneath your screen, that Nissan Patrol. So Ricky Giannacaro, the Audi R8 GT4 LMS 5.2, the V10 spec of that car, just about getting ready to go. I don't know what the delays, they should be able to go. 58.8 is not bad for probably a 3-ton brick.
Yeah, that's good. It's actually quite good to watch. Beautiful car, this Audi R8, now out of production, so it's quite special to see them competing.
Chiro, maybe you would know. I mean, did they ever do out of the R8 production cars? Did they ever do sort of limited editions somewhere along the line, special editions of it?
Yeah, there was a V10 Plus, and curiously, there was an R8 diesel. They put a V12 diesel into the R8.
Oh, really?
Yeah, as a development mule, just, I don't know, the Audi engineers having fun, really. But I think there was a final edition where they cranked up the power a little bit. I mean, it would have just been an ECU tune, really. You've got to get rid of those last few units, although I'm sure there was probably a waiting list for them. And here we go, our first Lotus of qualifying 6.
Yeah, this is the Lotus with the Merc SLS 63 AMG engine in it. Peter Hubert. This is in a slightly different class because it is a naturally aspirated vehicle as opposed to the other low tire.
Whoa, that is a huge burnout off the line.
That is a tremendous amount of smoke.
Absolutely lit up the rears off the line there.
Sub Galtieri trying to keep 70 million horsepower down on the ground in a very, very interesting BMW turbo V8. Everybody said you can't do it. Sav says, I'll show you. But maybe just too much power. Whoa, that was snaky coming over the line. 43.5. Sub Galtieri going to push as hard as he can. Oh, it doesn't look like Darby Hubert is going out. That was Charles Hubert. Remember, Charles didn't have a good run on the last one.
Number 28 at the bottom of your screen, Devin Robertson.
Oh, it's Devin Robertson. My apologies. Devin Robertson going out. He's in the Exige with the Nissan engine. Franco Di Matteo. So we're talking about Audis. My good friend who's actually watching all the way from the United States with his Auntie Monica. Isn't that so sweet? He says he's got a coupe and a Spider R8 on his floor where he sells them. But I don't know, I mean, are those the special editions or just the last two that I suppose are available? Because there won't be any more.
The Spider was so pretty.
Beautiful car.
Yeah, I really love the car, that. Franco Di Matteo looks like he's pushed this one. It's his last qualifying run.
43 dead.
But Roberts leads the timesheets in qualifying 6 with a 39.681. What can Darby Hubert do about that?
Yeah, Darby Hubert fastest so far this morning at 38.2.
Yeah, he's been the closest, I think, to the 37s.
Yeah, just put to Kraus, just going to see what he comes in the Noble. Ooh, so by the way, Daniel Rowe's time seems to have been deleted. Remember we did, yes, I know we saw him, he took out 38.5. Wow.
Yeah.
The consistency of Darby Hubert, fantastic.
He's quick. He's really quick. I think he might be the man to beat this weekend.
Yeah. Charles Hubert going to be going out now. He's in the Elise with the Honda J35 engine.
One of our marshals just keeping the Lotus at bay there. Big thank you to our marshals. They are all volunteers. They do it for the love of the event. Keeping cars and people separate.
Yeah, I'm assuming that the yellow flag is to put the policeman back. But a man who's been going very, very well, Steve Clark, Collins with him. A little bit, yeah.
Steve Clark, new class, B10. You bought the Rospa GTR with a Steve Clark motor. You leading the class. How happy are you?
No, I'm ecstatic. You know, we didn't expect to be here and doing this, and here we are, and we're doing well. It's excellent.
You're having fun, aren't you?
Fun, yes. I didn't think it would be so much fun. It's my first time driving up, you know, and it really is fun.
And each time you go up, you tweak a little bit and have a little bit more fun and drive it a little bit harder in the corners.
Yeah, we're nursing a problem, you know, so
what sort of problem?
We had no four-wheel drive, you know, it's electronically controlled, and we had no means of sorting it out, so we just bypassed the whole electronics and made it locked. So it's locked to four-wheel drive, which helps us because we can go, it goes in a straight line, but it's got a lot of understeer, and I'm having to drive it differently to try and get it around, you know.
So what is Rospa all about?
No, they import mainly JDM cars and you know, exotic cars into South Africa, and yeah, a good bunch of guys. They put in some very special.
They've got to be good because they gave you a car to go and play with, Steve.
Of course, yes. Yeah, those are all the good guys.
Lovely, Steve. Thank you very much for talking to us. Have fun. Be fast.
Thanks, Colin. You take it easy.
Right, now let us go and have a look for Craig Zank, who's just over there, and maybe he'll come to us so we don't have to move around. Craig, can you come to us, please? Always nice when the drivers do that. So the B10 class is for modified road cars. They must look pretty much standard, but they are properly modified and they run on grooved tires. You came here with the objective, Craig, I think, of getting into the class finals.
Yeah.
And hopefully into the top 10 shootout. You made the class finals. This is a good thing.
Yeah, we made the finals, which is what we intended to do. Top 10 shootout on semis versus slicks, I think, is smidgen optimistic. So apart from the fact the guys are really quick today, the guys are riding immensely well. They're doing ridiculous times. So yeah, class final, we're happy.
I think from a competitive point of view, this has got to be the most competitive Simola we've seen.
Very much so. The guys were posting fast times quickly. I mean, we went to bed last night, the guys were in 38s already. Last year, nobody had broken 40. So the times are 2 seconds quicker. The cars are flying. And everybody's pushing. There's no way about it, no doubt about it. If you look at the marks everywhere, those policemen, I think, are really scared because you're sliding everywhere. But the guys are really pushing. They not hanging back, not holding back. They're giving it what they've got. That's where it should be, and it's been a brilliant Simola.
Well, good luck for the class finals. Wind with the boost all the way up.
Oh, trust me, we intend to.
You've got to love that. I want to try and talk to Jonathan and Daniel Rowe from Volkswagen. So let's go with us as we walk along. Peter Jabert just came back. Let's see if we can find Daniel or Jonathan. And no doubt they all the way into the hospitality. Are they in the back there? Steve, do you know where Jonathan or Daniel are? Ah, there we go. Let's see if we can go straight to Jonathan. Can we have a quick word with you, Jonathan? Jonathan Machotsi, you're going through the replay. You've got to find a few tenths here and a few tenths there. The competitive nature is always there.
Absolutely. A couple of tenths. Sometimes it's even a couple of hundredths of a second. But I'm really glad that I was able to break the 43s today. That was my target. But, once you get there, you always want to eke out a little bit more, maybe get a little bit more greedy. But, fantastic weekend so far.
Completely different style of racing from circuit racing that you used to. You sit around for an hour and then almost do a blind qualifying lap.
It's basically unprepped racing here. You've got an uneven surface, some tar, a little bit of concrete. But there's no safety barriers or anything. So you've got to come in with a completely different mind shift into this, the hill climb. But that's what I love about it. It's unique, it's different, very different. Awesome cars go up the hill. And it's nothing much more.
And you and Daniel are having a massive dice.
Always. Every year. We're always within a tenth of each other. So, and this is our third year competing. Let's see what happens in the finals.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Amazing that these Polar Cup cars, they're actually busy testing the Golf 8R motor in them for possible introduction into the Super Cup racing next year. So Volkswagen put a lot of development into it. If we have a look at the wing on the back of Daniel's car, this wing is actually modeled along on the lines of the Peter Solberg WRX car. Looks totally cool, absolutely outrageous and full of fun. Guys coming back from their qualifying run, the rule is that when they get to the top, if they can go over a 50 millimeter pipe, they have to go through the estate and all the way down here. And it's only what Sparky and Jeff Goddard call the flatties, the really low cars, that are allowed to come back down the pit lane. Franco Di Matteo has just finished his last qualifying run. So while we've got a captive audience, let's just go and get captivated. Franco, last chance qualifying, how did it go?
It felt better. We've done lots of changes to the car at the back, and so we've improved on our times. I don't know the last run, but that felt very good. I mean, when the steering gets loose, when you go over the line, you've gone quite pretty fast.
43.0?
That's good. That's good for me. Yeah, I'm happy. I should have made that. Hopefully I made that top 10.
Well, we'll when we get the results, we'll know.
Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for chatting to us. The man they said was absolutely crazy to turbocharge the V8 BMW motor. We're going to try and get to him now. Jonathan is not here. We know Jonathan because he's about this tall. And
Daniel.
That's a... Mr. Jabir, that's a huge smile. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, the car's feeling great, man. Thank you. Wasn't all that great yesterday, but we're battling a bit with the tires, grip and what. But it's new tires for me. I've never run Avons before, so I wasn't knowing enough, but we seem we're getting there. Times are going down. That's
the right way to go.
That's what we want, exactly.
Lovely. Thanks a lot for chatting to us.
Thanks a lot.
And we found the world's tallest racing driver. I feel like a midget because you're colossally tall. Daniel Rowe, you and Jonathan are having a massive dice in your Super Cup cars.
Yeah, we're trying to get them as close to the top 10 overall in the tin tops as possible. So we're quite close to there. I don't know if we made enough. We'll see after they put the final results together. But I mean, it's a tenth between us. Times are very close, but we got both cars standard engines, into the 43s, which is already an achievement for Volkswagen. We'll see now if it's enough and if all the cars are going to make it into the shootout. Maybe one of us pop in there and then we're in with a shout.
Awesome. You're having fun?
Yeah, very much so.
It's an amazing event this, where you sit around for an hour and then go out and do a qualifying lap, not knowing what the circuit has changed to or the track. 1,900 meters has changed to, and you've got to give it everything that you've got.
Yeah, I mean, you end up by the time you in the last two sessions in quali, you're finding like a tenth or two here and there. It's marginal. So I think John and I can probably find maybe 2/10. But a fantastic event, and lovely to see all the cars here again. Another successful event, and we're enjoying it. We're having fun.
Awesome. Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Good luck for the finals.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Right, Sav Galtieri, I was telling you, they said he was mad to turbocharge a V8 BMW. Let's have a quick word with him. Sav, sorry to interrupt. Excuse me. Last chance qualifying, how did it go?
Yeah, well, actually, I for some reason, I can't go from first into second.
Did you start in second this time?
I launched it in second, and I couldn't believe it because I've never done it before. It just spun the whole way. So I'll have to try and understand the grip a bit. But if I get a better launch the next run, I'll get into the 41s, but that's about it, I think. It's not going to get better than that. But I'm happy at least we did a 42 and go from there.
The other thing is they said you were mad to try and turbocharge it.
Purpose behind it. We're not really hitting the right speeds with the car today. We don't know what's wrong. Came off the dyno well, but I was expecting 235s, up that hill, and I think we got to 220 today, which is something's wrong. I don't know what it is.
Need more boost, Sav. You know the thing. If you're not going fast enough, you want more boost.
We got no traction. We got nothing.
You've got traction control.
Well, the sequential gearbox is here.
You've got traction control under your right foot.
I try my best, but it was a handful. But it was lekker, an adrenaline pump, and proud of the team, proud of all the guys who have helped us and sponsored us. Pablo Clark, Mario Vingos, Dino Manelis, all the main people that have played a part, and all our friends and family that have given us a hand to get here. And it's been an awesome experience again, as usual. Fantastic.
That's why we come to the Simola Hill, because of...
It's really been lekker, yeah? One more bash if I make a top 10, I don't know if I have. If not, it's also okay. As long as we go home in one piece.
Thanks always for chatting to us.
Awesome, thank you, Thank you very much, okay.
Cheers, Sav. Sav Galtieri, always good. I mean, he's absolutely crazy. All of a sudden, Peter Zeeley's come into competition for the... King of the Hill. Interestingly, a couple of things, rules. If from qualifying now, the top 3 in each class goes through to the class finals. If one of those cars can't make it, there's a substitute. But for the top 10, the King of the Hill shootout, if one of the top 10 doesn't make it, it becomes the top 9. If 2 of them don't make it, it becomes the top 8. There's no substitutes. What are we going to see in the modified saloon? I'm hearing cars go up the hill again. Let them do the talking.
All right, Colin, thanks for the insights. I must tell you, I wasn't aware of that regulation that if 4 cars can't make it in the top 10, then it's only a top 6. Interesting. So we'll find out later. We've only got a few cars left to go in this final qualifying session. Rodrigo from HillClimb Monsters joining with us. Rodrigo, still lots of action to come, but you've got to believe those who in the past haven't really thought that they have a chance to make it onto a podium or even win. There's got to be a different kind of focus. What a time, 38.3.
Yeah, and while you're talking, the times continue falling.
Yeah.
And we'll have a whole new winner this year. And the competition certainly surprised everyone who was only thinking about Reinhard Rutz and Franco Scrivante to fight for the title. We have seen that even if they were still racing, probably they wouldn't even beat the favorites. It would be a 5-way battle all the way to the end.
Yeah. What a launch from Aldo. Whatever he's got in terms of his launch, maybe they need to, lend that to Reinhard Rutz and a couple of other guys so something doesn't break.
Yeah, Aldo and his team have...
There we go. Now they're getting some speed.
There we go. They've nailed the launch.
Yeah, they've got it.
To get an internal combustion car down to 2.2 seconds, 0 to 100 is remarkable. It really is.
They found a little bit more top speed on the straight. Don't hit the policeman.
That's about
so close.
That's about as close as you can get without taking a pool needle with you home.
A 40.8.
That's good.
That's very good.
That's really quick.
Yeah. So I tell you, all of a sudden he's scratching and knocking on that door for the top 10.
There's maybe a 39 in that car. They've been tweaking it the whole weekend. One of my personal favorites up the hill, the R32. Makes a wonderful noise.
Yeah, Goodman's on it.
Here's the diesel of Gary Martin's with just some extra NOS. Just to, add some spice there into the engine. Wonder when he deploys the NOS actually. Maybe on the straights. Definitely don't want to do that mid-corner. Rui Campos now doing less Portuguese swearing as opposed to yesterday because he kept getting held up on the start line. And he is definitely in with a shout this year. 44 for Gary Martins.
Oh, did Rui Campos hit a policeman? All right, now we've got the Cobra. And this might be the fastest... No, it's not. Rodrigo, I don't know, but this Cobra, they've tried everything. Too much fuel, too little fuel, whatever. It just hasn't gone today.
The ironic thing is that maybe this is the fastest it has ever gone up the hill this weekend, and it's still slow.
Whoa.
10 out of 10 for perseverance there from the Cobra team.
Yep.
And just not their weekend, unfortunately.
We're going to wait until this qualifying session is over. We're going to cross back to Colin. He's got some breaking news for us. But we've only got a few cars left. So after Robbie Volk, we will cross over to Colin in the pits, find out what is going. I'm genuinely feeling desperate for Heinrich Dupree and the Cobra. I mean, it's an 8-cylinder, 7-liter, and it's taking a minute and a half to get up the hill. They just haven't been able to fix or sort out whatever the maladies are.
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend for them. Oh well, lots of good pubs and restaurants all over Knysna for this evening.
No, for sure. It's just all of a sudden it's hotting up. Everyone says, you know what, I've got a chance. But this is the final run, which just shows you have to try, you have to do your best in every run. You just have to.
Yeah, I suppose you never know when you could face an issue, so you might have to rely on your previous run to carry you through to the class finals or the shootout. So as much as the teams try and strategize, you could always get thrown a curve ball. Well, I suppose your own machine throws you a bit of a curve ball.
Correct. Well, I must say, when the combined times come in about 10-15 minutes or after the lunch break, I think we're going to be fascinated to see what is there.
So, Jens, correct me if I'm wrong, has Robbie Volk set a time today? Because I think qualifying 4 and 5, he didn't finish.
No, he didn't.
So this is going to be his last chance to qualify. Oh no, he did run a 37 yesterday.
He ran a 37.2 yesterday, and he did run again. So yeah, I think he has posted 2 times.
Yeah, he is actually the fastest driver of the weekend.
Yes.
So he'll be fine. He'll be comfortably through. But it would be nice to see him have a successful run in the Pull Beam Infinity.
That's him getting ready. You can hear it, I'm sure, through our studio walls. Ian Schofield going up the track, still the fastest, 38.3. Schofield does a 42.3. There goes Robbie Wolf. Oh, just sound. Let's hope it stays together.
Another really special aspect of Simola is getting to be so close to such high performance cars, such high performance rare single seaters, and feeling the noise of the engine through your stomach.
So far, so good. Come on, Robbie. Wow,
no.
He hits the policeman just when he didn't want to do that. And he does a 37.9. Ho ho! Woo! Rodrigo, it is all happening here at Simola, that's for sure.
Well, at least he got up halfway the track. During all the day, you would pass under the bridge and then no more. But now we got him to a 37, first 37 of the day too.
Unbelievable. That time's going to be deleted. Okay, let's cross over to Colin Hasty. Breaking news here at Simola 2024 is with Franco Scribante.
Franco Scribante, heartbreaking news with your transmission issues.
Yeah, Colin, look, we got today. I mean, broke a 4th gear, as you saw. I mean, it's in half there. We started the strategy the whole weekend, and with the big turbo cars is to start to pump it up, and then we really started to crank it up. And I mean, from the start to the bridge where all the trouble happened, with the fastest we've ever been in the history of this car, the telemetry was actually showing a sub 38, so, which makes it even more gutting. Yeah, it is what it is.
It's amazing. We sit with, we thought the fight was going to be between you and Reggie, and then Davy comes and pokes his nose in there, and you guys had both gone to...
Reggie played more the game I play this time. I mean, good luck to the other guys, and may the best man win. But, doesn't feel lekker.
Thank you very much for taking time out and chatting to us.
All right, I think we've, unfortunately, haven't got Colin. This means that we are going to have a top 8. Because definitely Richard Roots would have made it and Franco Scribante would have made it. So, Rodrigo, the drama even gets more complicated at Simola this year.
And the plot thickens, as the movies would say. But yeah, a lot of unexpected circumstances from what we expected in the beginning. As I was saying yesterday, everyone would crank the boost up today. There was quite a bit more to go, but then again, it came at a huge cost for both Franco and Reggie. In the same vein, we are seeing that the Lotus and that mid-engined rear-wheel drive setup are taking all the boost and asking for even more.
Been fascinating, Chiro. I'm a little stunned about these things, but that is the nature of the beast. Yes, it is like an Agatha Christie. We're going to have to find out who did what in whose gearbox. To just see what it is. But it is completely open cards now. Anybody can take this title. Robbie Walk, you got to say yes because of the sheer power of that pull beam and the way that it's made as a single-seater car. But for the rest, anybody can take this. Well, at least 6 or 7 people are in it.
Yeah, what we're seeing today is the best and the most painful aspects of motorsport, but what it has resulted in is, like you say, anyone could win this right now. And that is the most exciting that's the most exciting result you could get in motorsport for the fans and for everyone watching around the world. And we welcome you to our live stream if you're just joining us. We are approaching lunch. So the 6 qualifying sessions have completed. We did have one run in the 37s, but it will be deleted because Robbie Volk did hit some of the policemen, unfortunately, on the side. But a couple of Lotuses are in this. They're in for the fight as well, which is going to be fantastic. And I think what's also happening today is people are trying to beat their personal bests. They're trying to get the most out of the car. It's a lot of the competition down the pit lane is the drivers against themselves.
Yeah, without a doubt. Rodrigo, time for some lunch. I was thinking maybe a nice piri-piri chicken this afternoon.
Yeah, you're guessing correctly.
There we go. Nice piri-piri. 1 or 2 cerveja, and then, of course, we come back for the finals.
And we're all set. The excitement is building, and you got to have some good Portuguese food in the meanwhile.
Yeah, there we go. It's electrifying. I'm genuinely quite nervous because I really think this is going to be one of the most outstanding finishes to a Simola event. So enjoy the action. As you can see on the screen, Robbie Walk is going to get into the Jordan Sassel Formula 1 car just for a demonstration, take it up the hill, which is something incredible. You'll love it on your screens, and of course the crowds here will love it as well. We're going to be taking a short break, and we will be back for this afternoon's action, where we will eventually crown the King of the Hill for Simola 2024.
And literally climbing into the cockpit of this magnificent Formula 1 Sassel Jordan. And we saw a run yesterday from him of a 37.7. Unofficially, of course, that was done through timing by some people on the sideline. You guys are more than welcome to try and outgun us as Robbie comes in here. Niels, go.
Well, maybe this is going to the story of Simola 2024 is maybe going to be how the highway opened up in front of Derby Jimmy. Not impossible, it's going to become a serious possibility.
You say Derby Jimmy?
I think
you see it at the top of this off the Q6. It's Charles Jimmy. So the Jibbers are fighting hard here for the honours that have been left open. crowd, there's no doubt about it, Gary, but I believe on the live stream, it's just been made official as well. Franco is out. Can you believe it? So Franco Scavanti Raconru is out. The reigning champion is out in Honda Minnesota. Oh!
Year for year, because every year somehow it just gets better.
Yeah, 15th anniversary edition next year, so it's definitely going to get better. Just having a look around, I'm going to see my drone team here with maybe a little bit of merch to throw away. It'll be happening in a couple of minutes' time too. I'm not quite sure if they're going to be left. We literally chucked away about 10 bags of merchandise into the ground yesterday. We got some cars to run up the hill with some VIPs in. We got 2 Mentos and Suzukis to run up the hill as well. And I'm hoping that our live stream team can do what Suzuki motorcycles have asked to do, just to see what that booster does through the speed trap. It would be pretty interesting to see as well. Yako is saying that on the clock it's about 240-ish that he's going through the speed trap at on the Hayabusa. That could potentially be one of the fastest vehicles through the speed trap this weekend on that stock standard Gen 3 Suzuki 1300 GXXR Hayabusa. Hi, Master Drive, how are you doing? 4 up in the Master Drive out this time. Watch the cameras up. Alright, Prof, bring that pace car up here. Astro Energy Polo Cup pace car. With a guest in attendance there as well, getting a chance to have a run up with the Prof. The technical guru behind Volkswagen Motorsports Infancy Polo Cup. Away you go. Ciao. everybody here for me on Robert Ball's run. So 2:37.70 up is the Hunter. Make lots of noise for our two-wheelers going up the hill now. We've got a whole bunch of them going to join us here. Hunter on the first production bike from Suzuki running electronic suspension. First time ever they put electronic suspension on a production bike. Going to be out there on the GS from Suzuki. Behind it, you have the videos all the way from British Space Suzuki. Going to be out there on the Gen 3 2023 Hayabusa. Randy Zumin is behind that as well. On 80, the main. A little Austin still on. And we've got our two BMW mounted pilots at the back there from Motorrad. We're heading up on the XR and the Power machine there from BMW. And then we've got the Monster team. How's it going, Monster Girls? Okay, just give you a heads up. We're on to the 37.792 up the hill, down the hill, 33.1. Awesome job. Awesome job, bro. Very certainly helped you out there, man. If you had me on the nose of the cone on that reference car, we're going to get under 50. No problem. There's no replacement for displacement, you know what I'm saying? Alright, really thumbs up. Anytime we do that, mate. We're going to just wait for a couple of things to get cleared up here before we throw some Suzukis up the road. Hunters learn piloting of motorcycles and two-wheel machinery around the world. He's still here, he's still doing things on two wheels, it's great to see. Fantastic to have him as part of this weekend's entertainment. If you ever want to catch any one-liner or dad jokes, he's the king of dad jokes. So if you see him walking around, he is certainly somebody you want to chat to and have a good laugh with as well. Brendan, you left me. And here he is for the first time today, looking good on an electronically suspended Suzuki. Just going to wait to see what my good friend here, Sparks, needs to say. Here we go. GSXR 1300cc Hayabusa about to be unleashed. There we go. Probably one of the fastest standard bike. just send our motorcycles back up for a second run. They get a chance to go up a second time. And then also can I call out to Rob, there he is, Rob Bonk, if you wouldn't mind popping into my office here. A certain Sparky Bright needs to see you. Robert Stewie, when you're done there, you need to just check out the COC, please, mate. I'm so glad Stuart from Suzuki's got some time. Man alive, there's not much left rubber there. Yeah, dude.
Live the legacy in the all-new Suzuki Grand Vitara.
2 coming in. Yeah, there you go. That is the way you do it, right? There you go. Take it back again. Bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Yo! There you go. Awesome. All right, the group taxi's coming back again. That's a sneaky, but I need to be told to turn my back.
Hello to everyone joining us from around South Africa and around the world. Wonderful to see sold out crowds here at Simola. Hope you're enjoying the action as much as I am from the commentary box. It's been an absolute pleasure being part of Simola 2024. But I am here to chat to some of our valued sponsors. We love and appreciate their dedication to the Simola HillClimb. Let's start with Jenny Haynes, Marketing Director for Africa for Castrol. Jenny, how's your Simola going?
Fantastic. It is absolutely exhilarating.
Now, Castrol's celebrating 125 years in business. You trade in 52 of 54 African countries. Tell us a little bit about the history of Castrol.
Castrol started with Mr. Wakefield, and we've been going for 125 years. We do it for the love of automotive. For all you motor enthusiasts out there, there is a lubricant for your car, and it's ours.
And motorsport, what does that mean to Castrol?
Well, we know that motorsport is extreme sport. It's sport under pressure. Our lubricants perform very well under extreme conditions and under high pressure. So the synergy there, it just works.
And tell us a little bit about your involvement in Simola. Why is this event so special?
Oh, yes. This is one of the most extreme hill climbs. You can see by the number of people here, almost 20,000 people through the gates. It tells me that people know that this is an extreme sport. Our lubricants speak to extreme sport, as I mentioned earlier on, which is why we love being a sponsor. And I think this is going to be a long-time partnership because we know that the people that come here love cars and they love sport. So we're putting the two together and we are making things happen for them.
Absolutely lovely to have connected with you over the weekend. You have a wonderful bunch of people with you at Castrol. Thanks for your support of the Simola HillClimb. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you. You too. Thanks.
Thank you very, very much. Cheers, Jenny. Next up, we have the lovely Martina Biener, MD of Volkswagen South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Martina literally runs one of the biggest brands in this country, one of the longest running, longest standing brands in South Africa. She also loves South Africa as well. Martina, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be back again to Simola HillClimb.
It is a special event, isn't it? Now, something very exciting that's happened in the world of Volkswagen is you've decided to make a massive investment in South Africa to produce a new model. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago we've announced a 4 billion rand investment in our plant in Kariega. It is a third model coming to the plant, so the Polo and the Vivo will continue, don't worry, and we'll add a second model. It's based on the Polo platform, on the MQB27 platform, and it'll be a small SUV. Mike is already checking whether we can race it here or whether we must go more into the rally event for that one, though.
I've been to Kariega and it is a wonderful place. I walked through that factory and I just felt so much hope for this country. It's so incredible to watch so many people work together like that, make hundreds of cars a day. So this investment really showing confidence in South Africa.
Yeah, so I mean we've got 4,000 people working in the plant directly for Volkswagen. If you count our suppliers, then it's probably 50,000 people which we touch, and we know about our responsibility. And as a brand, we love South Africa. We've been here for 73 years. We intend to be here for minimum the next 73 years. And now it's a commitment to the country for 100%. But it's also kind of the country is giving back, and also the people are giving back because we are a love brand in the country, and we appreciate that a lot.
No, this is a country that does indeed love the brand. And just quickly, Simola. Why is Volkswagen here? Why did you decide to become one of the very valued partners of this special event?
We are big in motorsport anyway in South Africa. I don't know whether you know that the South African Volkswagen motorsport team was the only remaining motorsport team in the VW world. So there's also no interest from other countries, other headquarters watching us, what we do in South Africa. And Simola probably is the thing when it comes to motorsport. So the vibes, like just seeing the cars, it's just cool to be here, and it's a good showcase for performance, and it's a good showcase for fun, and that together makes it special, I would say.
I'm a big fan of you guys. I'm a big fan of Mike Rowe, your racing director. Really interesting to hear that South Africa is the last place in the world where Volkswagen has a factory team. That's really fascinating. Martina, thank you for your time. Really great to chat to you as always. Always a pleasure.
I must just show you my bag.
Oh, yes, let's see the back of your shirt.
What does it say? For the love of the climb.
For the love of the climb. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for Volkswagen. Thank you, Martina. And I am looking for two more people, but we've got somebody from Suzuki, Carl Lawrence. There we go. And after him, we'll be chatting to Max Smart. Carl, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm fantastic. This is a great vibe. Love it, eh?
So you're the dealer area manager for Suzuki South Africa. You're here to chat about some bikes. Bike safety in particular. I know Suzuki's big on that.
Yeah, look, bike safety is number one for the motorcycle division. We focus on a few key points. You know, the one thing is guys go riding out there. We try and educate them about what's going on around them. You know, they need to be vigilant and going like that. Next thing is rider gear, rider safety. You know, wearing the correct gear for the correct application. You can't just jump on your bike shorts and T-shirt and go for a ride.
And can the public attend these sorts of things, these sorts of programs?
Yeah, we can. We have 4 every year, and it's open to all makes and models, which is nice. Come join us at Red Star Raceway. It's 300 Rand per person, and you come spend the day with us. It's fun, and it's not a race. It's all about road safety.
So where can interested parties find more information?
So you can find more information on the Red Star website or even on our Facebook page. There's always ads going up, and it's there. It's come have fun.
Now, there's quite a special bike here. Tell us, what makes the GSX 1000 special?
So our GSX 1000 GX, it's a first for Suzuki motorcycles. It's got electronic suspension. So you can set it up for one person riding, 2 people riding, one with luggage. It's got all the other traction controls, user modes, as well as a bidirectional quick shifter. So it's got everything you need in one package.
Look, all of that sounded very important. It sounds fascinating. I'm sure the bike lovers out there knew exactly what you were talking about. How's your Simola going?
Oh, we're having good fun. As you saw, the guys are burning up some rubber. They're enjoying the ride, and everyone's getting to see our bikes. I mean, the Hayabusa, everybody runs to the Hayabusa still. So we're having good fun.
Carl, thank you very, very much. Lovely to connect with you over the weekend. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Hundreds. Thanks a lot, guys.
And last up for this lunchtime interview session, we have Mr. Max Smart. How are you, Max?
Yeah, good, thanks, and yourself, Chiro. Great to be here.
We've been chatting a bit online. It's nice to finally meet you. Now, Max has an interesting story. He won the Africa Rally Star Championship. That put him into the Junior Rally Championship, you'll correct me if I'm wrong, in Europe, where he is currently competing. Max, tell us a little bit about your story and what you're currently up to.
Yeah, so at the moment I'm competing in the Junior World Rally Championship, representing South Africa that side. I actually, I grew up riding motocross before I won this young driver talent search called FIA Rally Star, which was basically like a complete raw talent search that took place across the entire world, picking one driver from every continent, and I won for Africa. And that put me into a training season with 6 rallies across Europe last year in a M Sport Poland Ford Fiesta Rally 3. So it basically is a Ford Fiesta, but it's 4-wheel drive, it's a 5-speed sequential gearbox, 3-stage anti-lang. It's a mean little machine. And battled against the other 5 drivers from each continent to get promoted at the end of last year to the Junior World Rally Championship this year. And it's been an incredible journey so far.
Max, it's been amazing to watch you progress. Now, I have to ask you, I don't think there's been a South African in the Top Flight World Rally Championship for a while. I would imagine that's your ambition.
Yeah, so, there actually hasn't been a South African racing in the World Championship since 2012. And it was actually John Williams who's actually competing today in a Ferrari. It's amazing to represent the South African flag that side. I'm the only South African racing there. And just super proud and keen to get South Africa supporting me. And let's get a South African in the top step of the Junior World Championship next year. That's my goal,
Max, you already made us very proud as a country. We are behind you as South Africans. We wish you all the best. I hope you make it into that top flight. I think you've got everything you need. You've got the right ingredients, and I wish you all the best.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chiro. And yeah, I'm just at the moment looking for partners to be a part of this amazing journey, you know. So yeah, thanks so much for the chat. And for anyone who wants to follow my journey, I'm MaxSmart16 on Instagram. And yeah, check it out. Let's do this, you know.
Max, all the best, man. Thank you. It's been lovely to meet you. Right, that's it for the interview session of the afternoon. Hey, Max, big round of applause for you. He's done exceptionally well for himself. Well done, Max. And I think that concludes things for the lunchtime entertainment, although I do see that Robbie Volk is being strapped into the Formula One car, and he will be going for one more round. So let's wait for that to happen. And his steering wheel is still out on the top of the car. So very important, safety straps he's being tightly strapped in there. Fascinating to see this real, genuine Formula One car. This is the Jordan Sassol from 1993. This car competed at Kyalami, so many South Africans would have already seen this car on their TV screens or in real life on the stands of Kyalami. And none better than Robbie Volk to have the honor, the responsibility, and of course the joy of taking this real Formula One car up the hill. It's about to start. Wow!
So while we're waiting for Rob to come back.
It's in our DNA to explore, to search for more. We push, we seek, we forge roads where there weren't any. We search for more. Look at the stars. Find your more. We weren't born to stand still. We were born for more. More adventure, more freedom. More. Introducing the Suzuki Jimny 5-door, born for more.
92, Cecil Jordan. Alright, are we good to go here? Sparkle, can I get clearance to have some fun? Daniel, can we have some fun? Who wants to merchandise? Alrighty.
Dat is ook zo landskruiven.
Charge to a feet.
Do you get to move around areas, or are you basically tied in once they close the road?
hy voor dit hy baie nou Vrydag daar sit die Durban net en donderdag op terug. En dan kon ek dit. Sweet old session. Ja, alleen die breedte kan ik daarom dan nog heel mooi. Ja, met je hond achterin. Met mijn hond.
exactly who the people are that have been in all these motor cars. They get to go up the hill. Just for interest sake, the next one that's coming up now, I was supposed to be in this motor car, but I'm a sissy.
The array.
The standard car. So cool to see the Suzukis, to see JP from the Volt having a go, the electric car, the hydrogen car. It's just, there's so much. You know, there's so much to say, but you almost lost 4 words. But I can invent some. There we go, folks. Thank you very much, man. Folks, so you get a chance to go home and go have a look at all the information that is available. Sasha, Cyro, and Colin that's been doing massive amounts of homework up and down the pit lane. That which you might have missed here on the day. You can pick that all up Simola Hill, www.simolahillclimb. So you're going to find it. Greg.
Etienne Malherbe, our technical advisor, please, and scrutineer, please, to the COC's office. Etienne Malherbe to the COC's office. We are about to go. How you feeling, buddy? Last time, let's get this right, brother. Come on now. Come stand forth. I know you got it, brother. Tell me what you're made of.
Oh, welcome back. It is coming to crunch time at the Simola HillClimb 2024. We're going to have 3 King of the Hill finals, but we've got the class finals, and it's all up for glory. The media challenge in the Suzuki Swifts Sport at present. Brendan Stainforth going up the track at the moment. Man, I tell you, there's been so much that has happened during the course of today. We've had, unfortunately, quite a few cars that have had their issues. Whoa! Going very, very wide. They're nearly taking out one of the policemen. But this is all for glory. Chiro in the box with me. Rodrigo coming to us from HillClimb Monsters. He's there as well. Class finals. This is a very, very special time, Rodrigo, in the sense that everything that you've done up to now doesn't mean anything. You got to put this lap down.
It all comes down to this. This is the final shootouts. Everything builds up to this. Some have not survived this treacherous pass, but here we are, and we're still looking at some probably at some records being broken. Seeing all new winners. This is proper excitement.
Very exciting. 54.221, 54.327, a tenth of a second, Chiro. Man, don't you wish you were there in the media challenge?
I really do. I think I'd have an absolute blast, but only if Thomas Falconer wasn't there, though.
Are you
look at
scared
him.
of him?
He's absolutely on it. I see probably a 53 here for Thomas. And across the line.
Yes, you called it. There we go. 53.784. So that is our class winner for the Suzuki Media Challenge. Fantastic stuff. Congratulations. Thomas Falconer. He's going to be a very proud young chappie.
Yeah, top class guy as well. Big fan of his. Oh, that's Paul Noodle there, and that last shot is bending over into the track. And that's a pity because it's a little bit unfair to the next few drivers. It's actually sort of bending over into the circuit, so making it easier to hit. Maybe we can just get that sorted out.
Yeah,
quickly.
hopefully they can. That was Nico Nell going up in Class A2. And of course, we've got 9 classes that we've got to get through. A2 Nico Nell, that is in the BMW M135iX Drive.
Oh, Sasha Rodrigo, I've got to tell you, I sacrificed my right eardrum to get that sound of that Formula One car.
Sorry, what?
My ear still hurts.
Ring in a little.
Yeah, it was so loud. Fantastic, though, to be up close to something like that. I really enjoyed it.
All right, so we've got A2, and I think that is the only vehicle in A2. So there we go, Nico Nell wins his category. Rodrigo, lovely to see you. Hope you had a great lunch. Getting into the end of everything talking. Lots of drama that has happened during the course of this weekend. All started with Andre Bezuidenhout out, but we've lost Wade van Zumeren. We've lost Scribante. We've lost Lee Thompson. We've lost Rechard Roots. It is an open field and also a different kind of pressure, Rodrigo. I was talking to Peter Zeely, and Peter Zeely's been in this position before, but the Ubers actually haven't. So it's going to be a very, very interesting psychological battle, never mind just machinery.
It is curious because yesterday you guys were asking me about the chances of Peter Zeely and all this, and I said that consistency was his weapon, and I was pretty much right on that one. But yes, when he was King of the Hill in 2021.
Yes.
21, I think 21. It was 21. This was sort of the same kind of situation that made him emerge at the top, but then again, conditions are way better weather-wise this time, and isn't it a testament to the great depth of field in Simola that even after all these problems with the top cars, many of them not finishing the race, we will still have a final top 10 filled with proper high-powered machines.
Oh, without a doubt. Class A3 going out there. Chiro, just going into that psychological battle, that mental battle. I mean, you've made it to your class. You came out with the fastest time in an electric car. Everything up until this point means nothing. How did you feel going into that last run?
There's a good few emotions kicking around when you're lining up for the class final and for the shootout. And I just got it. I don't know how I did it. I just got into the zone. I got into an extremely sort of focused state, and I did have quite a lot going on because I had my film crew with me from Cars.co.za, but I had to manage my own in-car camera. And what happened just before my final run was my camera died, and I had to run around the pits finding cables. Anyway, it was all drama. But besides that, I think everyone out there, everyone in the field, they're pushing to get into that zone right now.
All right, it's Class A3, and we've got Martin Wiles just done a 50.5. Enzo Kuhn on the track at the moment. We've got Farad Ibrahim in his 10th edition of the Simola. Whoa, properly sideways for Enzo Kuhn. He knows how to handle it. Let's see if he can beat a 50.5. Enzo Kuhn, a 46.9. I tell you, Farad has got it all to do in his magnificently prepared Supra. Class A4, we got Feroz Ibrahim. These are the top 3 from each of the categories. Ooh, seemed like he missed a gear in the Supra.
So Farad will be the last run in Class A3.
Yeah, I think he missed a gear. I really do. Let's see if he can beat Enzo Kuhn. 46.9 is what he wants to do. Oh, wow, what a time. 45.2. Farad Ibrahim is the champion of Class A3. Feroz Ibrahim. Cristiano Verolini, I've got to tell you, this guy's driven so well during the course of this weekend. So I think going to be pretty tight in Class A4. Oh my word, that is a big crash. That is a huge crash. Wow, okay, definitely going to be a red flag. And taking out all of our cameras as well.
That was a high-speed crash.
Very, very high speed. Faraz Ibrahim, he did actually cross the line, but that's a big, big crash. Let's hope that everything is going to be okay. And that's also going over the line. Chiro, as you've told us, if you get the slightly unbalanced car, it just gets very light at the back, and when it comes down, if your steering wheel is pointing the wrong way, that can be really, really nasty. So,
that I don't know if we're actually going to get footage there. We'll just, of course, wait to see that Faraz is okay. But again, on the left-hand side of the track, you do have this very deep water gully, which is obviously there to keep the road safe. It is a public road at the end of the day. But once you're in there, there's really only one result after that, unfortunately. And we're just waiting to confirm that Faraz is okay. He's in a very, very good car, sort of car that's built to protect you in this sort of situation, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But you never want to see that. That was a big one.
Yeah, you got to find the limits, Rodrigo, of yourself and also of your car. But that looked pretty nasty. And on that left-hand side, Chiri, you were saying there's also a gully of a lot of stones as well. So hopefully, as soon as we've got some cameras up there or some news, we will definitely let you know what's going on. But unfortunately, it definitely took out one of our cameras, maybe a timing beam as well.
There's also, just before the gully, there's sort of big gravel, really big stones, and which are incredibly slippery. So if you just put half a wheel on those stones, you're in a little bit of trouble as well. And you're coming, the very last corner over the crest of the line is a right-hander. It's quick. You're obviously at the very end of your run. You want the best time possible. You don't want to let off.
All right, let's cross over to Colin. Maybe he's been relayed some information from the top of the hill, but a nasty moment for Faraz Ibrahim, Colin.
Yeah, well, I'm just very glad that he's all okay, because it's never nice to see any crashes. The message I got was from the cameras, because they got smacked this morning by Wade, and they're still hurting. But I'm sure the cameras will be replaced. What it does is for guys in the class final and their focus, they were all hyped up and now things calm down. They're on road tires, so they're not supposed to be using tire warmers. So let's see if we can jump in here with Cristiano. I've got to check. He has got the air conditioning on. Cristiano, that's kind of cheating with the aircon on.
Well, look, we're sitting here and ready for the race. I'm not going to sit here uncomfortably. It's still a lovely M4, so I'm going to enjoy the aircon up until the start line.
And it's got a wonderful smell of leather inside here.
You know, it's a fantastic vehicle, and it just happens to be fast as well. So very happy to be in the car, and just want to get some nice performance out of it and enjoy the sound and the crowd.
Now, hold on. I'll need to go to the exhaust, and if you can do that again. Gotta love the sound of fuel. I see traction control is off. Where's the sport mode button?
So we got a throttle in Sports Plus, steering sports, and as you can see, I've got my suspension in comfort, and we're in DSC off in 4-wheel drive mode. So currently the best settings that we can for this environment. So all I'm going to do is just lean on her to just get me through this hill nice and quick and safe.
Awesome. You, with a weight like this, and it looks it might be a little bit long, how do you focus your mind, or are you just focusing on the road?
I'm just sitting here thinking what I'm going to have for dinner tonight, good sir.
And what's winning on the dinner steaks?
Probably a nice plate of pasta.
With possibly some nice ham on it?
I think so. I think a nice matriciana, a little bit of bacon, tomato sauce, some cheese, maybe a glass of red wine with it. I can see some salivating mouths in the crowd just listening to me talk about a nice good plate of pasta. So why not?
Killing me.
No, never mind their mouths. My mouth is going. Yeah, well, good luck, and thank you very much for talking to us. Make some noise when you get this thing sideways. Entertain us.
Well, we'll do my best. Thank you very much, everyone, and thanks for an awesome event.
Awesome. What a boy. Now we talk to JP. Got to find out why he's got the wheels turned out. And while we're there, we can have a look at the tread on the tyres. Got them nice and skimmed and sorted out. Boom. JP, that's almost slicks you've got on the front there.
Yeah, I must say the previous run I battled a bit with the tyres. Hopefully there's enough left to pull this off. I'll tell you after this run. I'll feel it again. I might have maybe pushed it a bit too much into the corners. I battled a lot with the understeer, but let's see.
Of course, the tyres get marked in qualifying, and you've got to use that set for the whole race.
That's correct, yeah. So we can't change. It is what it is now.
And this is class finals. You've got this, and then the top 10 shootout that you've qualified for. You've got to push hard twice more.
Yeah, you need to be careful with the road car up here. We're going to have to push. It's going to be tight.
My filters have just come down. That's absolutely awesome. You haven't got the aircon on?
No, it's off. Nothing. No extra heat for the engine. Need all the power. Wheels are turned. The left front is facing the sun. It was in the shade in the pits. I need to use everything I can.
I was going to ask about that. That's quite clever.
Yeah, so in the pits, the right front gets a bit of sun, and lining up here, the sun is on the left. So I just, as we move forward, turn the wheel so I can just try and see if I can soak up some heat.
Every little bit counts.
Every bit helps, yeah.
How much fuel have you got in it?
About a quarter tank.
Sure. You don't want fuel surge?
No, we should be okay.
Awesome. JP, thanks for talking to us. I'm going to go around and check that tyre.
Enjoy it.
Thanks. So we've got an idea of this tyre that's sort of semi-slick on the outside here. You can see he's really been pushing. Let's go around to the other side and see what this one looks like that's lurking in the sun. Also in a similar condition. Nice, lots of flat rubber here for grip. These marks and the grooves end up moving around and giving a bit of instability. Proper carbon ceramic brakes in here as well. Blooming, love that stuff. Pat, should we try and go and talk to some of the other guys? Do you think it'll all work? They're busy working out the lists for the top 10 shootouts as we go along. And here's that's what I love about Drew. He'll normally talk to us anytime, but as I looked at him, he just had a quick shake in his head. Darren?
Yes.
You're a happy chap now. You're in the top 10 shootout.
We're afraid we are. We said we were going to try. It came about rather unexpectedly because the rules were a bit ambiguous about cars withdrawing, not being able to make the top 10. But I think it was a great decision by the organisers. There are three very, very happy drivers, guys that come down from Joburg. I think Frankie's in, Steve's in, and Almin. So, yeah, I'm going to make the most of it.
You're going to just have a full-on go.
I'm just going to smash it.
Go hard. You've wound the boost up to all of it.
It's all up. Everything's in there now. It's just there's nothing left to turn up. We're going to give it our best shot now.
And have you wound up your brain?
Yeah, so we've fortunately got the class final first, which we got into as well due to the fact that both Franco and Reggie were out. So we got a class final run first, just to try and tie up the loose edges with my brain, and then we're in.
Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us.
Lekker. Thanks very much.
Darren Goodmans. What a boy. Aldo, please don't run away. You've had an unbelievable couple of days, haven't you?
It's been exciting to say the least, Colin. We've come along and Michael's done some wonders. Really well done, Michael. He's got the car. We found the pace that was missing. I think in the last run we got close to 218 at the bridge, which is still not where we wanted to be, but at least we got back to where we ended off last year. So yeah, we found it. We found it in the telemetry and in the handling and the wing changes. It all came together.
Lots of little bits and pieces, and that's where Michael Stephen is so clever.
Absolutely, I tell you, just kudos to him. I don't know, thank God for Michael Stevens.
Of course, a little bit of disappointment about Silvio's car, but it'll come back next year, sorted, and it'll all be good.
Oh yes, so they'll get the car back to the workshop, strip it down, start from scratch and redesign everything stronger, better, come back ready for the hill.
Tell you what, if you're a gear maker in South Africa at the moment, especially a four-wheel drive gear maker, you'd be looked after. I mean, I saw some of the bits and pieces that came out of Franco's car. Brocken.
Well, a big thank you goes to Ken from Pinetown. He built the gearbox. He's given me a really strong box, and kudos to Ken and his team, the best in South Africa.
It's Ken Westermeyer.
Mr. Westermeyer, that's it. Yeah, thanks, Ken.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I think a lot of racing drivers owe Ken massive, massive thanks. See, Franco, I'm not going to go and talk to him now because a little bit much, but I'll tell you who we do want to talk to is Georgie Evans, who has made... George, you've made the class final as well as the top 10 shootout.
Yes, yeah, with a 41.6, yeah.
You must be very, very happy.
Yes, yeah. Well, we exceeded our expectations for this weekend, so yeah, we're very happy with that. But we're going to try to dive into the 40s.
You got the tyres all sorted out, fuel, you're busy sitting in the car focusing on your mind?
Yes, yeah, 100%, yeah. Keeping my mind focused. We got our tyre warmers on, all fueled up and ready to go.
George, good luck. I hope you get the time you want.
Cool, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Cheers. Hey, he's kind of flown under the radar over the last 2 days, and now all of a sudden it's getting real. You have to love the carbon fiber here. And I think the main reason we love carbon fiber, it's quite simple. It's just carbon fiber. Sorry, I'll just get it's been so hot and sweaty. Let's talk to... Frustration!
Yeah, we've been waiting for a bit of time in the heat, but feeling confident about this run. At least the track conditions are good, so hopefully it's a good one.
If you turn the car on, you could turn the air conditioner on, it would be sublime.
True, but sometimes you forget to turn the aircon off.
That would be a colossal error.
Exactly. So I'm going to suffer a little bit in the heat, but hopefully it makes up.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for chatting. The smells of the leather are quite provocative. Another man who's in the car. Concentrate. We're going to talk to him. But first we're going to talk to Rita. Rita, you get nervous sitting at times like these, especially with what's happened today.
I do. My nerves are actually shot. I try and be as calm as possible. But I know he's going to do his best. We'll take whatever he does.
Well, let's hear from Peter. Thank you, Rita. Focusing on the road ahead, Mr. Zeely.
Yeah, I actually just ran up 37.6 up here.
But if you sped your mind up a little bit more, you could do like a 35 flat.
Yeah, it's possible.
I love your...
Improbable, though.
I love your air-conditioned fan going on there.
Yeah, it's getting quite hot with the sun in front, yes.
Yeah. Thank you for giving us the time to talk to you. I know you need to focus, so do it.
No, I'm fine. No, it looks like there's be some time left still.
Good luck.
It's interesting, because this track, this event, the track changes all the time. So, and you only know what it's like after corner one. So, I must tell you, my mind's spinning. I don't know what to do.
Breathe, Peter, breathe.
Okay.
Good luck. Thank you. He says he's fine. I know what my version of fine stands for. Maybe you can help us with your version of what fine stands for. Let's go zip down here. I want to talk to John Williams in the Ferrari because I'm looking for an Alpha, but then there's no Alpha, so we'll talk to Ferrari. John, how are you doing?
I'm good, and you?
I'm fabulous. I just had to come down and because Ferrari.
Yes, yeah, of course. It's beautiful to race a 458 Italia up the hill.
You've got to be the luckiest guy in the world.
I haven't stopped smiling for 2 days. My cheekbones are actually quite sore. I've been going to bed with big smiles. Yeah, we've had a few challenges, but the last run we managed to get everything together, and it was nice for me just to show that I can still pedal a little bit, so that was great.
It's always, a race driver never loses that belief that in themselves until the stopwatch starts talking back at you, and then when you finally do it, it's a huge relief.
Yeah, I had Q6 was my last chance to qualify. Up until then, I hadn't had a chance. So, but we like that pressure. We kind of perform better under pressure. So, yeah, Q6, I managed to put it together, and now we're in the shootout. So that's exciting.
Bit of a responsibility looking after this thing and not chucking off the edge of the road.
The amount of people that have come up to me saying that, it's been incredible, because obviously a red Ferrari, everyone's had the poster on the wall as a kid, so and the kids have been getting in the car and lots of Ferrari caps, so it's nice to be able to race this car and enjoy it up the hill, and the sound of the V8, as it revs to the limiter. It's spectacular. I took all the traction bits off now and on the last run and sliding around a little bit, but it's just awesome. I've loved the whole weekend driving this vehicle.
That feeling when a car's dancing on the top of the track, it's unreal.
I know, to see the Ferrari off the line, squealing and spinning and that, it's awesome. And obviously it's nice for the fans to see this Ferrari going up the hill and pushing the limits.
I'm glad you recognize and understand the value of entertainment.
Yeah, it's important. That's what gets the people to come watch. And I mean, I don't think there's any event in the country at the moment that draws this kind of crowd. And for me, as an enthusiast, I love it, because look at the different kind of cars we got on this pit lane here, and to see the ex-drivers that I watched growing up and having a laugh with them in a sort of a more relaxed environment is great.
It's magic. Good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
John Williams, rally driver, race driver of absolute note. The other guy who got really surprised was Sav Galtieri, and we need to talk to him. The other one we need to talk to is Franco Di Matteo, who you thought you were going home. Now you're in the top 10 shootout.
Yeah, I'm actually a lucky draw there at the end of the day. So, yeah, I'm the slowest of the 10. But you know what? I'm actually pleased with what we've done with the car on new tyres and that. I mean, there's a new learning curve for me. And we've got it there. So, yeah, we'll see what happens now,
This is a crazy event where we know that just about anything can happen. And we're getting ready to go back with some live track action. And then it'll be no voice by my choice that I'll let the cars do the talking. Car good for the shootout?
Yeah, look, we've all the 3-4 runs that I've done, I've gone faster and faster. So I've done another theatrical run. I've got nothing to lose. Let's see what happens at the end of the day. I'm mad as anything else. So we'll try anything. Let's see I need to find out what the car really works like.
Awesome. And then you can give your voice a rest.
Yeah, I feel worse on my car, so. But we can't cry.
You're looking good, Franco.
As long as we can be here and do what we love, that's what counts at the end of the day.
Entertain us.
We're going to try the best, my friend.
Thanks, Franco. Cheers. Good man. He was one of the... Sav? You thought that you were going to be disappointed, and now, boom!
Look, it's just, this event's always like that. I mean, it's hard to say it, but it is really a fact. In order to finish first you got to finish. We've had it many a time where you fast on a day and then your car breaks on the last lap and things happen. And this event, so hard on the cars, So the guys just got unlucky, some of them, and it can happen to us, it can happen to anyone. So you're in it here, you just got to do your best,
That bit where you say it's hard on the cars, you doing a bit of development for other racing uses with a V8 BM engine.
Yeah.
And it's kind of good that you can come to an event like this and prove that what your development is right.
This is it, this is what it is for us. This whole event was to, let's push the car as hard as we can. Like I said, it's a pity we don't actually know what's wrong with it, because I should be going... There's a lot more horsepower there. I actually don't know where it is. There could be a crack in the manifold. There could be anything. And
could be a million things.
I don't have the equipment with me, to check it. I thought, what, don't play with something, especially at the end, because just drive with what you got and, let's just finish it, And
I mean, there's that saying, fiddle, broken.
Yeah, well, this is it, Like even now, we just did some minor little touches. We're not going to do anything else. I must just neaten up. I made a few mistakes, because obviously now the cars, we changed the wing angle and a couple of things, and I made a few mistakes. So if I can clean it up, maybe I can take a second off. Maybe. But if it doesn't, then it doesn't.
You're going to have a full go.
Oh, yeah. No, you know me.
Good luck.
Just if I can just say, I forgot to mention Carlo Garbini from Kimbo for his sponsorship and assistance as well. Thank you very much.
That's coffee.
Coffee. Kimbo coffee.
We love coffee.
Yes, in Portalia. Well done, Boyki.
Grazie.
Grazie.
I want to have... The craziest guy in the world takes the highest maintenance BMW ever. And you come and race a V10 BMW up the hill at Simola. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good. So I've got this car for 5 years already, right? And I've always been here as like a media, and I wanted to experience the track. And I thought, let's do the craziest thing. Let's take the most unreliable that people say it is unreliable, and let's drive it from Cape Town to Knysna with the family and the boot full and everything, and then take it up the track of the weekend and drive it back home. So let's show the guys that it's not as unreliable as they think it is, and it's a car that you can have immense fun with the V10 motor.
And here you're sitting in the class finals.
Yeah, I'm sitting in the class finals. I've got a Ferrari with me and an Audi V10. So yeah, we're enjoying this experience thoroughly.
Awesome, well done. SA Beamer for the win, eh?
Thanks, Colin.
Lovely. So we got the Mattia. I'm trying to go through all the players. John Williams got a crowd of supporters again. Unbelievable stuff. Got to love it. Come back to all the V10s in the world. How are you?
I'm fine, and you?
I'm hot.
Can you imagine how I'm feeling?
I'm looking at your tire pressures here. Lost indicator. You got 2 bars, 27 there, 30. Just talk us through what that means.
Okay. Well, I was parked in the sun, so the one that's 33 is on the right there. That was in the shade, but since I've been parked here now, the temperatures are picked up there. Yeah. So we almost okay.
And it says the gearbox is 72. It's quite a cool. Patrick, come around here and check out all the stuff that R8 has got.
Yeah, I know.
And the song playing is "Don't You Forget."
Oh yeah, I know. We can turn that up if you like.
No, with there's a whole lot of things that copyright and blah blah and all of that. Traction control off.
Yes. Traction control off. Yes.
ABS is on.
Put it in performance mode. Yeah. There. Yeah. Off. Oh. Okay. Yeah. So there we go.
And then it's foot flat and
I don't use launch control.
Any particular reason?
Because it's unreliable. Most of the time you bog down. So what I do is I just take it to just under 2,000 RPM, and then off it and hit the gas, and it pulls like a rocket.
We've been watching that. It's absolutely magnificent.
The launches have been good.
And I think launch is, I mean, that's super, super important.
Yes, absolutely. Your start here is critical.
How do you focus your mind now while you're waiting?
Hot. I'm just telling myself to focus.
And then you get some idiot come and stick a microphone in your face and talk rubbish.
Yeah, I took the camera out apparently. Yeah.
Good luck. Thanks for talking. You got to grovel to get down there, and another Audi. Are you ready for this, my boy?
Yeah, I'm about as ready as I could be, I guess. It's not nice. I was watching it on the big screen of Feroz going off, and he's a bit of a long-time friend, and it's just a little bit nerve-wracking. But hey, we move on, and hopefully he's okay, and we're looking forward to putting in a strong last run and see if we can actually win our class.
Ricky, have you managed to actually get things off the line and get your launch right?
Yeah, we've played the whole weekend with a bit of settings. We found a happy medium. It's not the best setting, but it's working. It's working. That's all I can say. I just wish we could get a little bit faster. We are a little bit slower than what we normally used to, but I'm sure with a little bit more seat time next year, we'll come back stronger.
Ricky, I've never ever heard any racing driver say anything other than "I wish I was a little bit faster."
I think that's written in our book. Also, we've got a massive book of excuses.
No, it's a book of reasons, Ricky.
I'm telling you.
Good luck. Thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you so very much.
A book of reasons. Paul is looking at the inside. Paul Monroe, you're busy looking at the inside of your eyes.
Yeah, it's always nerve-wracking when there's delays and stuff, because you get yourself hyped up, and then of course bit of a delay. You got to zone in again and zone out and zone in and zone out. But
where are you sitting on that zoning at the moment?
I'm zoned out, I guess. Unfortunately, I'm the only one in my class, so I'm going to do my class final. Yeah, I'll both come first and last if I cross the line.
You could be first, second, and third.
I could be, yeah, which would be exciting. But no, I honestly love this event so much. I want to drive it every possible time. I came all this way to drive, so any opportunity I have to do a run, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to go balls to the wall as always. So
I love it. In full carbon, 6-cylinder BMW with Freddie exhaust on it that makes great noise.
Yeah, she's an old lady now. She's 22, 23 years old, but still competitive, in its own right. Obviously, far less horsepower and torque and whatnot than other cars, but it seems to still be able to punch above its weight and, hangs in there with the big boys to some extent. So I really love this event. Like I say, it's a track car, but, make a few changes and she does a hill climb reasonably well. So,
Paul, it's what you got, so that's what you play with.
Exactly, yeah. That's exactly right.
Now go back to that other zone. Thank you for talking to us. Good luck. Be fast.
Thanks, Colin. Thanks very much.
Cheers. Jeez, it's a little bit warm inside these cars. Another class finalist. They're all lined up here. We're actually quite lucky that all you guys are here. Is that a bit of air conditioning I'm feeling inside here?
No. It was earlier, yes.
Oh, you got it started. Okay, so you fighting against the two Volkswagens with an old launch Hyundai.
Correct. I think I'm a little bit of the underdog, but I'm going to give it beans and see what happens.
But you've got some proper groceries under the bonnet.
Yeah, look, it's got a G25 turbo on it now, so it's making decent power. We've just been struggling with fueling the whole weekend. Yeah. I'm sure everyone's seen the black smoke. It's just running rich as soon as it sees boost over 1.5 bar. It's just chucking fuel to protect the motor. So we're just going to give it beans. We put a bit more ethanol in it and see if it leans it out a bit. But at the moment, we're just going to go flat out.
You say above 1.5 bar boost. What are you boosting to?
So I'm going to try. I've set the target for 1.7 bar, so that should make still 40 kilowatts under them, but it should make about 300 kilowatts on the wheels.
Fair whack of kilowatts. They say they've got 310 kilowatts on the hubs.
Yeah, I'm not sure how.
Plus more.
plus some interest, I think. But yeah,
we'll find out what's going in there. The word on the street is that the bucky is coming. I've just got to see over there. They're still a little way away. Let's see if we can talk to Steve Clark. Please come here. With a bit of jiggery poo and looking at the rules, you bring a new B10 class car and get into the top 10 shootout. Well done.
Yeah, we were very lucky, and it's so unfortunate, especially for my best buddy. Yes, it's so unfortunate for him. He's sitting up,
Reggie,
sitting up, having a brandy and watching now. Yeah.
Well, it's you know how many times you've been involved in a car that's broken, and how heartbreaking it is.
Yeah, for sure. And that it's something like this. I mean, I've watched it the whole way up here. These are cars that only come out once a year. There's so much build up and so much goes into it. It's my heart's heavy for all of them, man.
Awesome. Well, good luck.
Thanks, Colin.
So we're about to start racing again. So we're going to get to the point where I say, it's not my voice, and so let's go with no voice by my choice. Let's listen to the cars. Cheers.
Yeah, we've had quite a lengthy delay for Roz Ibrahim having quite a big incident. I've been sent some photos just to see. It's all good. His car from the one side looks okay. I haven't seen from the other side, Chiro. But here we go. It's class finals. Here we go. We've got Cristiano Verolini. He's had a fabulous weekend, M4 competition. And this is the Class A4. The time he's got to beat at the moment is a 45.923. So Faraz actually made it over the line, even though he had the crash.
So he set the time?
Yep.
Ah, all right. Well, that's a good result. I suppose he'll be happy with that, and it'll soothe the incident, I think, the memories of the incident.
Yeah, very interesting to watch with Colin talking to JP van der Walt. He'll be the next car out there. Cristiano Verolini looking very tight. Beautiful lap. There we go. 44.9. He's been so consistent this whole weekend. And JP, a little concerned about his tires, but I don't see that that's going to be a problem. Rodrigo, let's bring you in after this delay. JP out there to defend his crown. A super, super talented driver.
for sure, and the Porsche Turbo as always showing that is an immense race with the perfect launches during all weekend, and straight down the gauntlet and posting times that really get itself on par with many of the good race cars. The idea is from, wouldn't it be worthy to transform, take one of these and transform it into a race car and bring it to sport? There's a potential here for a sub-40 car for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be. Here we go. Oh, another brilliant time, 43.5. There we go, winner of the Class A4. Congratulations, car number 76, Sean McKay. This could be pretty close between these two. It's Dayan Padiachi and Sean McKay. They're only split by 0.4 of a second. There are only two of them in Class A5. Beautiful sounding, classic Porsche.
Yeah, Rodrigo, I loved your idea there. Imagine taking a Turbo S, stripping it out, roll cage for a little bit of extra stiffness as well. I mean, the thing would compete with some real monsters.
For sure, and those engines are very tunable, and without even risking reliability all that much, it's very easy to take 850 horsepower from that, and taking 200 kilos or 300 kilos from it is also not that difficult. It would just be a case of getting some aero on it and push it up the hill.
Or alternatively, you just get a GT2 RS and strip out that as well. Could be a lot of fun. All right, this is going to be a tight battle. Just trying to see what Martin Wild did a 50. I don't know, A5. Sean McKay, 50.4. So not his fastest time during the course of the weekend. Let's see what Devan Padiachi can do. He should, yeah, all things being equal, he should be comfortably quicker, but this is when it counts.
It's actually quite a cool class because this is a baby Porsche, the 718 versus an older 911, which is pretty cool. So you can sort of see the progression of Porsche in one class. And let's see if Dayan Padiachi can get one up on the GT3 of Sean McKay.
Tentative going through the final S, but very strong. Lots of room to play with. A 50.4.
49.3. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 49.3.
He's got it.
49.3. Yeah, he's got it. Well done.
There you go. Winner of this class. Congrats. Shiraz Bauer in, I think the only no, it's not the only four-door car because there's an RS3 in as well, but
yes,
one of the only four-door cars going up the hill.
I just loved his chat with Colin. Whole family came down, trunk full of bags. Here we go, bring it here.
Yeah.
Go up and down the track a few times. Probably put on a new fresh set of tires on Monday morning and drive back to Cape Town. Beautiful, beautiful.
Yo, 25 grand a set of tires. Those rear tires are 295 19s. They're massive.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, it makes Tiger Wheel and Tire happy when you pull in.
Yeah. And then we're going to have there we go, Shiraz. Man, another great run.
And this is such really shows off a great aspect of Simola HillClimb is that it gives enthusiasts a real chance to enjoy themselves.
Yeah, 55. So actually his slowest time of the day. Let's see what John Williams can do in the 458. He's going to be up against the Audi R8.
Yeah, it'll definitely be between John and Gordon. The M5 is wonderful. It is doesn't have the handling to match these cars. Has the power, but not the handling.
Yeah, John got to give it a go. He's got to find at least 2 seconds if he wants to challenge the Audi. But just beautiful to hear that screaming V8 engine going up the hill.
Yeah, dream car for me, the 458. It's fantastic to watch it being driven in competition and in road trim as well, because there are a couple of GT3 cars around the world, but this one's in road trim, which is great.
Yeah, wonderful. Just trying to see what John Williams' time is. Should come up on the board. And there we go. 48.2 for John Williams, which is roughly where he was. So Gordon's best time is a 46.5 in the Audi.
He really pedals this car,
Yeah.
2 seconds up. It's hard to find 2 seconds on the hill. And we just lost him over the line there.
Yeah,
Do we get a time?
47-0, 47-0. So definitely, takes that one. Well done.
Takes class A6.
Anton Pommersheim, his best time over 49.5. James Temple just trying to get some heat into the rear tyres.
I don't know, I think he's trying to destroy his rear tyres. But yeah, he'll need it. The Mustangs tend to be squirrely off the line.
lined up here in the Suzuki. Very, very hard.
51.229 for the first Mustang up the hill.
Yeah, significantly slower. As we get into the afternoon, temperatures could be dropping just a little bit, track temperatures. But also, you want to make sure that it's a clean run. You know, you've got to finish it. Lots of braking there from James Temple.
In these classes where streets or new towers aren't exactly allowed, the tire deterioration also plays a role because they get slower.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you could actually see JP van der Valt's tires fronts were pretty done.
And he's still got another run to do.
Yeah. Garth McIntosh in the 720S.
Yeah. James Temple with a 47.8. So that's basically what he's been doing the whole time. So Garth up against it. He should be faster. His fastest time was a 46 dead. But this is class final honors.
Again, just another real enthusiast. No real racing background. Just got a wonderful car, and Simola gives him the opportunity to take it up the hill. And delight the rest of us, that's for sure.
Yeah, beautiful looking car. McLaren 720S comes across the line. Yeah, with a 46.1. So takes that class as well, and roughly the same time that he did earlier on today.
There we go.
Here comes Dion Hubert. Can he beat a 49.2? Is that correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Can he beat 49.2, the current electric vehicle record right here at Simola, held by my esteemed colleague sitting next to me, Ciro Di Siena, only 133 Ks up the hill. Oh, it's going to be tight. Ciro, how are you feeling?
This is the Hydrogen X5.
Is this
Dion's
the Hydrogen?
Up next, yeah. Dion's up next in the i5. It's so lovely working with you, Sasha, because you say my name better than I do. You pronounce it better than I do. Pronounce it like my nonna used to, actually.
Is that the Hydrogen going up?
Yeah, that's the
okay,
X5. Yeah.
I'm
no, Dion's next. Dion's next. So this Hydrogen is a fuel cell car. First car's been at Simola. So a bit of an exhibition run from BMW, but a really cool story behind that car. So here's Dion Hubert, legendary South African racing driver, using all of the track at turn 1, deploying all 442 electric kilowatts, heavy under braking, 2.3 ton car, using all of the track. Don't need a policeman, Dion.
Oh, well, maybe if Chiro hit one. Let's see what he can do. He's definitely hustling it, that's for sure.
I'm rooting for him. Look at that weight transfer. That's a heavy beast to run up the hill. Bit of four-wheel drifting.
Super fast.
My heart's in my throat.
Oh!
48.1. He's got it.
Oh, I beat you, Chiro. Sorry, my buddy.
No, good for him. I was rooting for him.
One of the cars making a debut this weekend, not released in South Africa yet. This is the brand new C63 from Mercedes-Benz. 500 kilowatts of power, 1,200 Newton meters of torque from a 2-liter 4-cylinder engine. Insanely powerful.
Yeah, Chad Lookoff doing a really great job this weekend. First time ever up the hill for Chad, and they gave him an insanely powerful car to do it in. He does have all-wheel drive, which will help. Nice lines through the S's. Final corner.
Beautiful, 46.1.
I think that's his fastest run of the day, actually.
I think so. Clint Weston going to be coming up now in this GT63S. Let's just watch this lap. The way that this car goes more sideways than forwards. The control he has in this is extraordinary. Very close to the policeman.
This is where it starts to get leery. Sideways, sideways. Oh.
44.1 for Clint Weston. I mean, it's been a marvel to watch that, and I know that Rodrigo, you've been mighty impressed with that vehicle this weekend.
Yes, I have. I can't see any better advert for that car than this weekend with him at the wheel. The kind of show he put on has me sold on the car, at least.
I think for next year, Sasha Rodrigo, we should suggest a most entertaining driver of the weekend award. And this year, this year it would have gone to Clint Weston.
Yeah, for sure. He really has hustled that around with looks. Yeah, just brilliantly.
It's our master driver. Go ahead.
2023 Peter Solberg, 2024 Clint Weston.
Yeah.
I agree.
2025 Rodrigo de Oliveira.
That's our development driver there from Master Drive.
Here we go for Craig Zank.
Oh, Zank did not get away well. Oh, another Nissan.
Oh no, that's not good. Oh, that's desperately unfortunate for Craig Zank.
It's like there's just something in the air this weekend. The all-wheel drive car is just off the line. Something's up there. We might never know.
Yeah, Craig Zank, unfortunately, will finish third in his class. This is Class B10. We've got Steve Clark, Giovanni Fantin, who's going to go, but we'll wait until Craig Zank. Well, I assume he wants to try and just get to the top and post a time. But yet another stop in our proceedings.
I think he managed to pull over to a safe place, so maybe the safety marshal, the head of safety, Ashwin Harry, maybe he'll let things carry on. They're just probably going to go check out the situation. That's our safety car.
Yeah, just make sure that the car's in a safe place. Yeah, just checking it all out. I think it is in a safe enough place, but we'll just wait for them to clear it. Safety car will go back to the start-finish line, and then we will continue with proceedings. Steve Clark and Giovanni Fantin, the other two that are going to have a go for it. Steve Clark's fastest time during the course of the qualifiers, 42.9. Giovanni Fantin, 44.1. He's in that RS3, the silver one. It's beautiful sounding car.
Yeah, one of my faves. Rare engine, rare configuration, and quick car.
Very, very quick. So, the Nissan GTR dealerships or service centers, I think going to be rather busy.
I think there'll be, from this there'll be so many learnings for the teams as well. They'll come back stronger next year.
Of course.
The 15th celebration of Simola, the 15th running of Simola is next year. We hope you will join us from around the world. Rodrigo, if there's one to come to, it will be next year.
For sure. By now, you guys have convinced me. You have insisted, and I have no way out of it anymore. I have to come, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely have you here. And who knows, 15th edition, maybe we have a couple more international drivers. I'm going to try and speak to my good friend Kimi Räikkönen and see if maybe he wants to come. But whenever I phone him, he just goes, "Buh." So I'll definitely ask. All right, let's have a look at the incident that happened a little bit earlier with Feroz Ibrahim. Unfortunate accident that happened just at the end line. Fortunately, he's okay. The car, I think, is a little worse for wear, but can be repairable. So let's just have a look at exactly what happened and maybe try and pick up why the accident occurred. That all looks good. Oh, he just runs wide. Yeah, there we go. Onto the gravel. And listen, he hit the camera. The rest might be okay. Yeah, it's you've got to, when you go over the line, there's no space on the left, but there is space on the right. JP van der Walt actually had a big off over the line a couple years back, and his car was fine. He walked away, the car drove away. So if Feroz managed to get the car back over to the right to the track, he would have probably been okay. But there's that unfortunate patch of gravel there, and if you run the car too wide on the exit of the final corner, then it's very, very slippery. I have seen pictures that the car was on the flatbed. So that's the latest that I've got here. So just goes in a little bit wide, understeers. See, there's the gravel there. Yeah. Back steps out, camera goes down, and someone from the production team has to run up the hill really quickly to try and get that sorted out. How fast can you run up the 1.9k? So if you're just joining us, Craig Zank was just about to go on his class run, but unfortunately just bogged down on the line. Something went wrong. Cars off the side of the road, but we still have a little delay at present, although it looks like there's a little bit of action. I could see the marshals ushering one of the cars. That's the R34 that is coming down. Yeah, and that'll be second in the category. And that's Steve Clark. Has been super quick in this car and super impressive. His best time of 42.994. Probably the most one of the calmest drive interviews I've ever heard.
And there's his raceway. That has got the capabilities of doing a 41. Are we going to see that now?
Sort of hopped a little bit on the launch.
Yeah, but I don't think... Oh, that was very understeery going through turn one. But, don't forget that the timing beacon is about 2 or 3 meters ahead. Oh, yes. So he should be okay. It's interesting to see that it was the Hyundai that was lining up behind him, which is strange because we still need to see Giovanni Fantin. But anyway, let's focus our attention right here. Steve Clark. Very close to the policeman. Giving himself some space. Sure, he's driven this car beautifully this weekend.
He really has.
Brilliant. 43.5 for Steve Clark. Not his fastest, but I think fast enough to win the class.
I just loved Steve Clark's interview because if you didn't know what he was talking about, you'd think he was discussing an afternoon of lawn bowls. He was so relaxed, so calm and softly spoken, and then gets out and absolutely thrashes a rare R34 up the hill. Love it.
Brilliant. Okay, here we have the Hyundai Josh Lowe in the car. Very strange. We haven't seen Giovanni Fantin. Maybe he's coming up a little bit later, but he was meant to race in Class B10. This is B2. And then, of course, we're going to have this wonderful dice between Daniel Rowe and Jonathan Mokotsi. Okay, so it looks like there is an electrical problem with Giovanni Fantin. Good lap. 47.9.
The Super Polos. This has been one of the tightest head-to-heads in Simola history, I'd reckon.
Yeah.
Literally hundreds between them. I had a chat with Jonathan outside just now when I was outside the commentary booth, and there is quite a special development engine in there.
It's got 300 kilowatts.
Yeah, I know it's quick. Very light. They're also, as Rodrigo picked up, they're playing with the rear wing as well with the design. $44,058.
All right. So that's right near the 43. So I tell you, Jonathan's got it all to do.
So Jonathan told me he really wants a 43 this weekend, and he's got to beat it by 5. He just has to do about 600ths of a second faster than his teammate Daniel Rowe. I don't know if that was his best turn 3.
Oh, it's going to be tight.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's a big mistake there. I think that's going to cost him time.
That car just felt too low on the front left.
Yeah, 0.4 of a second slower.
Yeah.
Phew, this is when it all counts. That big mistake into that second S, just hitting that brake. You could see he had to try and straighten out the car there, unfortunately.
Weird noise though from the front splitter. It's almost like his front left suspension wasn't quite right. I just heard that scraping of sort of plastic on tar, but maybe we'll catch up with him afterwards.
Okay. Now, this is going to be outstanding. Outstanding. Peter Zili, Charles Hubert, Darby Hubert. I mean, the fact that Devin Robinson isn't there is quite extraordinary. Here we go. Would you prefer to go first or last?
I would say first.
Yeah, he's got the old Toyota Camry engine in there, I believe.
Rodrigo, let us know what you think of this run.
Let me observe. But as ever, Peter is always massively smooth.
Oh, this is quick. You can just see it, I agree. It's so smooth. Nothing wrong. .4.
Something went wrong.
I think the track has got a little bit slower. It is cooler. It is definitely cooler than it was. The two Ubers.
So in Class B4, the time to beat right now, Peter Zili, 40.4. 248 up the
That
straight.
is ridiculous. It's about 20 kilometers faster than Peter Zili.
This was my bet this morning. It was 248.
Yeah, you called it. You win that. Oh! Too deep into the first S. No, that will have cost him.
That's going to cost him a little bit. Let's see what he gets across. 40.0 for Charles Hubert.
He was still quicker. All right, let's see what Darby can do here. So even with that mistake, Charles Hubert still quicker than Peter Zili.
Yeah.
Rodrigo, you said you think something went wrong on Zili's run.
Yeah, and the door is open on
228.
228.
Quite
Got
a
to
lot
get smooth, a lot slower than Charles. This is the critical part. Get it in here, a little bit on the brakes, through. Oh, that's super slick. Super slick.
Yeah. This is good.
Oh, what a time. 38.9.
Yep.
Wow. Davy Hubert has had a brilliant weekend. So this car just against the clock. Paul Munro, his best time has been a 46.4. All carbon BMW. Sure, those were fabulous tyres by the two Huberts and by Zili.
Class B4 was so great, but I have a sneaky suspicion Zili's got a bit more in there. I think he might bring it all out in the final run in the shootout.
Yeah, the shootout is where it is going to be.
I would say that all three have more in than this. They were fast, but they could be much faster.
I think so, but I think the track honestly is getting cooler.
Yeah, lots of shade now on the track.
Yeah, we're in a good part of autumn, so even though it looks incredibly sunny, it's definitely a lot cooler.
Yeah.
Second last time up the hill, Hayes.
Oh, super launch there. Flawless. One day when I'm big. One of these off the bedroom wall and on into the garage. One of my favorites. 214 on the Suzuki Speed Trap. Rodrigo, R32, 33, 34, 35. Which one's your favorite?
32.
32, yeah.
Although I will go on this and say that I am also very keen on the R31.
Okay. A man of great taste.
43.6. That's Darren Goodman.
This young man having a great weekend. He's in the 41s. George Evans in a 10-year-old, 11-year-old Nissan GTR R35. 218 through the Suzuki Trap.
And I mean, this is the class where, you know, if you're just tuning in, you're going, but where's Richard Roots? Where's Franco Scribante?
Yeah, where the Benzema
They are not here.
Tough weekend for a lot of drivers and a lot of teams.
George Evans giving it the full beans, coming across the line. 42.478.
So Sasha, you caught Scribante's engineer just now when we were outside.
Yeah.
And he gave us that really interesting explanation of just let Sylvia launch there, what a noise.
Aldo, I love it.
Aldo, sorry, of what happened to Franco's car.
Yes, the gear didn't gear. There we go.
No, but the car jumped. The car jumped, the rear wheel sped up, and as they touched the ground, it ate the gearbox. So, not the car's fault.
Come on, Aldo, you've had such a good weekend. You had huge disappointment last year. Great line through there. At 41.4 for Aldo Scribante. There we go. Yeah, that is class winner. It's not his best time, 8/10 off. Here's Ricky Giannicaro. He's got to find 2 seconds if he wants to try and beat Peter Joubert in this class.
Second of our Audi R8s on the field this year. This one not exactly stock, you could say.
Oh, very
But it
also
does look like a quick run. Sorry, Rodrigo.
You can buy one of it. You can buy one this straight from Audi.
Oh, right. Okay. So that's a special edition.
No, it's a GT4 spec. As you have a GT3, there's also a class below, which is the GT4.
That's fascinating. It's a really nice toy to have, isn't it?
For sure. LS7Z4.
This car's been consistent all weekend, but a bit outclassed by its class rivals. Rodrigo, a tough weekend for a lot of competitors, and they'll take the learnings from this. But I mean, from a technical perspective, what can be done to help survive those really tough launches?
It comes down to sacrificing a bit of lightweight stuff, going full carbon and everything, and just using the thinnest possible pieces and everything, and you have to sacrifice a bit of that lightweight mentality just to beef up everything on the drivetrain to withstand those launches. Now you could also play with suspension settings, for example, softening up the rear so it can squat during the launch and give it a bit of give on everything. But then you are also messing up with the setup for the rest of the year. So it's a balance they will have to strike, or just buy a car that is prepared to do full bore launches day in, day out.
And a 43.373. That shouldn't be a time bothered by the Nissan Patrol Blackhawk.
The colossal one.
After all of those runs, I mean, I do feel a lot lighter.
And the brake discs on this car are probably about the size of some of the wheels on other cars.
Yeah. Well, I think, in South Africa, a little bit of a crowd favorite. There's so many of these vehicles on our roads. I think people are quite intrigued to see it going up the hill.
Yeah.
So Bradley Boshoff. Arnold Duplessis.
And here's the first of our single-seaters.
So Arnold Duplessis went 54.3, roughly the same kind of time as he's done. Single seaters. This is going to be a battle between Theodore Vermaak and Andrew Schofield. Schofield, should nail this about 6 seconds quicker. Completely different kinds of vehicles.
Yeah. Got a confirmation from Peter that something did go wrong on the front. The boost pipes got off on the bumps.
Wow, okay, so bumps are playing havoc with a lot of cars. Ian Schofield for class win in C2. Hopefully Peter Zeele can fix that up for the shootout.
In previous years, we saw a lot of cars taking the left line up the main straight.
See that bump?
Yeah, to avoid the bumps. But this year, everyone seems to have taken the bumps, and they have caused a bit of havoc.
A bit like what I said before, people are going for all speed and they are risking it all, and if it is the fastest way, they are risking it even more as people have been exactly to handle those bumps.
I think Schofield running against the clock. Let's see how he does. 42.0, Robbie Woke. Robert's just going now, I think, for time. I mean, the course record is at 54.161. I don't think we're going to get close to it, but I'm sure he wants to get into those 37s. He's done it once this weekend. I'm sure he wants to do it again.
2:29, I think that is one of his quicker runs for the speed trap. He looks on it. Oh, that car's dancing on the limits.
Oh, that's huge. 37.1 from Robert Walk. Wow. So there I was saying the track's getting cooler. It's affecting the times. He goes fastest. What do I know?
Wow, a 10th from a 36. That was an impressive run.
Very impressive.
Just through the S's there, you just saw him. I mean, that's the mark of a great driver, is when he can just get the car to dance on the limit like that. It'd be lovely to watch that in slow motion, actually, just how the car was moving around under him through the S's, but just beautiful driving, real driving skill there. Birkin doesn't seem too healthy.
No, it is Sunday. It's a nice little uphill drive for that Birkin on the Sunday. No, unfortunately, this is what happens towards the end of any form of racing, but it's still getting up the hill.
How much of the track is in shadow now? I mean, this entire corner, the next corner, right on the race line as well. So you're dealing with a warm track at the bottom of the hill and quite a cold track at the top of the hill.
Yeah, 109.
And you just wouldn't have that on circuit racing because, you know, racetracks don't tend to have trees next to them throwing shade. This is the Birkin that had quite a big off yesterday, destroyed one of the Castrol banners in the process, but miraculously no damage to the car, and thankfully no damage to the driver. He lives to fight another day. The car lives to drive another day, and he's having a better run than his competitor.
Well, and I mean, this is for a class final. He's been 8 seconds slower throughout the whole weekend, and he's now going to take the win.
Yeah.
I mean, this is racing.
That's how it goes.
Crazy. All he has to do is go faster than a... Oh, I've lost my live timing. A 109.
54, that'll take the class.
That's it, it's going to take the class against all odds.
Tough weekend for this team with the Cobra. I think maybe a different power plant for next year.
But this, I think, is going to be their quickest run.
Yeah.
Flying through the lead.
Here's Rui Campos.
Tell you what a weekend it's been for Rui Campos. If he wins this one, another trophy for him.
Class C6. He was up against the Cobra. So, yeah, another trophy for his trophy cabinet, which must be quite extensive by now at the Campos headquarters. Also races in the Cape Town V8 Masters down in Cape Town, obviously.
Yeah, loves his races.
That's a cool series, that. Yeah,
very
identical cars.
Beautiful.
Good spec.
.8, and I mean, he's just been so consistent. His best time was a 41.79. There he does a 41.8. So, I mean, Rui Campos taking class C5. So there we go. They're going to sort out the rest. And then, of course, we will get into our top 10 shootouts for our 3 various categories. And then the King of the Hill. We are going to cross over to Colin. He's going to bring us all of the latest information that's happening in pit lane. Colin, what's up?
Stand by for us, please.
Colin, over to you.
Giovanni Fantan, your Audi was running so well, and then it wasn't running. What happened?
We had a bad lithium battery.
And it just suddenly decided to die.
It's decided to die on the start line, yes.
That sucks.
It sucks.
Thanks for chatting to us.
Thanks very much.
See you next year.
Yes, definitely. Cheers.
Awesome. Dion Jabet, the most super powerful electric car. Tell us about it.
Well, we had a little bit of learning how to manage the battery because it wants to cut out the power when it gets too hot. So we realized that we need to give it a longer break in between runs and also keep it fully charged. And so that was, the power cut was a bit disappointing in a way. But the car is very nice to drive. It's a very well-developed chassis. And it's very interesting how the electric motors sort of, you can feel them.
Torque vectoring.
Yes, actuating different. So somebody that developed the car knew what they were doing. It was very, very nice to drive. It's heavy, but it didn't come across as heavy. So it's a wonderful chassis. And, I said to them, we should enter that into a modified class so they could somehow make the battery give all its power. Then the thing would be really, and also if you could put a smaller battery in, so. We're not far away.
The craftiness of blooming racing drivers.
We're not far away from an electric car winning this thing. You know that, eh?
Sorry, you broke up a bit. I didn't understand that.
I don't want to say it, but we're not far away from an electric car winning this event overall. We're not far away. If you think about what's happened, in effect, the fastest car in the world are electric. Yeah. So you can buy an electric car that looks like a saloon car or a family car, and it's as fast as anything else that's made for production use. And it's just not here. So one of these days, somebody will win this event with an electric car.
The Prophet.
Horrible to say, but it is.
The Prophet.
And electric cars have really only been around for 10 years.
No, they've been around for 120 years.
But the development has only really started this last while. And the electric cars have also driven the other things, the hybrids. The Clint's car, for instance, has a lot of amazing electronic stuff going on in that battery helping and so on. I mean, that thing's got 1,400 Newton meters of torque.
Are you a convert?
No, I don't say that. I just like going fast. So whatever goes fast, it's fine.
You want to drive the fastest car in the world.
It makes a noise or not. It's just fun. So when that car takes off the line there, I go like, like Tom Cruise in that movie, pretend that I can,
Dion, thank you very much. Be well.
You, eh?
Steve Clark won his class. Got to have a word with him. Stevie Clark, you came along and new class B10. You developed a proper car with a Steve Clark engine, and you won the thing, and you're in the top 10 shootout. Well done.
Thanks, Colin. Yeah, it's exciting. Very happy.
And you really enjoy this race?
Yeah, I never thought I would enjoy it as much as I did. I've always thought it's a bit of a poser thing and everything. I'm hooked. I want to be back here next year. Yeah.
Great news. Well done, boy. Good luck for the top 10.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. What a character. Jonathan Mokotsi won his class. No doubt he's on the Instagram already. I don't see him or Daniel Rowe here. They might be in their hospitality, but they're not. Must be Instagramming.
Just responding.
What happened?
I kept it clean. I just tried to put a clean run on. The only way I was going to come right is if one of the guys hit the policeman. Yeah. But let's see. Let's see what happens.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks.
Let's talk to Arnold. Arnold, Arnold, a bit of a mixed day for you. You win your class. Bit of a mixed day. You win your class in a beast, a giant of a car, and Reggie's car didn't finish. So mixed feelings.
Yeah, well, I think that's racing. If you think about it, a gearbox packs up on basically a diff, front diff. And we don't have enough races to establish when the parts are worn or not. So basically you come here once a year and you have a race. Hopefully the organisers will start organising 3 or 4 races a year. So
That would be cool. Eh?
Yeah, then we can start making worth it while and strip the cars more. But what happens is go back the car, park the car, and then next year, 2 months before the time you start checking the car again, most probably, I don't know, when we open it up, we'll most probably find there's some parts rusted in there.
Arnold, I've got to thank you and the whole BB Motorsport group for the support you give motorsport and what you do for the sport. Thanks a lot. It's been it's very special having you guys here.
Yeah, well, we enjoy being here. We enjoy the customers and the crowds. And as long as we can pull the crowds, that's what we're here for. Because, I mean, they don't pay us money to be here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Cheers, Arnold from BB Group. And we then want to serve as we trying to look for our class winners here. As we've got Peter Zeely, and let's find out news about that. The pipe that came off. Let's go right into the back here while the engine cover comes off. Freddie, you got a boost pipe that came off?
Yes, luckily not too bad. It's unfortunate it happened, not too bad, but yeah, it would have been much better if we didn't have the problem.
Better to have it happen now than in the top 10 shootout, though.
Yeah, for sure. Yes, you know, there's funny things. I mean, it could have happened yesterday, but it didn't. So normally, at the moments you don't want it, it happens. So, but yeah.
Right, the guys are busy fixing it. Thank you very much, Freddie. Cheers. Sorry, that was me in the way. Let's talk to Charles. Charles, you wound the top speed of your car up the hill. You've got all the groceries going now.
Yeah, we've got everything going for us, speed-wise and power-wise, but just the driver that must come right.
You've got to get your boost sorted out.
Definitely, most definitely.
You've got a short while now, probably an hour before you go and fight for King of the Hill.
Yes, I'm looking forward for that. We actually overshoot on turn 4. Turn 4 I overshoot, and I lost a lot of time there in class finals now. But let's hope for the best for the King of the Hill. I'm going to try my best.
Well, good luck. Have fun.
Thank you very much.
Let's go and talk to your butt. Peter Zeely is right here. Your boost is not boosting and your pipe wasn't piping, Peter.
Yeah, it's a pity. I was pushing quite hard. As I went over those bumps, it just hurt. Wah, and no power. So
it's amazing how these bumps have influenced this whole race, and they're going to play a strong part in development and tuning of cars going forward.
Those bumps for my car is violent. The whole floor hits the tar and you feel it through your spine. So, I think because of that bump, everything moves inside and it just couldn't take that strain. So what must I do? Must I go slower?
No, never go slow. The boys are getting it sorted out now, and I'm sure you'll give it all in the final.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot for chatting to us. Cheers. Right, there's Davy Joubert is out there. There's a strange noise going on in the background. Davy, sorry, that was a good run.
It was a good run. Not the best, but it was a good run.
You've arrived this weekend on a mission, and you've delivered in every blooming run. It's quite proper to watch.
Yeah, it wasn't quite a mission. We just came here to have fun, but the car was good. And so, it was it was nice driving the car every time. It was on song. It was doing the right things. So I'm happy for the car and the setup that it is at the moment.
You've done some aerodynamic tweaks to the car. Come in, let's go closer.
This is to make it go fast.
Were you blocking air off from going into the car? Why?
Getting the aero to work better.
You think of every little thing, eh?
No, my crew does.
Lucky man. Well, good luck for the top 10 shootout. So basically the air inlet is all the way over here. So they've cut it into about a third of it. So a third of the air goes in there and a third of that air comes out to disturb the flow, and that air coming out disturbs the flow over the top of the wing. Oaks are quite sharp. Another class winner is Rui Campos. So let's have a... So you win your class, now you go to the top 10. That was always your mission.
Yeah, I think that's what we can do. Obviously, Robbie, he's at 37. He's actually the fastest car here today, so maybe some ask. But cones, gears can happen.
And launch.
And launch. Well, he's got that sorted. So let's see.
Well, good luck, have fun.
Thank you, thank you.
Right, Aldo Scribanti was another winner. We need to talk to him. My phone is frozen. And we'll try and get to him now. Aldo Scribanti, class winner. It's coming that time of the day when we go winner, winner, chicken dinner.
I don't know what to say, Colin. My two top competitors, bad luck to my cousin Franco and to Rechard. They were the pace setters. They weren't there, so it opened the door for me. But kept my head together and I snatched the class win, so I'll take it.
And your time is you've done your best time today. Got to be a happy Aldo right now.
Extremely happy, Colin. Yeah, we bettered from last year. I think we're 1.1 seconds better than last year, and for us and the team, great achievement, better than we expected. So just happiness all around. We'll go into the final 10 top shootout and we'll try our best. Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, love it. Well done.
Thank you very much.
The other one we needed to talk to was Franco D'Amatteo over here. Sorry, Patrick. We're going up and down like a ping pong ball. I don't know whether I'm pinging or I'm ponging at the moment. Check the photographer. Hey. Franco, a jack of all trades and a class winner at Simola.
Yeah, 100%, my friend, yeah. The pressure's back on again, Colin? And that's what it's all about.
You didn't come here just to sulk and make it easy?
No, not at all. Like I said right in the beginning, I'm happy that I'm at the top 10. The competition has been flipping hard this year. And it's a pity about 2 or 3 guys that's actually broken out and broken their cars. But, I mean, that's what it's all about.
Everything gets set down to 0 now. Nobody's got a time on the board. You've actually got to get your car to the end of the hill. And it's just as simple as faster than the other 9 other guys.
Yeah, look, and I'm going out first because I was the slowest. So I'm just going to try and put the best of what I can and what the car can do. And then let's see what happens. You don't know what happens at the end of the day,
Franco, you've got one job.
Yeah.
Entertain us.
100%. Bet on that. Watch the start.
It's about entertainment. And before I fall over, we've spoken to Aldo and we've spoken to Rui. We've got George. No, he's next to Rui.
We're predicting the podium.
Sylvia, you sitting here with a mixed feeling.
The champion. Yes, the champion.
We've already spoken to him, but you got mixed feelings.
Why?
I mean,
he's my brother, but I mean, he drove like a superstar today, the whole weekend, in fact, and he pulled through, and it mattered. You got one run, and you got to make it count.
You got to take the chances that you're given.
100%. I mean, it wasn't your best lap, brother. No, but it was enough.
Have you got some hints? Have you got some hints with him?
No, I'm just so proud of him. I mean, he showed me up this whole weekend, and I'm so proud that and I think he's done it for our dad,
Yeah.
And
I think we all miss the Chilzo's presence and what he did for motorsport, and admire what you guys do, and in his memory, keep it up. Thank you.
100%. So, you know what? Celebrate the wins.
It's
You
not
never know
often. You never know when they're going to come back again. So
Right, the cars are going to start talking. Mille grazie, ciao.
Ciao.
So, no voice by choice. But the first car does not make a noise because electric. That's all. To be a little bit disappointed you didn't get into the final, Farouk.
Yeah, it was a bit disappointing, but you know, we make peace with it. Everything's got a reason why it happens. And we had a good weekend, we had a great weekend. I had my family, I had my grandkids here, it was lovely. And it was a fantastic event.
It's absolutely brilliant. Thank you for always making time to talk to us. We'll see you next year.
Thank you, we'll see you next year, bye-bye.
Right, the cars are about to start going. Listen to the throb of the electric motors as it goes up the hill.
All right, Colin, thanks for all of the insights. Thanks to all of the drivers also giving up their time. Here we go. We're going into the King of the Hill shootouts. And we have this wonderfulness of Dion Hubert.
Tires being tortured by the 2.3 ton electric car. Dion will be giving it absolutely everything in the i5 M60. Huge weight transfers through the S's to handle. Last corner. 48.499. Slightly slower, I think, than his class final run.
Yep, but still up there. And, I mean, we know that Feroz, unfortunately, won't take part in this. So he's out. But we've got John Williams, so there is one other driver that is not going to take part because John actually was 11th in this category. So we'll just watch through the timing screen. So John Williams with his final run of the day.
If you're just joining us, welcome. Where have you been all weekend? But you've joined us at the right time. This is one of 3 Kings of the Hill top 10 shootouts right here at Simola HillClimb, Knysna, South Africa. Great to have you on board with us and joining us all the way from Portugal, from HillClimb Monsters, Rodrigo. Rodrigo, this has been quite a weekend.
Yes, it is, and it all comes down to this. We have this top 10 shootout. For those who have just joined, enjoy and prepare because it will get even better for next year. And welcome to Knysna. This is Simola HillClimb.
Yeah, and so many wonderful comments about all of your input as well, so thank you very much. A 47.2 for John Williams, which is fastest time out of the whole weekend.
There we go.
Wow, that's when you need it.
Big match temperament.
James Temple's quickest time has been a 47.8. So, oh, it's not James. Yeah, it is James. So these are the King of the Hill for road-going saloons and supercars. Tell you, 47.7, also his quickest of the weekend. Enzo Kuhn. He's done a 46.5. I tell you, John Williams is smiling ear to ear at the moment. I don't think he expected that. He got in there by a lucky draw, and he's going to finish a worst of 7th. Good top speed from Enzo Kuhn, 199 kilometers under the bridge, turn 3. Don't. Whoa! Well, listen, it's in the hands of Enzo Kuhn.
Yeah.
He knows how to handle that. .46.9. So a couple of tenths off his best time.
Let's see what Gordon Nicholson can do. He has been quick all weekend in this R8. Stock standard. was interesting chatting to Colin, chatting to Peter Zeely and talking about the bumps, which seemed to be the end of Franco's weekend and nearly ended Peter Zeely's weekend as well. And he said it is quite violent in the car. It's shaking the car around. It's bottoming out as well. And I wonder if those bumps are worth it, because if you just head to the left of the track, you can avoid most of them.
One thing with Peter's car, it's a huge amount of downforce. Even if he goes to another side of the road, and the bumps that are that little, the car will still bottom out. There's just so much downforce on that thing. On that straight, it's very, very hard. Because the faster he goes, the more the pressure just increases even more.
Yeah, of course. Here's the C63. Chad Lukov has had a brilliant weekend. Car still to be launched in South Africa. Making its debut here at the Simola HillClimb 2024. And he's done, I think, a stunning job in this car.
Yeah, he'll go home a happy man, and I think so will Mercedes-Benz as well. He's really done a fantastic job in this brand new high-powered hybrid car. 45.922, so he tops the timesheets with his first 45. Well done, Chad.
Brilliant. 4/10 quicker than he's done. So, man, the adrenaline on all of these drivers, Chiro, it's just like, okay, I've got to go now.
No, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I wouldn't have guessed there was a 45 in that car, so fantastic driving.
Well, I tell you, Garth McIntosh is going to have to go quicker from what he's done so far this weekend in order to beat that.
Yeah, this Chad really laid down the gauntlet here.
Stunning time.
I think we've still got sideways Clint to come.
Yeah, we've got Cristiano Verolini still to come. We got Clint to come, and we got JP to come as well. And McIntosh does
it.
Wow, 45.2.
His quickest time of the weekend.
By 0.8 of a second.
Jeez,
phenomenal.
Pulled it out the bag there.
So as far as I could tell, Farad Ibrahim, I don't have the reason, but it seems as though he was disqualified.
Final run for the M4. Also showroom stock. Just with a couple of nice decals on it. It's also been good to watch this weekend.
Yeah, and I think he's driven beautifully, Cristiano Verolini. It's just been super smooth, super consistent.
45.2. She's just 200 slower than the 720S.
But 4/10 slower than he's been. Okay, sideways Western. Here we go. What can he do?
The tires on this thing must be...
Yeah, I think they're finished.
I don't think you're allowed. Well, you have to race on the tires you qualify.
Yes.
So.
Lucky it wasn't a policeman over there. But Clint Weston is just manhandled this beast around here. Very close there as well.
He wants to beat JP.
Oh, that's proper sideways. 44.3 for Clint Weston.
Did you see how he kicked up a little bit of dust with the rear tire on the outside? I mean, that is the edge of the tarmac.
Final driver. So, I mean, 2 Mercedes on the podium.
Yeah.
Wow. JP Vanderbilt going for a triple. He won last year, he won the year before. He's been super consistent this whole weekend. His best time so far this weekend has been a 42.7.
When Colin was showing us his tires, I thought No, he doesn't have a 42 left in those tires, unfortunately, but a 43 will be good enough to
without
take
a
the
doubt.
crown. Whoa, there's that understeer. No, those tires are gone.
Yeah, those tires are done. But is it fast enough?
42, he proves us all wrong.
Unbelievable. What a lap from JP van der Walt, 42.935. I mean, that's super impressive, Rodrigo. I mean, he's been so consistent this whole weekend and over the last couple of seasons.
Yes, I think after all these wins on the Rose Car class, I think it's time for him to step up and maybe even take this Porsche and go on to the bigger things and start going into race car realm.
Yeah, he's got a natural knack for it. He really does. Got the temperament for it.
So, road-going saloons and supercars, phenomenal. Chad Lookoff in the brand new C63. Clint Weston sideways all over the shop in the GT63S, also Mercedes. And JP van der Walt retaining his crown with an outstanding 42.9 seconds up the hill. JP van der Walt, congratulations, winner of the road-going saloons and supercars for the Simola HillClimb 2024. Wow.
Sasha, will Garth not take third place there with a 45.269?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think Garth,
my apologies.
Garth takes third, yep.
Okay, Garth, there we go, in the 720 in the McLaren. My apologies.
He'll be so happy with that.
You'll be delighted.
He literally, he's been so happy to be part of Simola and to take a third place home. He will be delighted with that.
Brilliant. Brilliant. Modified saloon cars now. That is what we've got. This should be Titanic. Peter Zeely, Charles Hubert, Davy Hubert. Okay. Plus, we've got Darren Gutman's that's in, Steve Clark, who's been superb the whole weekend, and Franco Di Matteo also in there because Wade van Zumeren unfortunately had a big crash earlier on today. He's out. Franco Scribante ripped his gearbox apart. He is out. Richard Rutz broke the front diff on his Nissan GT3 GTR. So they are out. So our top 10 here should be Franco Di Matteo, Steve Clark, Darren Gutman, Salve Galtieri, George Evans, Aldo Scribante, Devon Robertson, Peter Zeely, Charles Hubert, Davy Hubert. This is going to be, I think, 10th of a second.
Yeah, this is a Titanic battle. And I think given that Robbie Volk is so dominant in the single-seaters, this is going to be the most thrilling king of the hill this year.
Yeah, Rodrigo, this has been a really, I mean, one is desperately sad for those who have either withdrawn or had engine deficiencies that they're not there. But this has been fascinating to watch. Did you think beforehand that these Lotus cars with their various different engines were going to be right up there?
Honestly, yes. But of course, I expected also the GTRs to be up there still, and we have seen the cars affecting pretty much all of them. Unfortunately, I think this year it's will be remembered in many ways, both from engineers and drivers, because there are a lot of lessons to take from this. This is probably one of the years where the weather conditions were the best. We have seen people kicking up the tunes all the way and really reaching for the records, and we have seen how things break down when there. We have also seen that the Lotus layout with mid-engine, rear-wheel drive, and plenty of development really brought out the reliability needed. So I think from now on we will see plenty of evolution. I think the 2025 edition of Simola starts here. As soon as this one finishes, the work for 2025 will start right away, and we're just building on to bigger and better things. And remember when Colin was doing some of his interviewing earlier, there was one driver that said exactly something I'm always thinking about. You guys need 2 or 3 or even 4 events like this per year, so people have even greater incentive to build this kind of car and make it more only focused on being hill climb cars, because then by then problems like we've seen during this weekend will disappear.
Yeah, it's a very, very good point. We do need more hill climb events. These cars need to go out a little bit more often. So much development and preparation Chiro has gone into this year. We've seen it just by the times. But you know, track action is going to bring about some of the problems that we've had with mechanical failures. So go and do a couple more events, fine-tune, develop, and yeah, it could definitely help.
I mean, I think Ian Shrewsbury, Chick Ramsey, the fathers, the founding fathers of Simola, maybe they've got another one or two in them.
So Steve here we go. It is the modified saloon cars. Steve Clark going to be first out on the track. I haven't seen Franco Di Matteo. I thought he would be first. This is what it's about. You're looking for the top three, the modified saloon cars. Steve Clark in his best time throughout the whole weekend of 42.9. Super cool, this guy.
I think rivaling Clint Weston in the GT63 for my most entertaining driver of the day award, which I've just made up today.
Whoa, that is going proper sideways. 42.8, that's his best time. Which is outstanding. Outstanding. 42.8. Okay, Darren Gutmans, I think, has driven brilliantly this weekend, and he's the first to admit, he says the car's there, he's just got to find it within himself. But I think he's been superbly consistent this whole weekend. 42.7 is what he wants to beat for his own personal best.
No, there's something just wrong there. I think that car's missing. It didn't sound too healthy out of the exit of turn one, and then pity. Yeah, he'll coast over the line. Damn, that's a pity for him. He had a wonderful weekend.
Yeah, pity for there. Sad when it happens like that. Here comes Saf Galtieri.
Oh, I'm gutted for Goodmans in my favorite car. That was tough. I wonder what went wrong there. But at least it's the end of the day. And he had a good weekend, that's for sure.
217 for Saf. I tell you, this looks quick. This looks quick. His best is a 42.4. 41.7. Wow. 41.7. So Sav left it right to the end. That is a super lap.
George Evans, side exit exhausts. Luckily not a side exit on the start.
Rodrigo always just the noise. The beauty of hill climbs is just the incredible noise of these cars.
Even more important is one of the last questions of motorsport where there are pretty much no sound, no noise regulations. The many circuits are now implementing noise restrictions, and noise is a huge part of the motorsport's appeal.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah, I don't know many facilities, at least in South Africa, that would have let that Formula One car run today.
Yeah,
that was loud.
All right, Aldo. Listen, I'm looking at my timing screen, and it says that Galtieri's time is not confirmed. Okay, so we'll get back to that. Come on, here we go. Aldo holding, there we go, a little bit of better top speed, 216, holding the Scribante family name highs. Had a brilliant weekend.
Yeah, you've got to applaud these guys for their consistency.
Oh, my word!
as the
That's
words
commitment.
leave my mouth, but he held it. I I think he's on a good wicket here. Yeah, 41-1.
Yeah.
Tops the current.
Yeah, lost a bit of time there. Lost a bit of time, but
right, Devin Robertson. What can he do in the Lotus?
I mean, I can't believe he didn't make the class final, but I tell you, he could do something special. Oh, it looks like something's rubbing on the tire.
Oh dear, that's a lot of white smoke. Hopefully it's just tires like you say. Yeah, the white smoke's gone. All right, it's not oil.
But he's going quick.
It's quick. Super quick. I'm telling you, this isn't a 30. This is a 38. Watch this. Oh, 39.
735.
39.
Yeah.
Will it be enough? The U-Bears are still coming.
Yeah, the U-Bears are coming. We didn't see Franco Di Matteo.
Well, interestingly, the U-Bears are not lined up yet, though. Oh, they're letting Peter Zeely out. All right, there he is.
Zeely. So Di Matteo didn't go out. Maybe something wrong with his car, or
Di Matteo should have been the first car running.
Yes, he should have.
Okay, Zeely.
Sure, had heart failure there.
Third last competitor in this modified saloon shootout. King of the Hill about to be crowned in the next 3 runs. Stick around. Fantastic launch.
I got a feeling that Peter Zeely's just in the zone here. Man, he is going to go for this.
Oh, please, can nothing pop off on the
bumps?
bumps?
That's quick. 232 through the speed trap. Beautiful exit.
That's good. That's really good.
Oh, no. He held it. He held it.
Something's sparking there on the car, but he's still got it. 38.
Woohoo! 38.5. That's his fastest time. Oh, there is nothing in it when it comes to this. The modified saloon cars, King of the Hill, 38.5. That is the benchmark at the moment. Peter Zeely. Yo! Charles Hubert.
234. That's quick. This is going to come down to tenths, maybe even hundredths.
Yeah, he did 248 in the previous run, but this is tight. This is unbelievably tight. Here he comes across the line.
Wow!
Whoa, 39.5.
3.
That's a second. No, that's a second
that's
slower.
a second. No, you're right. Sorry.
A second slower.
Right, Darby.
Oh, not the best launch.
38.505 is the time to beat. There's the final competitor of the modified King of the Hill shootout.
At present, Peter Zeely, Charles Hubert, Devin Robertson, a man who's been super quick this whole weekend. Darby Hubert going up. He's got a lot to do to try and beat Peter Zeely, that's for sure.
Zeely on here for his second win, his second title.
Oh! He's done it by a tenth of a second. A tenth of a second exactly. 38.405, 38.505. What a drive from Davy Hubert. Wow. What a drive from Peter Zeely as well. That was phenomenal. Brilliant, brilliant from both of those drivers. Rodrigo, you couldn't ask for a closer.
No. Peter will be cursing that bit of understeer on the S for the rest of his life. That was the decider on this final shootout.
Whew.
A tenth.
Exactly a tenth. 1/10 of a second. Incredible. Wow. What a performance. And, well done to Peter Zeely. Well done to Charles Hubert. But Davy Hubert this weekend has just been extraordinary. Extraordinary, brilliant driving from Davy Joubert. He takes the King of the Hill for the modified saloon cars. Wow. And Peter Zili, they'll be happy. Sorry, Rodrigo.
I was going to say, I'll tell you who the real winner is during this weekend. Andrew Brilliant. Both his designs 1 and 2.
Incredible.
Wow.
There we go.
And I mean that Lotus, if you're watching, you're not familiar with it. One of the most exotic powertrain conversions in the world. There's a Ferrari 488 twin turbo V8 motor in the back of that Lotus Exige.
Just the amount of bespoke fabrication, just that has to be really commended. Sticking with it and developing it up to this level and winning the race, yeah, major achievement.
Phenomenal! Wow.
Well, that's where
let's catch our breath.
A very different competition this year with some of the stalwarts of the Simola HillClimb unfortunately having to retire, but the thrills in the modified saloon segment were all there, that's for sure. Absolutely wonderful racing here at Simola.
So here we go, King of the Hill, single-seater and sports prototype, 7 cars. Still got the same problems, unfortunately, I think, from his last run in the qualies, in the class final. So a 1:01, which is so disappointing. I mean, fastest time over the weekend is a 52.6. Oh, no, 1 minute. So there we go. Let's see what Joseph Kotzer can do. His best is a 52.6. So Rodrigo, while we're watching this, what does a guy like Robert Wolk do? He hasn't won the King of the Hill title. He knows he's got by far the fastest car. Does he chase for something even better than what he's done so far during the weekend, or does he just sit there and say, get the title?
One thing I can tell you for sure, the greatest battle now won't be with the car, will be with his own mind. Because he will be asking himself the same question. Although, given how everything has gone, if I was him and many other drivers I know, they would play it safe.
Well, it's been a delight to watch Robbie Wolk this weekend, taking a Formula One car up the hill for us as well. So he jumped out of his hill beam and into an F1 car. So not a bad weekend's work for Robbie Wolk.
46
Theodore Vermaak.
For Theodore, we've got Schofield, Campos, and Wolk.
Something sounds good out there. At Schofield.
Yeah, his best time is a 41.8. Rui Campos a 41.7. So I tell you, it could be very close between these two.
Yeah, that's a good battle to watch. Quite different cars.
Oh, full commitment through there. That's pretty decent. Wow, that is nearly a second quicker than his best time over the weekend. 40.9. Brilliant.
Yeah, that looked like a great run from Schofield. So
very good.
Rui's got his work cut out for him. And the track is just getting colder and colder and colder.
is going to have to push Rui if he wants to try and beat Schofield. That is a brilliant time from Ian Schofield. Rui's also got to find about a second. Little bit offline going into the first S's. Yeah. 41.3, also his best time, but Ian Schofield, what a time. Robert Walk, here we go. His best time at 37.2.
Oh, wouldn't it be fantastic to end the weekend on a 36? I'm sure that's what he'll be thinking as well.
Oh, just listen to that.
Oh, 37.4.
37.4 for Robert Walk. But you got to say, stand out there from Ian Schofield. Fantastic. Brilliant. So 1, 2, and 3. Robert Walk, Ian Schofield, Rui Campos in the single-seater and sports prototypes.
It has been a fascinating Simola in terms of what's gone right and what's gone wrong as well. So many new faces and names in the field, new names and faces on the podium as well. We certainly missed some competitors. Andre Bezuidenhout having to pull out before the competition, unfortunately. The 6 times winner and record holder, Franco Scribante, pulling out this afternoon. Richard Ritz as well. The Nissan GTRs had a difficult weekend, Rodrigo.
For sure. I think Colin is on.
Yeah, let's go and catch up with Colin. I think he's got 1 or 2 of the winners with him. We got no audio from Colin. I'm sure we will fix that up in a couple of seconds from now. It has been outstanding. Yes, there were some of the big guns that went out, but that is the nature of any form of motorsport. One feels desperately sorry for them. But congratulations to the new winners, new kings of the hill for Simola 2024. And I'm sure all of the others, Rodrigo, are going to be just as hungry to get development going, to get ready for the 15th edition next year, which I have a funny feeling there will be quite a few international competitors arriving, as well as Rodrigo in the studio with us.
Yes, definitely. By now, I'm not even questioning it. But I think this 2024 edition will mark a departure and a big step in evolution from what is done on the track. Many lessons will be learned from this weekend. The level will increase tenfold, I think, and I think in the end, the both what we see being fast told us something, but most of all, what we see going wrong even made everyone learn even more. So I think this is a point of departure, really. 2025, I will be there, and it will be the best edition ever.
Without a doubt, you're going to be here, and the only thing that I can hope for next year, Chiro, is number one, you and I both get invited again, so we can spend the time with Chiro, and then also on top of that, if we can have the same kind of weather, that would be ideal.
Yeah, the weather's played a big part this weekend. In that today it was very favorable. Yesterday, dark and a bit gloomy. Cold track conditions, that's for sure. Cold air as well, though. But today was cold air and a warm track, which I think is just exactly what you want as a competitor. I've thoroughly enjoyed this. For me, the modified saloon category, really wonderful, absolutely full of thrills there. It's always so cool to see, and just so exciting to see the engineering behind the engine swaps, as Rodrigo mentioned, the amount of custom fabrication that goes into sticking a Ferrari engine into a Lotus, for instance, sticking a V6 into the back of an MR2. And these are not easy engineering accomplishments. They really aren't easy to achieve. So we appreciate very much all the work that goes into these cars. We appreciate very much all the work that goes into pulling off this competition. Huge thank you to Ian Chick and his team. As always, I've had a lot of fun, Sasha.
Yeah, I must say, me too. And I've thoroughly enjoyed working with you and Rodrigo, and of course our whole production team, and Colin in the pit lane as well. Rodrigo, yes, let's take everything from, we've got all of our winners. Who to you was standout this weekend? Let's take away all of those who unfortunately had problems. Who's been your standout for the weekend?
I'll respond in three ways. Among the race cars, Zoe Joubert will take that crown. In the end, he was the one holding it until the end and winning it outright. Massive congratulations to him and all his team. Among the road cars, JP van der Walt has to take the crown, and I hope he takes that extra step and dips his feet onto the race car pond. And as far as showmanship goes, that AMG takes the crown for goddamn sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. I'm going to ask you, Chiro, in a short while, but I know that Colin's got Peter Zeeley. So let's go and have a chat with him. Let's see disappointment and humility, as we know, from Peter Zeeley.
I think we might be struggling a little bit out there with to connect to Patrick and Colin, unfortunately.
Stop standing on the cable, Colin.
Huge thank you to Patrick and Colin.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, in the heat wave of Friday, my word, did they have their work cut out for them. And Patrick, behind the scenes, he's an absolute class act. He's a real gentleman.
And he's fun.
Wonderful working with him. When I was doing the interviews, you wouldn't have seen it on camera, but he was getting frustrated with me because apparently I wander when I talk. So he was grabbing my jacket and pulling me into place. And I just, I'm trying to ask a question and Patrick's tugging on my jacket.
Fantastic. So, Chiro, your standout of the weekend?
Yeah, I agree with Rodrigo. I mean, it's got to be Darby. But I mean, for him and Peter to be that close as well, I mean, like Rodrigo said, one tiny error from Peter.
Sure.
And that's what made the difference. And that really speaks to what hill climb racing is all about. It's the pursuit of perfection. It's almost a man against himself, really, a woman against herself as well. You really are your own biggest challenge, I think, out here. Robbie Volk, of course, a real pick for me in the single-seater category. And congrats to JP. I mean, I think that he's got a lot of potential, like Rodrigo says. I mean, even if he just starts with stripping out that Turbo S and maybe moving into a different class, roll cage, slicks, etc., maybe he's got a 39 in him. It's very possible. It'll be very cool to see a car like that go through. But huge thank you to all the competitors for the entertainment this weekend and being so dedicated to their craft, and of course all the engineers as well. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and also incredibly friendly to all of us, and always willing to have a conversation, whether they've had a good run or a bad run. And I know that in 2025, Rodrigo, all of them are going to be so excited to meet you as well. They all follow you. They all know what you do for hill climb racing with Hill Climb Monsters. So I think you're going to be incredibly warmly received when you get to South Africa.
Much appreciated. It's never lost on me the kind of appreciation I get from people, from everyone, because of what I do. In the end, this is my passion, and I would do it even without any of the recognition. But then I get these little surprises along the way, and I can only be thankful for it.
No, kudos to you. I mean, I also have fought fought the battles in building a YouTube channel, and so I can relate to a lot of what you've done, and I have huge respect and admiration for you. Rodrigo is the owner, founder, administrator of a channel called HillClimb Monsters. He's been carrying our live feed for the weekend, getting tons of views from us, for us from around the world, and really bringing the message of Simola to a huge international audience, which I think is going to pay dividends because it encourages international drivers to come here, as we've seen Peter Solberg last year, hugely entertaining to watch. So Rodrigo, a real pleasure. Look forward to having some Vino Verde with you next
Yes.
next year. I'm actually going to a wonderful Portuguese place tonight, O Pescador,
it's
on the
fantastic.
Keys. Yeah, you've also been
Oh,
there.
it's fantastic.
It's lovely, and lovely people running it as well, family-run restaurant. So we're in your honor tonight, Rodrigo. We'll be feasting on Portuguese.
Fantastic.
Obrigado.
De nada.
De nada. Listen, I know that our engineers and technical guys are still trying to catch up with Colin. Of course, we would try and like to bring you some of the winners' comments from the three top of the King of the Hill for the 2024 edition. But yeah, I mean, just brilliant for everybody who participated. As always, overly subscribed. I'm already sure that Ian Shrewsbury is already getting, here we go. Here's my deposit. I want to be here next year and get my pit allocation. So I think we're going to have a very, very busy 2025 for the Simola HillClimb. But just magic weekend all in all. Been fascinating. We've had ups and downs. We've had so much drama. We've had one or two incidents that have happened on the track, but fortunately everybody has been okay. I think our marshals have done an outstanding job this year in just making sure that their efficiency has been really, really good. So organization-wise, I think it's been a really, really good event.
Yeah, from my side, a big shout out to Ian. I mean, he's and Chick Ramsey, the driving force behind this, and Ian's right-hand woman, Emma. She puts a hell of a lot into this. It's a year-round process, pulling this off, and then the organizational, down to little things like, as a racing driver, when you get your race pack, and it's got your name on it, and it's got your stickers with your numbers and all the rest of it, and everything you have to put on the car, and the transponders assigned to you. And I mean, there's a massive amount of logistics that goes into pulling off this competition. And like Rodrigo was saying, we do maybe need a few more of these, and perhaps and thank you to our valued sponsors this year as well. Castrol, Volkswagen, Suzuki all played a wonderful role. All of the accommodation around Neisner, they've also really come to the table as well. But maybe Ian and Chick Ramsey have got another few hill climbs in them.
Yes, and not only at Simola. We have lots of roads.
Yes, around the country, yeah.
Yeah, we've got lots of roads that we can find in South Africa. It is quite a big place. So I can definitely find a few. Just got to put the logistics all together. The other thing I just wanted to say with Rodrigo, with his channel, just amazing because, this is not an everyday kind of motorsport that people are used to. And just over last year and now this year, again, getting to know what Simola is all about, also with HillClimb Monsters, getting more and more people going, wow, this is a really, really cool event. If I can't be down in Neisner at Simola, I'm definitely going to watch it on the live stream. So I think it's been fascinating, and I think it's just growing bigger and bigger, Rodrigo.
Yes, and the tendency it's only up, the trend. I think there's huge potential still. Like I said, this is only the beginning, and I think not to be overly critical, but I don't think you guys down there in South Africa have any idea of how much potential you have with all this, both commercially. The business case, it's fantastic. Now that I'm on the other side, also organizing events, of the two events that I organized, one of them has way less of a business case to be made than another hill climb there in South Africa. You guys have a lot of support from major brands, from possible sponsors. You guys, it's a big country. The thing is, after looking at the map of South Africa, I'm pretty sure that there are cars that are not going to Simola just on the basis of how far they are from Simola. I believe I can believe there are more insane builds that are appearing just on the basis of being on up north, maybe on the country, something like that. So there is a possibility to do even better and to give an even more incentive to get those guys out. And like I said before, with more events, you guys could start building bona fide hill climb machines. Just not because you have cars, for example, the Franco's car, the Jaguar. The Jaguar, it's not an hill climb car. It's a car that is adapted from other types of racing, and then once a year he is doing an hill climb car. But for a guy like Franco Di Matteo, if there are more hill climbs, I'm pretty damn sure that he would build an hill climb car.
Yeah,
and
that's a very good point.
This would apply to many others.
You know, Rodrigo, that is such an astute observation. It really is, because racing is expensive, and then racing in a city very, very far away is more expensive. Do you know, it's quite an interesting problem that we have. So Gauteng is our wealthiest province. It's where most of the really exciting builds are happening. And Gauteng is probably one of the flattest places on earth. There's just not a mountain to be seen anywhere. But, you know, there might be something just north of Gauteng, actually. There's some wonderful, there's some wonderful roads. Komati's Poort actually is a really great road.
48 degrees in winter. Be interesting.
Yeah, no, that's a good point as well. No,
I'll tell you guys one thing. Tell you guys one thing. If I was down there in South Africa, I would be scrambling and getting into major debt just to create 2 or 3 hill climbs, and then okay, let's see how it goes, and I'll pay everything back in the future, because I see the business.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's a future there for you down here as well, Rodrigo. Once you get the formula right up north, bring your formula down here.
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, very, very exciting. What a weekend it has been. We started with Classic Car Friday, and then, of course, the last 2 days has all been about King of the Hill, the monsters of hill climbing, electric cars, hydrogen cars, brand new launch cars, supercars, modified saloons, single-seaters, you name it, we've had it here. And the adrenaline is still pumping. We're going to have to slow ourselves down in a while. We're waiting for a couple of interviews with some of the winners from the various categories. JP van der Walt winning his class in the road-going saloons. Second there was Clint Weston. Third was Garth McKenzie in the McLaren 720S. Davy Hubert, outstanding. Peter Zeely, outstanding. A tenth of a second between them. And Charles Hubert coming in third place, and that is in the modified saloon cars. And then, well, it wasn't going to be much for, no one was really going to contend with Robert Walk. But a great job from Ian Schofield. Brilliant. His best time of the weekend. And Rui Campos. Just talking about Robert Walk, yes, he drove the Formula One car in demonstration as well. Rodrigo, here's a guy who knows he's got the fastest car out there by a long, long way, but he didn't have Andre Bezzadino to push him. Quite difficult when you don't really have a benchmark, and your benchmark is just yourself.
Yes, and even the public will suffer from that, because we won't be seeing someone who is just trying to secure a certain win. You won't be seeing him push as hard as he could. So it's a bit of an unfortunate situation. But in the end, he delivered, and there was certainly a lot of spectacle from his side. Even just hearing that thing blasting off the line, there are things that, even if not done completely flat out and on the limit, they'll always be suspected.
Okay, let's cross over to Colin. He's in pit lane. I know they're going for the prize giving, but hopefully he can catch up with all of the winners.
Well, that was my plan, guys, but unfortunately it hasn't come to that, because a lot of the winners have moved away into the prize giving. I will do my absolute best to try and coral them. If you can give me a minute or two, I'll bring them back. So guys in the box, do the boxy box thing, and I'll get the drivers things.
Okay, we're going to do the box thing here, Colin. I know they had a little bit of technical issue. I mean, isn't it just there? You're like, okay, got ready, go camera, and all of a sudden everyone turns their mobile phones on, and then all the signals go all over the place. I know that Colin will do his best before they start the prize giving. Hopefully, he can go to the announcer there and just say, hey, listen, just give us a couple of minutes. But they've done an outstanding job getting everybody. And just about everybody to talk to him and bring it to you as well. So you come across faces that you go, oh wow, is that what so and so looks like, etc. So it's been such a fun event, and he's done a brilliant job. So I'm sure in the next minute or so we will definitely hear from him.
Yeah, I mean, he's provided such stellar technical insight this weekend.
Yes, I've learned so much.
Yeah, we've seen diffs not diff.
Yeah,
battery voltage regulators not regulate any voltage. We've seen inconsistent pumps, water pumps. No one wants an inconsistent pump ever. I mean, it's just been a really wonderful weekend of technical insight, I think, from Colin as well. So thank you very much for that as well, Colin.
Yeah,
it's been very enjoyable.
The worst is if the pipe doesn't pipe.
Yes, also a problem.
That's a bit
when transmissions don't transmit.
Rodrigo, I'm sure you also had some terrific insights into the technical prowess of Colin up and down the pit lane.
Sometimes it's even hard to face those hard-hitting takes on the mechanical prowess of Mr. Colin.
Listen, it's a lot better than I could do. He brought me the broken gearbox, or the broken fourth gear from Franco Scribante's car, and showed it to me and said, well, the cog isn't cogging.
No, that's the thing.
And it was incredibly heavy.
When a bit of your car ends up in the commentary box, that's probably not a good sign.
No, not
a good thing.
And then he said to me, no, you can't keep it. You've got to give it back. So I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. But apparently the cog didn't cog.
Oh, man,
okay, or overcogged, something like that.
So gutted for those guys because we just caught up with them outside the studio, and they thought maybe even a 37 was on for Franco Scribante's Sheriff. But there's always next year. We'll definitely see everyone back next year. That's for sure.
Oh, that's for sure. A couple of the cars lined up there. We've got spectators in the way, but wonderful to see. There's JP van der Walt, Davy Hubert's car, and Robert Wolk's car there as well. The three winners of the King of the Hill for 2024 at Simola. What a weekend it has been. And I must say, a big shout out, to Castrol and Suzuki for the media facility. It has been there since Friday, and I found it about 2 hours ago. So next year I'll definitely have my eyes a little bit more open.
Shout out to Benny, the barista in the media tent. Wow.
Outstanding.
That was some great coffee. Thanks, Benny. We appreciate your efforts. That's for sure. Coffee is the race cars take race fuel, and the presenters take coffee. That's what keeps us going.
There we go.
The entire weekend.
Lots of photographs taking place at present. There you can see JP van der Walt, third year in a row. And yeah, you got to endorse it. With his team behind him and his sponsors behind him, he should be doing some serious racing.
I'd love to see that. Yeah, Rodrigo makes a great point. I think he's got all the ingredients that make up a great driver. Fascinating that he came to it so late in his life as well. Just obviously a natural knack for it. But a lot of the success stories actually at Simola are of amateur drivers. I mean, Andre Bezuidenhout is an advocate. Peter Zeely is an auditor. Davy Hubert, actually, what does Davy do? I'm not actually sure.
I'm not sure.
I think Wild Rose Gin is one of his companies, but he obviously has other business interests as well. So, that's also a wonderful part of Simola is that the rock stars out there in the cars, they have other lives throughout the year. Then they come out here and absolutely delight the crowds in Knysna.
Yeah, wonderful to see. Still waiting to see if Colin can round up as many as possible. I think it's going to be quite difficult because I think we're going to have to get into the prize giving. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get too many words from the winners.
Collins definitely put in his best efforts there.
Yeah, he is. So, listen, Rodrigo, we are going to say good night to you or good afternoon to you. Thank you so much for your insights, your knowledge, your passion, and just becoming partly South African when it comes to the Simola HillClimb. We love having you. We cannot wait to work with you again in 2025, and it'll be here with all of us together.
Oh, we're
yes,
gonna need
definitely.
a commentary booth.
And it's always a pleasure.
You will need a bigger commentary booth. Peter, our producer, we're going to need a bigger booth, please.
It's been so much fun, and Peter's the director, who's he's a real he's behind the scenes. He's always in our ears. I think that's maybe one thing that you won't obviously know from watching the stream is Peter is sort of the fifth commentator here at Simola.
I'm just a little bit concerned because he's already said that next year we'll have couches.
Yep.
So clearly, Peter, we're not good enough, but Rodrigo is good enough for couches. Only joking. Yeah, we need lots of international talent.
Huge thank you to
Rodrigo. Yeah, have a
brilliant
brilliant time. I'm sure we will talk to you in the year. We'll definitely be following your channel, and thank you very, very much for everything that you've done over the last 3 days for us here at Simola 2024.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure joining you, and I wish the best to all the team, you guys on the studio, and we'll certainly keep in touch. I think there's potential for much more, so we won't be far away.
Wonderful. There we go. Rodrigo de Oliveira. Go and watch his channel. Follow his channel, HillClimb Monsters. Cheers, Rodrigo. Obrigado. And Chiro, always a pleasure to see you. Always a pleasure to work with you. I think we've had a brilliant couple of days. And it might be time to just have a beer or a glass of vino.
I think we've all earned a beverage.
Yes.
Here in the production team. It's been quite a long 3 days. But I mean, I really look forward to Simola every single year. I call this my pilgrimage. I come up from Cape Town, and again, a huge thank you to everyone involved. Sasha.
Thank you, Squire. Thank you. And listen, to our whole production team, you have no idea what goes on behind the scenes, and they just make sure that everything stays calm. So, to Peter, Fritz, Henk, and the whole team, all of the people up and down the 1.9 kilometers, holding cameras, you name it. Thank you so much for all of the effort that you do. All of the competitors, the spectators that have come along, also those who have watched us on the live stream, thank you for all of your input, and we trust that you've enjoyed Simola HillClimb 2024. We look forward to seeing you at Simola, the 15th edition in 2025. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Ciao.
Real fellas. Okay. Real fellas. Flex on the checks on deck. They wonder how I do it like that. Two-step, then I bring it right back. Hey, I wish we could go to the moon. I want you to pack your bags, baby. We'll be leaving soon to do all of the things that you like to do. Baby, I'll be coming for you. I wish we could go to the moon. I want you to pack your bags, baby. We'll be leaving soon.
Live the legacy in the all-new Suzuki Grand Vitara.
Next up, Kanisile Mokhale.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yes!
Everybody turn to page 6.
Kanye, we love it. You guys are ahead. Congratulations.
I am a champion. If you give me a room, I'll shake it. Keep moving on, keep moving. Keep moving on, keep moving. I am Paul.